This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
Good morning and a warm welcome from Lancs TV live from Stanley Park in Blackpool for the playoff game, the Royal London Cup playoff match between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, with the winners facing Sussex on Tuesday in the semi-finals. We're going to catch a word with the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, in just a second to find out what's happened at the toss and indeed Lancashire's team news as well. Let's see if we can squeeze a word with Keaton. Keaton.
Morning, Scott. How you doing?
Good morning, mate. What's the news from the middle?
News from the middle is we've won the toss and we're bowling.
Okay.
I think it's a good surface. It might get slightly slower later, but I think with a small side and the way we've kind of set up, I think we will do it and have done it well all comp. So hopefully we do it well today.
Okay, bowling first. What's your team news?
Well, we've got a couple of changes.
Okay.
Bales is out. Hurty comes in,
right,
and Rob Jones is out, and Jack Morley comes in.
Okay, so great chance, isn't it, for obviously Jack? He's missed the last couple of matches for you, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great chance for Blath, for all the bowlers, for Mauls, for all the guys, the top five. So look, I mean, it's a fantastic day to be at Blackpool. and just make sure we play some good cricket. I think that's what we've done all comp. We played some good, happy cricket, and let's do it again today.
Go, good luck.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Keaton Jennings out in the middle, so that's the news from the toss. Lancashire going to have a ball first. Couple of changes to their side as well from the team that lost at Canterbury last time out. Conditions are good, forecast is good, and we're going to start on time at 11 o'clock. Join us for that. With Lancashire winning the toss and electing to have a ball first. They've made a couple of changes from the team that played against Kent in Canterbury. We'll run through those sides in a minute, but let's say good morning to Dave Prescott, who's alongside me. Morning, Dave.
Yeah, good morning, Scott. Good morning, everybody. Second time this summer back at Stanley Park. Lovely weather conditions as the umpires and the players just emerge from the dressing rooms away to our right. Just for the Nottinghamshire followers out there keen on the news from the middle, Notts will be batting after Lancashire won the toss, so it's going to be Sol Buddinger and Ben Slater on their way out to the middle. Notts undefeated over the last couple of matches and unchanged from the side that scraped through, as you say, in third place, 5 wins from 8 matches. They almost needed snookers coming up to Tuesday, but they managed to defeat Surrey at Welbeck, and a couple of other results went their way. So Notts are here in the match. I think that we're describing as the match to decide who has to drive to Brighton on Monday.
Yes, the winners face a trip to Sussex on Tuesday for that semi-final tie. The team news for you, Dave, I'm sure will guide you through how the Notts Outlaws are lining up. But Lancashire go with Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon and Stephen Croft, Dane Villas, George Balderson, George Lavelle, Danny Lamb, Liam Hurt, Jack Blatherwick and Jack Morley. So the 2 changes out, Rob Jones and Tom Bailey, and in come Jack Morley and Liam Hurt.
Yeah, Notts unchanged then. Slater and Buddinger are out there. It'll be Lyndon James, Asiba Mead the skipper, Matt Montgomery, Liam Patterson-White, the keeper Dane Chardendorf, Fateh Singh, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson and Toby Petman. So Notts in the all green with the gold names, numbers and piping. Lancashire in an all dark blue with the white names and numbers and a little bit of red on the collars and down the sides of the shirts. 1 or 2 people just close enough to the eye line at the far end to be asked to be moved, and we're going to get underway in just a second. Former Lancashire, or rather former Nottinghamshire man Jack Blatherwick's going to bowl the first over from the far end, and it's the birthday boy Ben Slater on strike. He's 31 today. So here is Blatherwick to get this match underway. 50 overs aside, good bounce, good carry. First ball from Blatherwick in a testing area outside the off stump. Slater shoulders, arms, lets it merrily go through to wicket-keeper Lavelle. A couple of slips in there. Lancashire with a couple of changes. There was a whisper going round, wasn't there? A whisper an hour or so ago that Keaton Jennings had taken one on the Thorming warm-ups, but he's out there. He won the toss, stuck Notts in. Here's Blatherwick again, nice and full and hit away towards the zoo. Away to our left for 4 by Slater. First runs of the day for the birthday boy. Notts are up and running. It is the zoo on that side, isn't it? Away to our left.
I think so, yeah. It's kind of to the left and behind us, I think, the zoo.
Notts were here in June. They were well beaten in a T20 game. There were 1 or 2 that were smashed in amongst the giraffes and elephants. Huge blows away. Stephen Croft getting good runs. Alex Hales hit some big blows before he departed. Here's Blatherwick, 3rd ball of the match. Notts with a boundary on the board already, and Slater again lets it go through to the keeper. Stanley Park at the moment, doubling up as Piccadilly Circus. Lots of people wandering across in front of our eye line, but we're on the boundary edge. Decent enough view looking through second slip. If Danny Lamb will just move a pace to his left, there we are. Thank you, Danny. We can see Ben Slater and see the stumps. Here comes Blatherwick. Big pizza sign behind him. Slashed away again. Second time in the over for Ben Slater. Can't quite see all the way out to our left. It's been signalled as a 4. There is a fielder over there who made a pretty decent effort to try and get to it, but couldn't. So Notts have a second boundary, and this over following a pattern. Shoulders, arms, 4. Shoulders, arms, 4. Notts 8 without loss. Been in decent touch in this competition, Ben Slater. There was some argument on Tuesday whether he finished 82 not out or 85 not out. Here's Blatherwick in. Bowles driven for a third boundary in the over. Lovely looking shot by the left-hander. Happy birthday, Ben Slater. At the moment, on to 12. Had a little natter to him. Out in the middle, his beloved Chesterfield play tonight in the National League against Barnet. So no surprise what Ben is hoping for his birthday today. Runs a Notts win and then a Chesterfield win this evening. I think we'd just about make the perfect day. Danny Lamb has been moved out of that second slip position just to bolster the offside. 4 there now in a ring. Blatherwick, tall, fair-haired, bowls through Slater and into the gloves of Lavelle. Best ball by some distance he bowled in that over. Slater had a little nibble at it, but 3 boundaries and Notts are off and running. 12 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. Scott Reed and Dave Bracegirdle at Stanley Park, Blackpool.
Yeah, that's our little media marquee. It's quite busy today, the executive media marquee that we're...
Executive media marquee. I've not heard it called that before. Press tent. It normally gets.
No, it's very much an executive media marquee.
Executive. What makes it an executive? Just by the quality of the personnel here today.
Well, if anything, that kind of takes the edge off it a little bit, doesn't it? And there we are, perched to. I'm hidden behind the camera. Well, we're going to see Liam Hurt bowling from the executive media tent end of the ground.
You've already signed 1 autograph this morning, haven't you? So shall we do it just round the corner away from Bracegirdle, because he'll take the mickey? I heard you say. I wouldn't, Scott, I wouldn't. If I hadn't got your autograph a couple of times, I'd be asking for it. Here's Liam Hurt, here's Scott.
Hurt comes over the wicket and bowls. That's driven into the offside where Bohannon fields, and there is no run.
Still having a few technicals with the old laptop. Can't get in on the Wi-Fi at all. Just doesn't want to work. You did tell me the right thing, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I think I'm giving you the right password. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've told you the right one. I mean, it's not changed since the T20 match here the other month. So.
If I remember rightly, it didn't work then.
Hurt in, bowls off the back foot and into the offside for no run. So yeah, we're underway. We're in the second over of the match. Notts a 12 without loss in this playoff fixture. Lancashire finishing second in their group to secure this home playoff match. The winners face a trip to Sussex next week. 2 changes made by Lancashire, with Jack Morley and Liam Hurt coming in for Rob Jones and Tom Bailey. So Notts are batting first, second over of the match, 12 without loss. Slip in place as Hurt comes in and bowls. That's driven beautifully down the ground, and Jennings will chase after it, but it will be 4 runs. He timed that nicely for 4. Good looking shot, nice bright positive start too. 4 runs. Held the pose there, didn't he? As well, why not?
He does. There's been some runs scored on this ground lately, hasn't there, with Lancashire playing Northants last week. Was it 370 chased down by Lancashire?
That's right, yeah. Record run chase for Lancashire.
Vasconcelos and Gay with tons.
Yeah, they batted superbly, but wasn't enough in the end. They chased 371. Swings in to the batter this time. It's worked away into the onside for a single.
Yeah, Sol Budinger is he's got starts every game. You know, 10 in the first one, all right, you say that's probably not a start, but then 62 not out, 89, 25, 35, 23, 26, 32 is see ball, hit ball for Sol Budinger. So in double figures every game. Ben Slater was 81 not out on Tuesday with the scores tied, and he hit the ball and it was always going to the ropes for the winning runs, but they crossed before the ball hit the rope, and I don't know, they adjudicated that it should be just a single. I thought if it went to the rope, it went to the rope, but as they crossed for the single, they said, no, he finished on 82 not out.
Hurt in balls and through to the keeper, no run. That's slightly unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not my interpretation of it. If you know, it was hit out into the deep, it was, you know, the winning run. Surrey had brought all the fielders in because the scores were tied. I mean, there was still, 10 overs left or whatever there was. Notts were always going to win, so nobody bothered chasing it. So they went through for the single before. It definitely had gone through before it went for 4, but as it did go for 4, I thought that was the outcome if it crossed the boundary rope, but obviously not.
Balls, and that's off the back foot and defended to complete the second over of the match. 17 runs scored for the Outlaws. 2 overs gone here at Stanley Park in Blackpool on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app as well.
Did the tower last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I did the tower. Nice. I went up the tower. It was a glorious evening when I got here. I was staying in the posh bit up at Lytham, surrounded by dunes and golf courses and things. And I thought, no, it's a lovely evening. I shall get the old bus down, and the receptionist told me, yeah, there's a bus stop just 100 yards down the road, and you can get on there and it'll drop you off at the tower. So we did that. It was £2.40 going. Yeah. And I got on and off at the same stop, but coming back it was £2.60. So it's more expensive to go from Blackpool to Lytham than Lytham to Blackpool. There's Blatherwick starting the third over and clipped away by Budinger. Might get 2 here out onto the leg side. Liam Hurt's out there, and they come back for 2. Decent numbers in. It's it's not a sellout if you are in the area. Come on down, as they say, but a pleasant sized crowd. There's going to be some atmosphere, I'm sure, later on. They're all at the moment nicely spread out around the ground, 2 or 3 deep on the banks, and a goodly number in the reserve seating. Lovely sunny day, 19 without loss. I'll come back to my tower story in a second.
Okay. There's more to it.
Well,
was there some drama involved?
Not really, no. But we have got about 8 hours to kill. As Morley's in, and Budinger chases after this one, gets nothing on it. So they dropped me off. Lovely sunny evening, and got out, took a photo of 2 of the tower, and then you see the big lift, don't you? Because you can see the big lift going all the way up to the top, and thought, I've never done that. Apparently my mother says I went up as a baby, but obviously I don't recall that. But I went and had a see, and I think it was about 16 quid. So, go on, we don't come to Blackpool very often. As Blatherwick bowls, and Budinger absolutely creams it straight out of the middle, but he's hit it on the bounce into the covers, where Josh Bohannon fields. Bohannon wearing the... It's not Bohannon. Who's that to the left of Bohannon with the elasticated sleeves in the cover region?
It's Danny Lamb, I think.
Yes, it is Lamb, because he started at second slip in the last over and went out there, yes. Blatherwick in again. Strengths of these 2 left-handed openers obvious. See ball, hit ball, especially in the power play. This one off the shoulder of the bat, runs down to third man for a single. So it's a no ball. Is it a no ball, or was he signalling? No, it is a no ball and a free hit. Sometimes you get the umpires signalling to each other, 2 balls left in the over, and you just happen to look up and their arms are outstretched or whatever. But now he was signalling a no ball. Our umpires for this match are Steve O'Shaughnessy and Rob White, the former Northants middle order batter, so a free hit for Ben Slater. He'll be pleased about that. Lancashire can make alterations to the field, which they have done, because a single was taken. So here's Blatherwick, 22 without loss. Slater on strike, free hit, can't be out, down the leg side, so we'll have to do it again. And in fact, it's been called as a no ball. So Silver is just getting away from Jack Blatherwick a little bit. So with 2 runs for the no ball and another free hit.
Yeah.
So I get into the tower, and of course the first thing they want to do once you've got your money is line you up to take your photograph, you know, with those green screens behind you, and then obviously they want to sell you things at the end. And no thanks, mate, I've done all that before, I lied, no thanks. Next ball on its way, still a free hit, and Slater's hit this one. It's gone very, very high indeed. Lots of vertical takeoff and landing as it is caught at mid-on. The crowd enjoying the catch being taken, but it is just a single. Went very high. George Balderson taking the catch, and a single. And the next thing they want you to do is go into a cinema with 3D glasses on, or whatever it is, to watch a film of how the tower was built and all about the circus and all the other bits and pieces. And again, I lied. I said, no thanks, I've done all that before. I haven't, but so in the end, I got in the lift and went up to the top. Yeah.
Nice.
Had a little look down on Bloomfield Road and whatever. Next ball is past the outside edge through to the keeper. Buddinge just having a little flinch at it. There is a floor where it's where you get out the lift. The first floor is is glass bottomed, so you're walking on it, but you're looking straight down on the cars below and what have you. So if you're a little bit of the old vertigo, that's not for you.
No.
And then there's more steps you can go up to get higher and higher, but there's lots of obviously fences around, so you can't jump off or throw anything off. Buddinge pushes this next one into the offside, and a single is taken. And then I came down, had a walk along the prom, got some fish and chips, and headed back on my £2.60 bus ride. End of the over, 25 without loss after 3 overs.
Well, what a day. Sounds like a terrific day.
Well, I just thought I'd have a little bit of a... Took about 3.5 hours to get up here. It was pretty tough going on the old M6 yesterday afternoon, M62, M6. Crawling along.
Yeah. But your reward was a trip up the tower.
My reward was a trip up the tower and fish and chips. Just the job.
Nice.
Just the job.
3 overs gone, then 25 without loss. Slater. He's on strike. He's hurt in balls through to the keeper, and there is no run.
One or two people getting in touch. Suzanne Martin, cheerleading section already underway for the day. She's got all her stuffed squirrels and an outdoors flag and a poster there. Thank you very much. Lisa Pitt, you ought to get out more, Lisa. It's a real treat to see Dave on the Lancashire TV screen this morning. Wow, dear.
It's a treat for us all. Hurt comes over the wicket ball. That's flicked away off the pads out towards the leg side. He's timed that nicely. Will it reach the boundary? It does. Over the rope for 4. Good looking shot out towards the leg side.
Charlie says, morning Dave, great to hear you and Scott. Please you explain the zoo name for a moment. I thought you were referring to the Lancashire members. Come on Knots and the birthday boy. Nice to see Jack Blatherwick playing too. He's a very nice lad and he's a good bowler. T says the stream's all working fine. Thanks T. And Harry Butler, daft.
It's hurt in balls to Slater. That's driven up towards mid-off, but for no run.
Rightly pointing out that the old autocorrect has turned my spelling of Keaton Jennings on the teams to Jenkins. So yes, it is obviously Keaton Jennings. Lancashire aren't playing anybody by the name of Jenkins as far as I know.
Don't think so. No.
Don't think you've had a Jenkins, have you? I can't remember one.
Can't recall one, no.
Couple of changes for the home county. Tom Bailey, brackets not the one from the Thompson twins, not playing.
Hurt balls again. It's off the back foot, sliced away just behind point. Nice looking shot, 4 more runs. Good start by Slater. Positive start by Notts as well.
So Northampton's got 370 in 50 overs, and that was chased down with what? With time to spare?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Let's have a... I don't think much. Let's have a look.
I presume this is a fresh wicket, Scott.
I think it's the same.
Well, if it's the same wicket,
I think it's the same.
It might not quite be as laden with fruit as it was the other day then.
Balls again. Slater eases the ball again to the leg side. Villas will chase after it. I think this time he'll catch up with the ball, he does. And they come back for 2. 23 to Slater now. Yeah, they chased it down in the 49th over, actually.
Right.
2 balls into the 49th. With
well paced.
4 wickets in hand.
That's what you'd say, isn't it? If they needed to go quicker, they would have done. You'd imagine Blackpool had been put on standby just in case this scenario ended up having to host a game today.
Balls again. It's just eased away down towards the 3rd man for a single to complete the 4th over. Slater keeps strike, actually, moves on to 24, and the score is 36 without loss after 4.
Yeah, decent start then. 9 and over. They're going along at. Going to be a warm day out there. Umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and Rob White. Scorers Chris Rimmer and Anne Cusworth. I've had a chat with both of them this morning. Still going to be Jack Blatherwick. From the far end, big pizza van sign behind him.
It's lunches that, Dave.
Is it?
Yeah.
There's Blatherwick in to bowl. Slater pulls this on away on the leg side. There is protection out there with Liam Hurt. There's fielding in front of the kindergarten. Bolton Wanderers supporters over there. I know that is a big sign. Carl's brought his Bolton flag for the day. Budinger back on strike. Slater on to 25 from 17. Budinger 8 from 10. There's a real bonus for Notts in the sense that nobody, I don't think, was expecting Somerset to beat Warwickshire. This one's through Budinger into the gloves of wicketkeeper Lavelle. Always seemed as if Notts had enough in the tank to win their last 2 matches comfortably, which they did, but there's a result of other sides really taking the toll of Somerset and Durham in the group. It did look as if Notts were just going to finish in 4th place until Somerset played 7, lost 7, turned the tables on Warwickshire at Edgbaston unexpectedly. Next ball is pulled away onto the leg side. Hurt again doing the fielding.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight group, wasn't it? Group A. Was it 10? Was it 4 teams on 10 points going into the last fixtures?
Yeah. Notts. They got off to a good start, winning the first 2. Beat Sussex comfortably at home, and bearing in mind Sussex went on to win the group. That's looked an even better result. More and more the group's gone on. It's pulled away towards Hurt. It'll fall short of him and just manages to get behind it and prevent it going over the ropes. Oh, crikey, the throw's come in, and Lavelle obviously lost his bearings and he's trampled all over the stumps. He's okay. We're not bothered about bits of wood that much, but the keeper's okay. But could have done himself a whoopsie there, Scott, couldn't he? Because it landed all across the stumps. And you can fall and nastily get one of the stumps stuck in your leg or your side if you're not careful. 39 without loss And then the second match, Notts thumped Somerset. It was all done and dusted by 2:45 in the afternoon. Next ball is driven down the ground for 4 by Budinger. Lovely looking shot. Just to the offside of straight. It's pitched up by Blatherwick. Nice looking shot. Maybe that Keaton Jennings might look to rotate things. Next over, Jack Blatherwick's fed both of these, in truth. Is none for 27, 1 ball left in his third over. Notts a 43 without loss. Budinger now going at a runner ball 13. Here is Jack Blatherwick. Bowls, full toss, hit. Mistimed really to mid-on, takes the single. And that's the end of 5, and Notts a 44 without loss, having been put in by Lancashire here at Stanley Park in, it's not really a quarter-final, is it? The Eliminator, I guess. They'd jazz it up for marketing reasons. Very good start. Partnership of 44 from 32 balls between Sol Budinger and Ben Slater. Lyndon James has been coming in at 3 the last few matches. Then the former Lancashire man, Asiba Mead, Matthew Montgomery, Liam Patterson-White, hard-hitting left-hander and slow left-arm spinner. Wicket-keeper Dane Chardendorf. Fatty Singh is another one that likes to give it a wallop. Brett Hutton last Saturday took 7 for 26 with the ball against Leicestershire. Notts' best ever bowling figures. Dane Patterson and Toby Petman bringing up the rear.
It's Hurt in and bowling. And that deflects away towards the offside. There's an appeal for LBW from Hurt. Aiming to kind of swat it out towards the leg side, Budinger.
Was flabbergasted this morning. Nice hotel.
Yeah.
Nice room. In fact, the room too big, because it's one of those that had got a separate kitchen and lounge area and all the rest of it. I went for breakfast this morning. Read the small print, David. Read the small print. It's just continental grab and go breakfasts only. So it was croissants and Danish and a bowl of Frosties. Other cereals are available.
Were you eyeing up a full English?
I was.
Yeah,
I was. It is one of the joys, Scott, as you know, on an away trip.
Hurt comes over the wicket, balls again. It's dabbed away into the offside, and there's no run. But I mean, maybe for the best, Dave. I mean, you had fish and chips last night.
Yes.
You don't want them, perhaps, to have the full English the day after, do you?
Yeah.
Maybe for the best.
Yeah.
Mrs. B would have been pleased with that, I reckon. That you didn't go for the full English. That it wasn't an option. She'd be happy you went for the continental. I'm certain of that.
I think that's pretty much her exact words this morning when I told her.
44 without loss. Good start this in the power play.
Amidst the laughing emojis.
It's carved away out towards deep backward point. Just for a single. There's George Balderson, fresh from his century in Canterbury last week. First century for Lancashire. Fielding out there on the far side of the ground from where we're looking on. But special moment for Balderson at Canterbury on whatever day it was, I've forgotten. Tuesday, I think.
Yeah. So that's a journey for you, isn't it?
It is a bit, yeah.
You don't want to be going down to Hove, do you, really?
I'd quite like that. I'd be quite happy with that. It's Hurt again over the wicket, balls. And Slater trying to force the ball away into the offside. Picked up by Barnum. No run.
There's a thing for me to go up there now as well, isn't there? They've got their own tower now. What do they call it? The 360 or something?
I think so. I think, is it not sponsored by an airline?
It is, I think, yeah.
Is it
like the London Eye?
British Airways or something?
Yes, like the London Eye.
Is it? Okay. 45 without loss. Shouldn't really say that airline, should we, on the with Lancashire sponsored by by Emirates. It's Hurt coming in and bowling. That's cut out through the offside. A little bit of pace taken off the ball, but it'll still go for 4. Sliced away, beat the dive of Croft, who's just at a backward point. And 4 more runs. Boundaries have been coming pretty freely for the Outlaws. 49 without loss, with 1 ball left of the 5th. Yeah, it's been expensive. Blatherwick's been pretty expensive. Blatherwick's going at almost 10 runs and over.
Yeah.
Suspect a bowling change coming up next. It's left alone by Slater and taken by George Lavelle. So that is the end of the 6th over. 49 runs on the board. Slater has 30. Budinger on 15.
When did Liam Hurt have it played against Notts for Derbyshire? Was that last year or this year? You know, they all merge into each other.
It was this year, yeah. It was kind of a one-match loan, I think.
He scored some useful runs, actually, but you know that's not primarily why Derbyshire wanted him. They needed to bolster their seam attack, and I don't think he picked up any wickets. So there is a bowling change, Scott, at the far end.
Yeah, George Balderson's coming in.
Looks as if he's going to go round the wicket straight away, which is an interesting change of tack or decision immediately. He's seen Jack Blatherwick continually go over the wicket. Straight away he's going to come round to Sol Budinger. Dashing left-hander, 22 years of age, Colchester born, but spent a number of his formative years in Australia. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Where's squad number 1? You've got to be some sort of character, haven't you, to wear squad number 1? I'll have 1, please, coach. Pleasantly warm. Might have to get some of the old slip, slop, slap on.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Slammed away this time by Budinger, and that's another boundary, and that's the 50 up. Second ball bowled by Balderson, strayed on the pads of Sol Budinger, and he's punched it away through the leg side, just shy of half an hour. In the 7th over, and Notts a 53 without loss. This represents a very decent start, but I think they're going to need it, and plenty more. They're going to have to hope that they can post a good score, and maybe the wicket will start to misbehave later on in the day. Budinger restrained himself then. He knew he was just dying to have an almighty slash at that one, but doesn't. Pushes it out into the covers to Lamb. There's no run.
Yeah, this is a really good start, isn't it, by Notts? On course for a terrific power play here.
Some good games between these two in List A cricket over the years. Notts in recent years have actually had the better of things, as Budinger pushes this into the offside. There's no run. Home and away of the last 5 matches since 2011, Notts have won 4, and the last one here at Stanley Park was rained off. The last Lancashire win was at Trent Bridge in 2011, Ali Brown's last game of professional cricket. Chopped to backward point. No run. Oh, shocking throw. And there should have been an overthrow there, but Notts weren't watching. Who was that who got away with it? Jack Morley hurled a shocking throw into his keeper over his head. He could have pinched one. Next ball on its way. Budinger's hit this many a mile down the ground. Lovely clean pick-up, and it's made the bank at the far end for the first 6 of the contest, and it's gone to Sol Budinger. That's a mighty blow from the young left-hander, just taking half a stride forward, then clean through on the shot. The ball disappears into the distance for 6, and it's 59 without loss after 7. 10 from that first over from Balderson. Still going to be hurt.
Can't stem the runs at the minute, Lancashire. 10 off the first one from George Balderson, as Dave mentioned. Jack Blatherwick 3 overs for 28. Liam Hurt 3 overs for 21. To continue. Slater 30 and Budinger on 25. 3 overs left of the power play. where the fielding restrictions are in place. It's been a good 7 overs here for the Outlaws. Hurt coming across to have a chat with his captain, Keaton Jennings. Lancashire trying to wrestle back a bit of the momentum, which is firmly in favour of Notts at the minute with the bat. Here comes Hurt, starts the 8th over of the innings. That's chopped away into the offside. Croft takes a bit of pace off it. Lamb comes round to complete the fielding. They get through for 1. 60 without loss as we start the 8th over.
It's a little bit of a bonus game for both these sides, and particularly Scott, the spectators. It seem as if, like a lot of we've got a broken bat, I think, here, or Sol Bodinger, in the number of bats he goes through, because he gives it such an almighty wallop. He's got a choice of a couple of spares being brought out. Ben Martindale and James Hayes both come rushing out with replacement options and drinks and towels and whatever, but takes his bat and gets on with it. It's Notts back in action a week on Monday in the Championship at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire, unless of course they do emerge as victors today, in which case they'll be off down to Hove.
He's Hurt in the ball. That's sorted out through the onside. It's a big hit for 6 out towards mid-wicket, bouncing out towards the wall. Doesn't quite clear the ground. We saw a few clear the ground on Friday here, but that one stays within the perimeter of the cricket ground. It's gone for 6 though.
Yeah, it's gone out towards the Giraffes. Well,
new bat looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad, is it, the first ball. I do, hopefully not temporarily, I do appear to have a Wi-Fi for the first time today.
Hurt in and balls again. That's run down towards short third man where Lamb fields. 66 without loss. We are halfway through the 8th over. And Bodinger 31. Not out. 31 from 25. Just hits a big 6.
It's 2, is it, isn't it? Hit one into the bank down at the far end. Both on the 31. Pint for the marker.
Muscles his way back in, balls again. A slow ball this time, but down the leg side. For a wide signal by the umpire. It's been a feisty start with the bat for Bodinger and for Slater. As the scores would suggest on Friday, it was a terrific pitch to bat on Friday. Looks the same again today. It's deflected away off the hip. Out towards square leg. A little bit of bat on that, so run given. 68 now. Bodinger to 32 brings Slater back on strike. Two balls left of the 8th over. So Slater waits and he's in and balls again. A foolish ball which is flicked away to the leg side. Luke Wells stops the ball. And there's no run. Final ball for Hurt coming up. Not really been a period where Lancashire captain has managed to keep the runs down. They'll keep flowing through for the Outlaws. Another single here. Work towards square leg for one. Completes the 8th over as well, 69 without loss.
Rach has been in touch at Brace Cricket. Morning to Dave and to all the travelling Notts supporters. I'd love to have been there, never been to the Blackpool ground. Work keeps getting in the way still. Hey, only another 17 years, 2 weeks, 5.5 days to go until that won't be an issue. Not that I'm counting. Yeah, keep turning the wheels of industry, Rach. Crikey, another 17 years to go. Going to be still going to be Balderson. I think so. His first over went for 10 from the far end. 69 without loss. First ball. It's a leave from Ben Slater. It just jagged back on the angle from the oohs and ahs, I guess, fairly close to the off stump, but Slater knew where it was. Notts have scored 10 from each of the last 2 overs. This is the 9th over of the initial 10 over power play. Lancashire can pop a couple of fielders back then if they wish. There's Balderson. Lively approach in. Nice looking delivery, this tighter to the off stump. Slater eases it into the offside. And there's no run. Nice to see a knockout match at an outground. Of course, the test match going on at Old Trafford, so there was never a possibility to have the game there. I know in the past Lancashire have been forced to head off to the likes of Chesterley Street and 1 or 2 other places as this next delivery's steered to point. And there's no run. But I'm sure this, unless you're Manchester based, I guess, suits a lot of people. Kept it in Lancashire. Lots of holiday makers, I'm sure, have taken the opportunity of coming along. A few more have decided to go and have a day or two by the coast and come and watch the match. Balderson bowls. Slater can't get this away. Clips it to mid wicket. That's 3 dots. Now, is this the first signs of a little build up of pressure? Won't matter too much if Notts have a dry over. 69 on the board. But for your own well-being as a batter, you do like to keep moving the board along. In fact, we've had 4 dots. There's the 5th delivery, and he's played at that one. Late on it. Nestles through in the keeper's gloves. 5 dots. Good comeback this, Scott, by George Balderson.
It is, yeah. Lancashire yet to send down a maiden from the in these first 8.5 overs. So Balderson a delivery away from becoming the first, but yeah, good comeback from Balderson. His first over went for 10.
Last ball of the over. Ben Slater on strike. Advances forward, drives it to cover. No runs, maiden. And the crowd, very knowledgeable right in this, watched it, encouraged him along, and then gave George Balderson a good round of applause as Notts 12th, 13th and 14th men all come rushing on. The end of that over, so 1 over left in the initial power play. 69 on the board.
The other playoff game today is Leicestershire against Kent, with the game being played at the county ground in Leicester. And Kent are batting first, and they're halfway through the 9th over. 31 without loss, Kent at Leicester. Bowling change. Again. Yeah, Lamb coming out of the Hurt coming out of the attack, and Lamb to replace him.
Well, Ellie's been in touch to say, Ellie. I've got Dave and Scott for company on my way to the British Match Play Scrabble Championships, hoping for a Notts win and hoping to pick up a trophy for myself. Tell us more about that, Ellie.
Here's Lamb in and balls. That's driven out through the offside, but picked up by Bohannon at extra cover, and there's no run.
How does that go? And what's the format of the British Match Play Scrabble Championships? There must be a time limit, mustn't there, on your words? Used to drive me up the wall. That did, playing that with people who just sit there all day and can't think of a word.
Lamb over the wicket, balls again, a swing and a miss this time from Buddingham through to the keeper, George Lavelle. There's no run.
Or even more so if it was me who couldn't find a word. Do you like Scrabble?
I can't say I've played it all that often. I may have played it once or twice. I'm just looking at the British Match Play Scrabble Championships now on their website. There's Lamb. Balls as a shot up and over mid-on, out towards the boundary, and 4 more runs. The first boundary, having seen that maiden sent down by Balderson.
Yeah.
A couple of dots from Lamb to begin with, but swatted out through the leg side for 4.
That's 70. What do we got? 3 balls left in the power play. Don't lose a wicket, you'll be happy, won't you?
Oh,
70 for 1. I think Lancashire would be relieved to get that initial breakthrough. Words of encouragement to Dane Vilas to the bowler.
Here's Lamb in balls again. Picked off the toes by Buddingham. Jack Morley, Lancashire's left arm spinner. He's the man in position to stop the ball. There's no run. Morley coming into the team, replacing Rob Jones. And I think he's got an injury, Rob Jones. It was all a little bit last minute, actually, that team change. That's hit back over the bowler's head, and that's gone for 6. It was clubbed by Buddingham, who moves to 42.
Yeah, he likes to club it. In sort of his danger area, 20s, 30s, 40s. Not supporters would dearly love him to go on and get a really big one, of course.
Final ball of the 10th over. It's down the leg side, but they look back towards the umpire. I mean, I suppose he's going to cross his stumps a little bit, but may have got away with one there, perhaps. Lamb. That's the 10 over done. That's the power play done. 79 from the first power play without a wicket lost is a terrific base here for the Outlaws to build on. That I've seen, I'm sure, as Dave mentioned, the scorecard from the match here on Friday against Northamptonshire last Friday. Big runs scored, and 370 wasn't enough on that day.
End of the initial power play then, so 4 fielders can pop outside the 30-yard circle, and straight away that's what they're doing. So fairly traditional looking field at this stage. There's a sweeper on either side, and there's a third man and a fine leg. It's going to be Balderson to continue. Ben Slater on strike, 79 without loss, Notts, and nice looking push into the offside for a single by Slater. 80 without loss. Notts 5 wins in the group stages, all coming on different grounds, Scott. 2 away wins. They won at Taunton and they won at Grace Road, but the 3 home wins were on 3 different grounds. They won one at Trent Bridge, one at Grantham and one at Welbeck.
It's quite quirky, isn't it? I actually wonder whether Lancs have been in the same position.
Next ball is chopped away, this time by Buddingham for a single. Again into the offside. Lots of bottles of water being brought into the press tent, which is good. That one's ball's been returned to the bowler at the far end. Couldn't see for a second then. I thought he bowled another delivery. In comes Balderson bowls. Slater pushes it into the offside. Thank you, kind sir. Got a bottle of water. You haven't. You're obviously out of favour.
I bought one from the van behind. In fact, I bought 2 because there wasn't any water in here, so I bought a couple.
Lovely day A few clouds around, but very, very pleasant looking day. Pushing to the offside. Good bit of fielding there in the covers by Josh Bohannon. There was overnight rain. I don't know, did you drive across today?
Yeah, I did come across.
There was overnight rain. I did hear it at one point in the night. And
right.
I've got a ground floor room in the hotel, which, you know, yeah, that's okay, but the road sweepers came by about 5 o'clock, made an almighty row. This one's cut into the offside. There's no run. 81 without loss. Yeah, we're very grateful to them, and they you know, they do serve an important role, but very noisy at 5 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, woke early with the rain spattering against the window, and it was quite damp till the sun got up. Next ball pushed down the ground by Slater, but can't beat mid off, and a tidy enough over by George Balderson. 81 without loss. His first over went for 10, then a maiden, and 2 from that one. 81 after 11. Slater 33. Buddinger's just started to leave him behind a little bit. He's on 43. And Notts putting to bat. They absolutely delighted. Got a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff. Luke Wells, who I'm sure will be looking forward to a return to Hove should Lancashire win this game. Go back down and play against his former county.
Yeah, he's bowled quite a bit this year in the One Day Cup and in the T20 Blast as well. Leg spinner, he bowls off spin as well. So turned to a bit of spin pretty early on.
Did you find something about the Scrabble Championships?
I
I'll
did.
have a look, see if Ellie's come back.
I did, yeah. It's been going since kind of like the early 1970s.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it.
You got it.
Just waiting for Luke Wells. I'll have a read of it first.
Here comes Wells. It's worked off the back foot by Budinger out towards mid-wicket for a single. 82 without loss.
So Ellie says it's, you know, it's a bit of a thing, this.
Okay.
You play 36 games over 4 days.
Blimey.
Each player has 25 minutes per game to
Right.
complete their moves using a chess clock. You can challenge any opponent's play, but there's a 5-point penalty per word for an incorrect challenge. So yes, you've got a 25-minute clock, I guess, and I've got a 25-minute clock. And
Got you.
You ding it, don't you? You stop your clock when you played your word, and your clock's then running, I presume.
As Wells around the wicket, balls to Slater. Push into the offside. Oh, they're going to get through for a little single here. Good running.
It's a big thing, isn't it? 36 games over 4 days. You've got to like Scrabble to do that. Good luck, Ellie. Good luck. Let us know how you get on. Charlie, given that Slats is rightly now nicknamed the List A Lara, I think Sol should be called the Highwayman, as in stand and deliver. Very good, Charlie. Like your work. The List A Lara.
Wells again, balls. That's
Drop.
cut and put down by Dane Villas.
Fairly straightforward, wasn't it? Sol Budinger just cutting to backward point as Wells gave him a little bit of room outside the off stump. Couldn't control it. Slash it away, and on 44, Budinger's had a life.
Put down by Villas. Wells in, balls forward goes Budinger in defence, and there's no run.
83 without loss. So a wicket overdue, you'd say, for Lancashire, and how important will that be?
Wells again. Oh, that's disappeared down towards the boundary. And it's gone for 4.
Those things tend to happen, don't they, when you're a bowler out of luck. So Budinger on 48 now from 37.
.87 without loss. 1 ball left of the 12th over. Wells in. That'll be a single. He's along the ground through extra cover. Takes him to 49, not out. 88 without loss, 12 overs gone.
Test match, of course, today, Scott. England are within one of South Africa, but they have lost a couple of wickets this morning. South Africa made 151, England 150 for 5, and they have lost Zach Crawley this morning to Nortje for 38. They've lost Bairstow also to Nortje for 49. So it's Stokes and Folkes at the crease. England 1 behind, but 5 wickets in hand in the Test match. So 88 from 12 overs is the not score. There's Balderson round the wicket to Budinger on 49, runs it to backward point, and there's no run. Played very nicely, Budinger. Selfless player, I guess, in that he goes hard at almost everything. Next one sees him go hard and completely miss it this time, or got nothing more than a scratch on it into his pad as he tried to lever it over towards the pavilion side of the ground, away to our right. That's where the kindergarten is. A couple of little permanent stands over there as well, either side of the kindergarten. Next delivery on its way, and Budinger will get his half century here, just guiding it down to third man. Nicely played by Sol Budinger. 41 deliveries he's faced. I'm sure we'll get his full analysis in there we are. 5 4s, 3 6s, 41 balls for Sol Budinger, dropped on 44 by Dane Vilas. Slater back on strike on 34. He slams it, and it's been nicely fielded at backward point for a second. I just wondered if another one had gone down, but don't think that carried. It was a good bit of work in the field there by Stephen Croft. If memory served, he had a good time of it in the Blast game against Nottinghamshire back in June.
He's got at least a 50, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got 70, something like that.
Next ball pushed gently out by Slater. There's no run. Should in theory be easier to rotate the strike with 2 less fielders in the ring, but sometimes you see sides and players get a little bogged down once you come out of the power play. Their aggressive intent replaced by more caution. He's pulled this out onto the leg side. We'll get a single out to Liam Hurt. Comes in and javelins the ball back to the gloves of Lavelle, and that's the end of the over. Another tidy one from Balderson, who's done reasonably well since an expensive first over. 90 without loss now after 13. Just a couple of runs from that over here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Nottingham, and Lancs TV live stream, and everywhere else you can get us.
Indeed, yeah, plenty of options to cover the cricket and follow this Royal London one-day competition. I've just been reading on the ECB website that they have released draft ideas and proposals with regards to their high performance review.
Is the Sunday League coming back?
Well, there's Wells in and bowling. Let's push back down the pitch, and there's no run.
That would, you know, I'm sure you're going to read them out.
Well,
that would be me. I would start 16 or 17, whatever it is, Sunday League matches, 16 county championship games, and then see what's left.
Wells in the game, bowls, that's driven down the pitch, and there's no run. Well, it says the initial options for the game to discuss include a revamped 50-over competition and a smaller county championship top division. Played along the ground through the offside for a single.
Well, we don't want that then.
And the ECB say our research shows that the first-class counties play a higher volume of cricket compared to the rest of the world, and the feedback from players is that a reduction in the amount of men's domestic cricket is essential. Anyway, so they've kind of... There's a document which is on the ECB website now, which kind of highlights and goes through all these different suggestions. Wells in, that's off the back foot and muscled out through the onside for a single.
What we've got, Scott, in front of us is a match that shows that players can cope despite a loss of players, an enforced loss of players for various reasons. They all carry huge squads. Players can be rested and rotated, but don't let that stop you putting the games on. Get fixtures on, get people in. Spectators want to watch cricket.
Wells in balls, that's pushed out through the offside for one more. 93 without loss.
Players are saying they play too much cricket, then let them have a rest, but let others take their place. Get the games on.
Also on this quite lengthy document, as Wells is in, that's swatted away by Budinger towards mid-wicket for a single. It states that the first-class county chairs representative board has proposed that the 2023 county championship remains at 14 matches for each county. So any proposal to the change of the structure, by the looks of this, would be from 2024 onwards. Anyway, it is. I'm not going to go through all that. There's just loads on there.
Yeah, but I'm sure there is.
It's Andrew Strauss Men's High Performance Review enters consultation stage, and it's on the ECB website now. If you want to go through it all.
Balderson then, 14 overs gone, 94 without loss. Slater 37, Budinger on strike on 52. Lancashire have used 5 bowlers up to this point, haven't they? Hurt, Blatherwick, Lamb, Balderson
and Wells.
Yeah. Here is Balderson. Budinger crouched and then he bobbed up and just looked from here almost full of intent, as if he wanted to smash this back down the far end into the open spaces of Stanley Park at the far end, but then didn't. He just showed a little bit of restraint and pushed it back to the bowler. That is the main bulk of the open space part of Stanley Park, isn't it, at the far end? The swimming baths, I think, down there as well. He comes this time and does connect nicely. Sol Budinger gets 4 to a wide-ish mid-on position, dragged it a little bit, but got it wide of the fielder. And he hits it so hard, if it is wide of the fielder, it's going to find the ropes.
Nice little follow-through, wasn't it, as well? Up on his front foot and swashing the ball away through the leg side.
98 without loss. Platform here certainly for a really good score, but somebody's got to get the runs. Next delivery on its way, and this one's heaved into the leg side, and will it go for 6 or will it be caught? It's been caught on the fence. Really good catch out there, just for a second. Luke Wells had to, thanks Scott, had to a little look down just to check where the rope was, and steadies himself and took the catch nice and cleanly. And there is the end of Sol Budinger, who's furious with himself, punching his bat as he troops off. 98 for the opening partnership, 98 for 1. Budinger caught Wells, bowled Balderson for 56.
It was a good catch, wasn't it? You say he looked over his shoulder to see how close he was to the boundary rope. He's a tall man, Luke Wells. He used all his height to his advantage there. But that was a good catch from the boundary. There's a bit of pressure under that, isn't there? Because it's such a good start by Notts. But if you look back on the replay of this now, that's heaved away to the leg side. Takes the catch. Both feet off the ground. A little look over his shoulder to make sure he wasn't too far away from the boundary rope. Welcome a breakthrough for Lancashire with a great platform laid here.
Very much so. Lyndon James is on his way out to the middle. Yeah, we're right on the boundary, obviously at ground level the other side, so it's possible to tell with the naked eye how close he was to the rope. But yeah, certainly all was done nice and clean, fine and dandy, well inside the rope, nicely judged by Luke Wells. And Budinger's reaction pretty much said it all. Why did I do that? But very quickly got his way to another half century and has helped Notts at least get a platform. Lyndon James is the new man. He's batting in the middle order up until a couple of games ago, but swapped places with Dane Schardendorf, who wasn't really getting the volume of runs at number 3, so they've switched him round, and Lyndon James got 54 against Surrey the other day. Out with just a couple of runs required right at the end. Right-hander, he's on strike, so Balderson goes over the wicket. Lyndon James away first ball, cutting it past point. 99 for 1. That 54 that Lyndon James got on Tuesday was his first half century of the competition, but he has had a 47, a 37, a 35, a 19, 10 and a 7, so plenty of starts, plenty of good work, predominantly in the middle order. As I say, his 54 the other day was at number 3. Slater on strike, little push into the covers, no run. Remains 99 for 1. Seba Mead will more than likely come in next at 4, then Matthew Montgomery. 6, 7 and 8 will be a couple of hard-hitting left-handers, Liam Pattinson, Pattinson, and then the wicket-keeper Dane Schardendorf. As Slater guides this down to third man, he's run the first one quickly, that's all they'll be. And that will be the 100 brought up for Notts. And it is the end of the over, yeah. 100 for 1 after 15. James is on 1, it's Slater who will keep strike at the other end, and out in that over, Sol Budinger for 56, caught by Luke Wells from the bowling of George Balderson. Notts 100 for 1 after 15.
Rainbow colours on the stumps today, yeah. Rainbow laces. Our London One Day Cup stumps. Take a look at the other game, Leicestershire Kent. Good start by Kent as well. 72 without loss in the 14th. Here's Wells. Here now bowling. That's worked up towards long on, where Bohannon comes up to complete the fielding. The century partnership for the first wicket. 101 for 1. James back on strike. Change of angle for Luke Wells. Going to come over the wicket.
Didn't know there was a Blackpool airport. That was that's out towards Lytham Way.
I don't know if it's still in use or not.
Lots of people going in and out, but it seemed like a, speaking without any knowledge, but it seemed like a sort of a chartered one where you perhaps go and pick up your little chartered plane or helicopters. There seem to be lots of signs for helicopter hire and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that they kind of stopped it for commercial kind of flights. There's Wells to James. Picked up by George Lavelle. Wells is in again. Full of ball that she's played back along the ground.
Yes, thanks to Alan, he sent me the high performance review. I'll have a reader a little later. Scott's just doing an update for local radio. So this one's driven down the ground by Lyndon James, another single, 102 for 1. Sarah Gosling, lovely to hear from you, Sarah. Great start. We've just been planning our diaries to go to the final, so this is just the start that we wanted. Don't count your chickens just yet, Sarah. But yeah, it's good to plan ahead.
Of course, it'd be a home final, wouldn't it, for Notts? Final at Trent Bridge. Wells in and balls off the back foot and pushed out through the offside for a single.
Charlie says, here, Dave, regarding the high performance review. Interestingly, as a teacher, I asked my pupils if there is too much school. Guess what they said? If there's less cricket, does that mean wages are reduced then? And what are the several non-playing members of the 100 squads doing with their time at the moment? Well, I'm sure they're frustrated not to be playing cricket. I guess everybody, is sort of happy to be picked up by one of the 100 squads, but it would be a little frustrating, I guess, not to play. Is that the end of the over?
It is. Yeah, 16 gone.
Just waiting for the. It's not. It's going to be another ball, I think.
Miscounted?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. See, what happened there was the live stream was absolutely spot on with it. It refused to budge from 15.5 balls. And somebody must have, well, the scorers obviously would have let it be known to the umpires that we'd had a 5-ball over, gents.
Yeah, everyone was in position to start the next over, weren't they? And then they've quickly realised that there's 1 ball left. Say bottom left on the screen, 15.5. So here comes Wells in to complete the over. Little forward defensive. All that for a dot ball. Yeah. 16 gone, 103 for 1.
Might as well not have happened.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. England are 5 down, 170 for 5, lead by 19 against South Africa at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, they're rattling on in that series, aren't they? A 3-day match or a 2.5-day match, and already 15 wickets have gone down before lunch on day 2. So here's Balderson into Ben Slater. Nice enough connection, but unable to beat Luke Wells at mid-on, so no run. If you're listening in the ground, there's nobody at the ice cream van at the moment. You can see him way to our left. There we are, look. Next ball is punched through the offside by Slater. Production crew absolutely bang on today, aren't they?
Yeah, right on the money, these guys.
What can I get him? What can I get him with? I wonder if that's a... See where I'm pointing, Scott, over there. I wonder if they can pick out the Outlaws umbrella on the grid. It looks like the Outlaws green and gold.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I wonder if they're able to pick that up. See how good they are. It's Balderson. Lyndon James is on strike. Pushes it back, nicely parried by the bowler. And it remains 104 for 1. Glorious day, it really is.
It's not really a day for a brolly, is it? Unless it's offering a bit of shade.
I would imagine, yeah. Looks as if it's the Outlaws. There we are. Look at that. How good is that? Yeah, I think that's certainly the Notts colours. I think it probably is a proper club one as Lyndon James guides us to backward point. Spot on, old Lancs TV. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. There we are. Is there somebody inside? Can't see. Sun's glaring on my screen now. There is. There's somebody inside. Look at that. Good. That's the way to do it. Yeah, we can see the Outlaw on the top. Great work, folks. Next delivery on its way. Lyndon James again, fairly restrained, eased it into the offside. Don't know if you've been to Durham and seen that gentleman there that brings his dog to the cricket in a pram. Have you seen that?
I have never seen that. Brings his dog in a pram?
In a pram. Right. And the dog just sleeps there all day. Occasionally he'll look up at the fall of a wicket or something, but...
I'm not sure what I think about that.
Next delivery is pushed to... Well, it sums Chesterley Street in Durham, and in particular our good friend Martin Emerson up, doesn't it, really? He has sat in front of him a gentleman who brings his dog to the cricket in a pram. Is it the end of the over this time? Again, I'm not entirely sure. They were convinced it was 6, but it is. 17 overs have gone, 104 for 1. Notts have really got the brakes on at the moment. Lancashire just coming back with 3 tight overs in a row there. 104 for 1 after 17. Ben Slater 41 from 49. Lyndon James 2 from 9, just 1 from that last over.
Yeah, they've pulled it back a little bit here, haven't they, Lancs? Trying to tighten things up. It's been a blistering start. It's still a fantastic platform, this, to go and get a big score on the board. It's a good ball by Wells. Just beats that forward push from Slater.
I needed to see myself on the live stream there to see how untidy I was looking with my pass. There we are. There, we've sorted it out now. Got all the knots out of it.
A bit tangled up though.
Yeah. You don't bother with yours because everybody knows Scott Reed.
Here's Wells and bowls again. It's played up towards Croft at long off for a single. It's in the bag somewhere. I've got it in the bag.
In the bag somewhere.
I don't think you need it in there, Dave.
Does it not say on it this must be worn at all times from April to September?
Yeah, you must sleep with it on. Yeah. 105 for 1 in the 18th. James on 2. Wells bowling in over the wicket and chopped away into the offside. No run.
Oh dear. Apologies for my phone going off there. That's the bank telling me for the 400th time that my card will expire at the end of the week.
Wells again to James, who goes right back and tries to find a way through the offside but can't get it past Keaton Jennings. Sorry, George Bolton, there's no run.
I sent one of those bank cards, the new ones that have got no numbers at all on the front, and I thought, not using that. The other one's got 3 years to live.
In again and balls and flicked away towards the fielder Croft at long on for a single.
So I hadn't used it for about 3 weeks, and then I started getting all these emails and texts saying, we sent you a card, please let us know if you haven't received it, otherwise you must use it now because we're cutting your other one off, you must use it, you must use it, you must use it. So I went and used it the other day.
Wells around the wicket, balls. Slater going back and steering the ball away through the offside. It would be Hurt coming up from the boundary to field. He gets a run, moves to 43, 107 for 1.
So I went and filled up with petrol with it the other day, and they know these things, don't they? They know straight away. And we see you've used your new card. Now your old one will expire on Saturday. We've got the food menu here, Scott. Is it? What do you want? Do you want the chicken and chips or the?
Oh, it's to Mike down there in the red shirt, not to us.
I thought it was the food menu.
No, it's an announcement.
It's a request.
I think
We're the owner of... Not seen the food menu, have we? Didn't see one when we came for the blast. Is there a bowling change at the far end? There is. 107 for 1 after 18 is the score, so another leanish over. First time I think I've seen Jack Morley. I don't think he'll have played against Notts before, will he? Can't recall seeing him.
Don't think so. No, he's not played too often for Lancs.
Slow left arm orthodox.
Yeah.
From the Stanley Park end. Round the wicket. First ball, nice high action. Bowles and Slater just chops it down to backward point, takes a single. Is it the Stanley Park end, that one?
Well, I think you can call it that now. I think you've christened it, Dave. It's the pizza van end, isn't it, really?
Well, I've got the Stanley Park end. I've got the, what did you call it? The
executive,
the luxury bijou executive media outlet end. We've got the kindergarten side of the ground, and we've got the zoo side of the ground. I think we've just about got it covered. Lyndon James, big tall man, 6'5", something like that. A little bit of the hails about him at the crease. Pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. 108 for 1, 6th bowler deployed by Keaton Jennings this morning. Round the wicket he comes, a little bit of a hand and arm twirl before releasing it, and James drives down the ground for his 4th run from 14 balls. 109 for 1. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you at Stanley Park. Morley bowls, dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. So they know I've been using my card, so as soon as I used it, right, you've used your card, you must cut your other one up because it's going to expire at the weekend. So.
But you're still using that one, are you?
Talk about big brothers watching you. Next one is forced away to backward point. Well, not now.
Oh, right, you cut it
not
up
now. Yeah.
Okay.
Slater takes a couple of runs. Easing this one away onto the zoo side, fielded by Jack Blatherwick. Couple takes Slater to within a boundary now of a half century. 46 from 55. Just itching to know what the request for the tannoy announcer, the PA announcer was. I'm sure we're going to hear at the end of the over. What's your money on?
I reckon it's move your vehicle. Yep.
Morley bowls to birthday boy Slater. Drives this to mid-off, no run. And it is the end of the over. It's Nelson. You didn't tell me it was Nelson. I should have my feet off the ground. Here we go, here's that tannoy announcement. This is it.
Unused for any phantom alcohol.
The bar's open. Happy days. Thank you.
I said it'd be
Is this for me?
important.
Do I look like I'm burning? Bit of sun cream. What factor are we on? Factor 50. Lovely, thank you. Well, put a bit on.
Put some on myself.
I think you do. I think you should do, yeah. You got a bit of factor 30 as well, haven't you?
Yeah, what's that one?
That's 30 as well.
Yeah.
That's the spray option, though, isn't it? Oh, that's a spray option. Oh, it's going on his head. Oh, blimey.
Hey.
It's well sitting in balls. That's back up towards mid-off for a single.
I am worried I'm losing my hair, Scott. What do you think?
Yeah, possibly. Just maybe a little bit. You and me both.
Do you want some of this? Do you want this?
I should really put some on, shouldn't I? 112 for one. 5-star as well as this. 5-star. Well done. That's what you need. Wells around the wicket and balls. Right into the offside. It bounces rather awkwardly in front of Josh Bohannon. Stops it. And there's no run. Slater on 46 not out. Looking to add to it here. A little in to out this shot. Gets a single. Bohannon coming across and again leaping away to try and stop the ball. Landed a bit awkwardly, I think, Josh Bohannon.
You all right, lad?
Yeah. Picked himself up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Slater moves to 47.
Not been a boundary for a while, has there?
113 for one. Wells again to James this time. It was off the back foot. Plays it back down to Wells, no run.
Doing a good job here, Luke Wells, isn't he? None for 19 in his 5th over. Should have had a wicket.
And again, there's a little extra bounce there, I think, because James went back to try and cut the ball, but played underneath it, through to Lavelle. There's no run.
When he played for Sussex, he had the misfortune to get out to Ricky Vessel's only first-class wicket.
Balls does Wells, a fuller ball, which James drives to Danny Lamb, long off for one run. End of the over as well. 20 gone. It's 114 for one. Slater 47, James on 6.
A game that was petering out. I think they're having a drinks break. A game that was petering out. Ricky Vessels came on to bowl and Luke Wells chipped him one back. Not going to compete with the man on the tannoy. So there, those of you watching the live stream, the run rate has gone down and down and down. 114 for one after 20. Just do we're picking things up a little bit. The 100 came up at the end of the 15th, so 14 runs in the last 5 overs. Going to be Morley again to bowl to Lyndon James.
Thanks, Dave.
You're very welcome. Morley round the wicket. Bowls. Lyndon James does punch it with force back past the bowler to long off. Gets a single. 115 for one.
Yeah, done a good job, these two spinners. Just a second over for Morley. His first went for 4.
It's in again and bowls to the left-handed Slater. That might have kept a whisker low. Hurried on to Ben Slater.
Morley coming into the team, kind of last minute really, replacing Rob Jones, so they weren't going to go with that extra spinning option, but he gets his chance.
Round the wicket, and driven into the offside by the former Derbyshire man. Slater gets a single, his 48th run. 116 for one, so just a couple of singles from 3 balls in this over. Here's Morley, Lyndon James on strike. Tries to drive it through the offside. Now work for Liam Hurt to do. So he goes round the boundary edge. That's a super pick-up.
Great effort.
Crikey. Is he, what's that Mr. Men with the long arms? Crikey. He almost didn't really bend down. He just extended his right arm to the ground and stopped the ball from crossing the road. That's a wonderful bit of fielding. A couple of runs taken by Lyndon James. Clip this on the leg side this time. He'll only get a single. There was Stretch Armstrong, wasn't there? But I think there was one of the Mr. Men. Was it Mr. Tickle who had the long arms, which doesn't really fit the description?
About Inspector Gadget, he had long arms, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mr. Tickle. I can't believe I'm going to Google this.
Roger Hargreaves, wasn't it? Morley round the wicket. Past umpire White, chipped by Slater. Towards the long on, gets a single. A better over for Notts. Still no boundary, but they're 120 for one. 6 from those 6 deliveries. We've had 21 overs. What have you found?
Yeah, Mr. Tickle is the first book in the Mr. Men series.
Is he?
There we go. $20 for one. Dane Villas is Lancashire's club captain, but he's not captain today. It's still Keaton Jennings. Villas returning to the team actually on Tuesday in Canterbury. And Jennings continuing to skipper the side as he has done through the group stage so far. And there's Wells into Slater. This should be a single for his 50. It is. Just eased away towards the leg side, and it's a birthday half century for Ben Slater. 50 not out and 62 deliveries. His teammates appreciate it on their balcony, basking in the sunshine. Nicely battered. It want to go on, of course. James gets a run, play through the offside, jogs through for a single. 122 for one.
6 balls.
There we go. 62 balls and 6 fours for Slater. Wells around the wicket balls, and that's just worked along the ground through extra cover for 1 run. 51 now to Slater. Brings James back on strike. Luke Wells comes over the wicket to James. And takes a single, played up towards Stephen Croft. Long on.
So technically correct, Lyndon James is just milking the bowling for singles now. It's hopefully, from the Notts perspective, going to get them into a position where they'll have wickets in hand.
Jabbed away by Slater, back down the pitch.
They'll be looking to go hard, you'd imagine, the last 10 or 15.
Yep.
Going to need top side of 300, aren't they?
I think so. Yeah, 370 for Northants last time here wasn't enough. Quite a catch this time, or at least a little yelp of catch as it's played through the covers for a single. And he keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. Slater 52, James on 12, 125 for one from 22 overs.
Yeah, it was 79 at the end of the power play, 79 after 10 overs, 114 for one after 20. So if the maths are right, 33 for one in that second 10 over block, and you know, that's probably not going to get the job done. It just sort of cements what what the openers did, but they're going to need a bit of a push now as we move towards the halfway stage in the innings. 125 for 1 after 22. Slater on 52. Sol Buddinger got out for 56. Here's Morley. Bowls, and Slater's gone hard at that one, got a thickish outside edge and got a boundary, and it did seem as if we're going to need something different to what we'd seen before Notts found the rope again. Needed to be some aggression from somewhere. Well, it's flashed away past the keeper, through slip and down to the unprotected, almost long stop area for 4. Notts get a welcome boundary. Slater matches Buddinger's score under 56. There's Morley in again to Ben Slater, drives back past him, and might get a couple here because mid off was in the ring. Has that gone as well? Well, that's an extraordinary start to the over. He's got a 4 almost behind the keeper, a 4 at the other end almost behind the umpire, so they're as straight as you like, but 2 fielders both dived for it and missed it. So better start to this over. 8 from it. Still 4 balls left in the over.
Last 4 was in the 15th over.
There's Morley into Slater on 60 now. He works this out. Way towards the kindergarten side. Slater under 61, 9 from 3 balls in this over. Run rate, as you can see, those of you watching the live stream, just a whisker under 6 and over. Lyndon James cuts it into the offside, just past point. Stephen Croft this time is the one just rubbing his elbows after coming together with the ground as he dived to stop the ball. 10 from 4 balls, best over for quite some time for Notts. Next delivery is a dot ball though, as Slater pushes it back. Morley doing the fielding. Last one-day meeting was at Trent Bridge in 2019, start of the season. Joe Clark getting a century on his List A debut for Notts, as Slater heaves this away on the leg side for another single. It's 136 for 1 at the end of the 23rd. 11 from that over. Notts got 400 and Lancashire came close within I think 11 runs, weren't they, at the end, thanks to a big 100 from Dane Vilas.
Oh yeah, it was a good game though, wasn't it? It was a high scoring game.
I think Dane Vilas got an LBW that
I wasn't happy with.
There was 1 or 2 eyebrows raised.
They were going quite well, weren't they? Like
they were, they were up with the rate.
Yeah.
Dane Pattinson, I beg your pardon, James Pattinson was making his return to Trent Bridge colours in that game, finished with 5 wickets.
There's Wells to Slater, and takes a single, just played up towards Stephen Croft at long off. 63 to Slater now, 137 for 1. Hometown club, this of course. Stephen Croft is a Blackpool man. This is his home club. Off the back foot and cut away by James. There's a bit of protection out there. Field up Blatherwick on the cover boundary, so just a single. 138 for 1. Slater back on strike. Someone's moving behind the bowler's arm, or there's something that's distracting the batter. Oh, it's the steward in his high vis.
Get out of it.
He's now disappeared behind the side screen. Yeah.
Properly getting told off, wasn't he?
Of course, yeah. Swing and a miss from Slater through to George Lavelle. And there's no run. Nicely taken by Lavelle, clips off the bails. He's kept wicket through the competition for Lancashire, even with the return of Dane Villas. And he's batted well. He got runs here in Lancashire's last fixture on the seaside in that winning run chase against Northamptonshire. He hit the winning runs actually. He was 61 not out at the end.
So is this the 4th game here this season?
Yep, it is.
'Cause Durham came as well, didn't they?
Right, yeah, a couple of T20 games as well. Single worked away through the offside by Slater. Yeah, there was scheduled to be 3, clearly, the 2 T20s and the 50 over match, but due to the fact that headquarters is unavailable, the test match taking place.
Have Southport and Liverpool been used this year?
Southport has, yeah, championship match at Southport. It's hammered out through the offside again. Blatherwick will stop the ball. Extra run added to the total, so 139 for 1. Yeah, 4-day game against Somerset in Southport. Liverpool's not on the list this season, and there's a 1-day match at Sebba School as well.
Oh yeah, of course, you've got that now, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, but it rained, unfortunately, this year. Still looked lovely though. Slater goes back, tries to cut the ball. Just picks out Balderson at backward point, and there's no run. 24 overs gone, so edging towards the halfway stage. 140 on the board, just that 1 wicket to fall. Slater 64 is anchoring the innings beautifully here for the Outlaws.
Yeah, sort of putting a little bit of an onus on the likes perhaps of Liam Pattinson White and Pattinson towards the very back end of the innings to really make the most of those final overs, because somebody's going to have to go really hard to convert this decent start into a huge score, if that's what they're to get. Morley into Lyndon James, again slashes it out into the offside and gets a single. It's good this so far from Slater and Lyndon James. You'd imagine a Siebermead and Matt Montgomery will play in a similar vein, but could well be that the 6 count at the end of the innings is going to be important. That's why the loss of Budinger was huge for Lancashire and a blow for Notts. Next one just hurried on to Slater. Morley bowling slow left arm from the far end as we look.
Got 99, didn't he, the other day? Haas.
Yeah, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Not out, 99.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Round the wicket comes Morley, flailed away to backward point, and it's nicely fielded by Jack Blatherwick. And they get a single. Just wondered for a moment, that could have been one of those that often embarrasses a fielder. Sometimes you can't do an awful lot about it if it pitches and then breaks almost at a right angle as you're diving one way, but it didn't. He read it nicely. Single to Slater. Lyndon James pushes it into the offside. Yeah, the 98 not out, the penultimate ball. He just pushed it out into the deep, straight to the to the boundary rider, and you could see there was no way they were going to, the ball was in the air straight away. There was no way they were going to be able to come back for 2. I just wondered. He was with the last man, Toby Petman. I think everybody sort of thought he might well have wanted to turn that one down. I don't think anybody would have minded, and then having a little go at the last ball on 98 not out. This is pushed back to the bowler. It was the first Notts batsman to finish 99 not out in a 1-day game since 1996, Paul Johnson. Final ball then of the 25th over, the halfway point incoming as Morley bowls to Slater and fields off his own bowling. Tidy stuff from Morley. He's 0 for 24 from 4 overs. And List A, Royal London 1-day Cup knockout cricket, brought to you by the BBC. We're going to have a drinks break with Notts 143 for 1 after 25.
Yeah, Lancs TV live from Stanley Park in Blackpool with a decent number of people in. It's obviously a short turnaround. It wasn't announced until Tuesday evening that the game would be played here. So there's a few in and around the Blackpool area. They've been able to get down and watch a bit of cricket. Weather's been good for it as well. Maybe things will fill up as the day progresses. Of course, bank holiday weekend, isn't it? So Later on, we'll get a few more spectators coming in. Difficult to try and advertise and sell the game, isn't it? Really, when you've got a short turnaround. And
well, last year it was the same for this stage, and then to the semi-final, and then to the final as well. They were all within a couple of days of each other.
Yeah, not easy. Perfect day to bring a bit of a picnic, though, mind you. Bring your refreshments and a few sandwiches. Nice to see some kids in the ground as well. Some school holidays. Just have a little look at the game between Leicestershire and Kent as well through the course of this drinks break. Good start made by Kent with the bat, not too dissimilar to the game in front of us here. Kent are 127 for 1 after 23 overs. Ben Compton 41 not out. Joey Everson, former Notts lad, isn't he?
Yeah, Joey Everson. Yeah,
Everson, sorry, 62 he made.
He's good. Oh, he's out, is he?
Yep.
Just while they're having a drinks break, Steve Crawley says, test the camera crew and the production staff, Dave, see if they can get a shot of the zoo for us, please. That might be testing their resources, but there, we'll put that one out there. James says he seemed to be getting used to the commentary tents, Dave. Last few matches have all been in commentary tents. This isn't a commentary tent.
No.
This is a what? A bijou?
It's an executive media marquee, is what this is.
Executive media marquee. That's magnificent. Still no resumption in play. There was one other. Oh yeah, Nige says, morning Dave, you're all looking good on the stream. The other day I won the raffle at Welbeck. I'm now feeling a little guilty that I didn't say a big enough thanks to everybody when I collected it, so thanks to Welbeck. He says, I realised afterwards the bat is from a year my late dad was a Notts member, so it's quite sentimental for me, and it's an autographed Notts Gun and More. Other bats are available, but a Gun and More Notts bat autographed from the squad in 1984. So Nige says, can you please say thanks to everybody at Welbeck for running the raffle the other day, and he's absolutely delighted to get that. Here's Stephen Croft coming into the attack.
Yeah, bowling to James. She's chopped into the offside for no run.
Nice raffle prize, isn't it? Signed bat from 1984.
Happy days. It looked like a lovely selection of cakes at
Yes,
Welbeck.
yeah, Hallmark Church was well into his element.
Saw that picture. Full of ball by Croft, which is thumped up towards Luke Wells, who comes up from the long on boundary.
He got a like from Matt Lucas. Nothing from Mary Berry or Paul Hollywood, but he got a like from Matt Lucas.
That's nice.
All the cakes at Welbeck the other day as he was salivating.
There's a long table, isn't it, with a great selection on there.
There were all sorts, like a cake.
Croft bowls again. Stopped backward of point by Keaton Jennings, a Lancashire captain. There's no run. Slater remains on 65. Jennings hoping that Croft can provide him with another breakthrough. It's driven out through the offside again. Liam Hurt's been quite busy on that boundary.
The kindergarten boundary. You've not done Welbeck yet, have you?
Never
we think 9 of the 18 have now played at Welbeck. So getting round them seems to be a different side every year that wins the toss or loses the toss, whichever way you look at it.
Back foot by James, played into the offside for no run.
It's all right. They're all right outgrounds. In fact, they're very nice outgrounds, just so long as the equipment works. That's the headache, isn't it?
Down the leg side, and single as a wide by the umpire.
You're spoilt here with 27 engineers at your beck and call. You just turn up in your designated VIP parking slot and you're escorted to your seat and everything works.
Croft to James. That's played up towards Luke Wells, and the score moves on to 147 for 1. That's the end of the over 2. First one sent down by Stephen Croft. 26 gone, 147 for 1.
So that's 3 bowlers used now by Lancashire, with pace taken off. Not guess we'll predominantly just use Liam Pattinson-White and Pattinson, and unless by that stage of the game it's turning square, in which case maybe Ben Slater or Matt Montgomery, or even Sol Budinger. I guess Montgomery would be the third go-to. Start of a new over. Lyndon James slashes this to backward point, and Croft has fielded it, stopped it, and then as a delayed reaction has gone to ground. Will he beat the count? He will. Just managed to get up there at 8. Where did it hit him, do you think? On the finger end or the knee end?
I think it may be on the knee.
Decent stop, saved runs. Next one sees Lyndon James punch it down the ground. May be wrong, I'm not entirely sure Lyndon's hit a boundary yet. He's just kept the board ticking over. He's on 20 from 33. .148 for one. Slater on 66. This one's cutting to the offside. Take a single, move to 67. Played very nicely indeed. We've got a Cabbage White come to say hello. That's what they are, isn't it? Cabbage White.
I was going to say it was a butterfly.
Yeah, well, it is, yeah.
Didn't know the name.
Stephen. Pushed into the covers, and there's no run. Oh, I wonder if it's escaped from the zoo, the butterfly house at Blackpool Zoo. Cabbage White's on the loose. Next ball is clipped away by Lyndon James. He has found a boundary. Has that gone all the way? I think it was one bounce 4. They're just checking yet. 4 runs. Nice clean pick up by Lyndon James. Nobody out at deep mid wicket. That's usually an area where you'll send one of your 4 fielders, but Lancashire got him a little squarer, nicely picked up. 150 up to absolute indifference. Next one's cut away behind square. Will be fielded. Oh, it's gone over the rope. And about 3 or 4 overs ago, Ben Slater got back-to-back boundaries, didn't he? Now Lyndon James has done the same, and that's very useful indeed. Like London buses, first couple of boundaries to Lyndon, they come from consecutive deliveries. End of the 27th, 157 for one. 10 from that particular over. Lyndon James 28 now, Ben Slater 67. The wicket went down on, says he, with bits of paper all over the desk, 98. Oh, I should remember that, so they put 59 on.
Yeah, 59 from 75. It's Croft. Takes a single. Slater again up to long off. 68 to him now, 158 for one. Luke Wells jogging back towards the boundary. A little natter there with Graham Onions, who's been helping to run the team this year in the One Day Cup in the absence of Glenn Chappell, who's actually here today. I saw him a little bit earlier on. It's sliced away by James out through the offside for a single. 29 now to James.
I guess Northants went a little harder if both openers got centuries.
Yeah, they set off like a train. And Lancashire able to pull it back a little bit. Still a lot of runs to chase though, isn't it? Slater just punching away into the offside. Well, they've got through for a single. Even with a delay from James at the non-striker's end, they've got through for one.
I think Notts would bite your hand off for 370 today. I know where Lancashire chased it down, but if it's the same track,
I think it is, yeah.
You'd back yourself, wouldn't you, if you got 370?
Yep. And that's played up towards an extra cover where Balderson fields no run.
It's one of those scores, if the opposition chase down 370 against you, well, you know, you say well done to them, don't you?
Croft comes over the wicket, balls again. Turn to the leg side where Jennings fields and there's no run.
Did he actually play for Blackpool Cricket Club then, Stephen Croft, or is he just a resident of the
I think he played
the town?
I think he played for Blackpool, yeah. I think he's played quite a few times, I think, for Blackpool over the years. Hit down the ground and caught superbly off his own bowling by Stephen Croft. James has gone for 29. He absolutely walloped it back towards Croft, who's rubbing his right thigh. Whether he landed a little awkwardly, I'm not sure. We'll have a little look back on the replay here. It's a fantastic catch by Croft. He just took a slightly awkward landing, but brilliant work by Croft off his own bowling.
He has been in the wars a little bit, Stephen Croft. He's looking at his finger end this time. But he's been rubbing his knee. He had one earlier on when he dived to the ground and ended up rubbing his elbow. So he's been in the wars, but the little bit I know of Stephen Croft, I think he's the sort that doesn't mind a little bit of a physical battle, if you like, throwing himself to the ground in the good of the cause, and he very much enjoyed that. Here is Asiba Mead. So the last time the two sides did meet in one-day cricket, 2019 at Trent Bridge, Asiba Mead was a member of the Lancashire side and scored 30. Skippering Notts today, lost the toss. The 9th time he's captained Notts. He's won 6 tosses and lost 3. Stephen Croft actually is just getting his fingers checked out by the physio, but they've been bent this way and that and scrunched up and opened up. And is he getting a tablet? I think he's taking a tablet. There you go, have one of these, that'll sort the pain out. You're all right, lad, get on with it. 160 for 2 after 28 as the cue. Oh, who's at the ice cream man? Your camera crew is now around at the ice cream van.
Look at this, outrageous.
Yeah.
Blimey. See, Andy's not getting his wallet out, is he?
Well, that's just maybe for...
He's not bothering with that.
They'd get some lovely shots of you and I eating a delicious...
Oh, he's taking the change, he's not his mummy.
You'd get some lovely shots, wouldn't they, of you and I licking an ice cream. Nice cornet, a little bit of soft vanilla ice cream on the top. Bit of chocolate on top.
Sounds lovely.
Squirt of strawberry juice.
You reckon, yeah? I think I'll prefer raspberry for me. Daniel Lamb's coming into the attack.
So the new man is Asiba Mead. He's at the non-striker's end. Still got the old Wi-Fi going, so we'll tweak the fall of that wicket in a moment. So on 60 for 2 after 28. Slater's on 29. He's got a new partner. Lamb's bowled a wide-ish delivery and he's got away with it. Robbie White had a good look at that. I think it was just about there or thereabouts, wasn't it, on that blue guideline that the ground staff paint in. Just about okay. It comes again round the wicket to the lefty. He's had a little fiddle at that one. Pace off the ball, I think, this time, because it bounced again before reaching George Lavelle. So a couple of dots.
Yeah, just his second over. Only a bowler's used. Blatherwick 3 overs, Hurt 4 overs, Balderson 6 overs, Wells 7 overs, Morley 5 overs, and Croft 2 overs. You can see there he's looking to try and disguise the ball, Daniel Lamb, covering it up with his left hand.
Yes, indeed. Next ball on its way and run away behind square. 1 or 2 have done that over the years, haven't they? There's no run. Adam Hollyoak. Dermot Reeve do it as well, I think he did. 1 or 2 others. Adam Hollyoak, I think, was one of the first to do it. Comes in again, Danny Lamb bowls and it's driven into the offside, only partially stopped. Be a single taken. It's Bohannon doing the fielding. Slater goes on to 70 with that single. Not entirely sure you can pick up that much with the white ball. I don't think the seam is as easy to see as it as sometimes with the red ball. Got both batters at this end. Slater's come right down to have a word in the ear of his captain, Asiba Mead. Got squad number 99 on his back. Speaking of which, those ice creams haven't arrived, have they? Next one is to Mead. Clips it to mid wicket and there's no run. Really has looked like he's been enjoying captaining a side, Scott. Not done it. He's never done it at senior level, and obviously hadn't done it coming to Notts, and he said he wasn't sure if he'd ever captained Lancashire seconds. I think you'd remember it. He's away, runs this down to third man, and Luke Wells does the fielding, and Mead is away. I think you'd remember if you'd done it, wouldn't you? End of the... Is it end of the over? It is at the end of the over. 162 for 2 after 29. The roving cameras just popped in up to see the scorers, Chris Rimmer, and there's Anne Cosworth.
Nice. Is he scoring away in the score box way to our left-hand side?
Yeah, the one that the big bad wolf couldn't blow down. The little pig's brick house. There we are.
Nice little setup, isn't it?
Mm.
On 6-2 for 2. There's Mr. Blackpool himself, Stephen Croft. I've just been given some figures about Stephen Croft. Hamid clips a fullish ball up towards long on for a single. And Stephen Croft today reaching 600 career appearances. So that includes obviously first-class cricket, List A cricket and T20 cricket. So 600 career appearances for Stephen Croft. So congratulations on reaching that milestone.
Yeah, it's not a milestone, not a landmark that many's going to reach in future, is it?
Croft again to Slater, who defends, and there's no run. Scoring 19,027 runs. Highest score of 156 and 19 centuries in that in those 600 matches across the formats. Slater carves the ball out through the offside. There's Liam Hurt again to field. Slater moves to 71. Score moves to 164 for 2.
Yeah, good for him. He obviously enjoys playing.
He loves it.
Mm.
Indian bowling. Real pace taken off the ball this time by Croft. And Mead will just clip it out towards the leg side. Again, Hurt bouncing up from the boundary to field. Busy, Liam Hurt, on that boundary away to our right in front of the nursery. Croft's going to come around the wicket this time to Slater, who goes back and cuts the ball down towards backward point. And stopped by Keaton Jennings. 165 for 2 with a ball to go of the 30th over. And Croft in his sunglasses to send it down. Deflects away off the pad. And the Novell comes from behind the stumps to field. Completes the 30th over. The Notts Outlaws have lost 2 wickets, so 165 for 2 after 30. Slater on 71 is the anchor of the innings, and his skipper Hasib Hamid is alongside him now. Yeah, a couple of lean overs again for Notts. Well, the last 3 runs, 2 runs and 3 runs, so they need to pick it up again. David Revel, thanks Dave for the comms and coverage. Should say thanks Dave and Scott, really, I suppose. Blackpool was a seaside resort too far for this not supporting Southern softy, hoping to have an excuse to be at Hove on Tuesday. PSS Ben Slater got one of the best List A batting averages in the world. This one's eased into the offside by Asiba Mead. Don't know about in the world. We'll have a look after this one. I think he's up around about the 60s. Have a little look. Been very consistent for Notts since moving from Derbyshire. He's on 71. Hamid is on strike there, 1-3. We'll just chop this down towards Luke Wells on an angle of 45. Single taken. 166 for 2. Just wonder, as they're this deep into the innings, if Notts might just have a little tinker with the order. It's been fairly regimented throughout the campaign. The 31st over. Next one, slower ball. Slater pushed at it. Goes through to the keeper. May well be for Liam Pattinson, Wide or Fatty to sing to come out and let's just see if he can whack a quick 40 off 20 or something, just to increase the tempo, get some momentum into the innings. Or we may be looking to save the young dasher for the last 6 or 7. Next one is clipped to mid-on. There's no run here. I like the phrase young dasher. Does that sum him up quite well then?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
Look forward to watching that a little bit later on then.
Pace off is definitely the way, Scott, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That one was a slower ball. There's one of those helicopter flights from Blackpool Airport this morning. This one's driven nicely into the offside by Slater. He'll only get a single though. Move to 72. 72 from 94 deliveries now for Ben Slater. Charlie says Sam Hain is another one up there with Ben Slater. Had a very good list A average. Good player, Sam Hain, isn't he?
Absolutely is, yeah.
Generally, I was going to say generally gets runs against Notts. He generally gets runs against everybody. Next one is clip back to him, another cotton bolt. Danny Lamb gets the wicket of Asiba Mead. Very soft. Mead with a big stride in on the front foot, trying to clip it, I think, onto the leg side, but it, as we were just saying, didn't come onto the bat, and he was in no position really to do anything other than pop it back up to Danny Lamb. And Asiba Mead, he'll be disappointed to fall for just 4 against his former county. And Lancashire had a very good 3 or 4 over passage here. The end of the 31st over comes with Notts 167 for 3 as Matt Montgomery comes out, so they are sticking to the to what we would have expected. Montgomery, who made his first class debut for Notts this season, getting 80 odd down at Cardiff against Glamorgan in this competition. 3 50s, an 87 against Sussex, a 54 against Durham, and a 58 against Leicestershire. It's been 2 or 3 of the other matches where he actually didn't get to the crease, which the job was done and dusted, so he's got a decent average, but comes to the crease 167 for 3. Having a chat now with Ben Slater.
Yeah, they've enjoyed that. Danny Lamb, as you say, has against his former side that they've played so much cricket together, Lamb and Hasib Hamid, so it's always nice, isn't it, when you get one over on your old mate. Been in good form. We mentioned that 99 not out in the last but one game for Notts. But the skipper is back in the hutch. Caught and bowl by Lamb for 4. Stephen Croft comes around the wicket and starts a fresh over, worked away off the pads by Slater, who now is absolutely key here for the Outlaws. 73 not out. He's picking out Blatherwick, comes up from the leg side boundary. A little go earlier on, Jack Blatherwick with the new ball, not seen him since his 3rd over. So he'll come back.
Seems to be bowling at Buddinge most of those early overs.
Yeah, that's true. Which is an unforgiving task, that, isn't it? Blimey, he hits the ball hard. Buddinge.
I was going to say, that said, Slater took 3 boundaries off the first over of the innings, didn't he?
It's off the back foot by Montgomery, out toward Blatherwick again. Gets his first run. So 169 for 3. Jack Blatherwick, of course, against his former side, former Notts lad. Big Nottingham Forest fan, isn't he, Jack Blatherwick? Yep. Croft balls. Played out towards Bohannon in the covers, and there's no run. 169 for 3. Croft again, that's cut. William Hurt comes up from the boundary to field. Slated to 74, 170 for 3 now. Montgomery back on strike. Hurt will have a go a little bit later on as well. He'll come back into the attack towards the back end of the innings. It's weaved away down towards backward point. Throw comes right in towards the keeper's gloves. Montgomery moves on to 2, 171 for 3.
England going along nicely in the Test match, 204 for 5, leading by 53. Stokes is 32 not out.
So the back foot worked away through the offside for another run to Slater. 75 to him now. End of the over as well, 172 for 3.
And at Grace Road, Kent, 163 for 2 in the 30th over. Ben Compton, another one formerly of Notts, of course, 52 not out. Joey Everson, 62. Joe Denley's 17 not out. They're the winners of that one go to the Aegeus Bowl on Tuesday. So both semi-finals on Tuesday on the south coast. At 32 overs here, 172 for 3. Ben Slater, 75 not out from 98 balls. There's Danny Lamb to bowl to him. Driven into the offside by Slater. There'll only be a single. 173 for 3. Guess Slater, who's very experienced now, he's obviously celebrating a birthday today, 31 years of age, very experienced. He'll have some sort of feeling for what sort of score Notts want, just how difficult or not it is out there. Next one is chopped into the offside by Matt Montgomery, takes a single, moves on to 3 from 3. You know, there's us here saying that, well, there's me here saying they'll want certainly the top side of 300, and you'd imagine they'd want that, but Slater will know how tricky it is. Get lots of feedback going from the middle to the dressing room and vice versa. Slater a little push and run this time, and he had to weave his way round Danny Lamb, who was at the end of his follow through. Gets home, takes a single. Slater's 77, 175 for 3 knots. 17 overs to go after this one. Over the wicket comes Lamb, bowls to Montgomery, clips it onto the leg side. And another single. 4 balls in this over, 4 singles. Nice looking shot by Slater. Won't get a run for it. Stop in the covers.
Balderson hit pretty firmly to him, wasn't it?
Was indeed. I'm intrigued by the sign at the far end which says street food. What's street food, Scott? Sorry, you're going to do one of your updates.
It's all right.
Next delivery is... Oh, missed out a little bit there, Ben Slater. Ends up pushing it back to the bowler. Every dot's a precious dot as far as Lancashire are concerned. There we go, look. There we are.
I suppose it could include pretty much anything, that, couldn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what's street food, folks. Not sure. Looks good, doesn't it?
Is it like finger food, basically? Kind of little...
Hey, you're dealing with an idiot. I've no idea.
How close can we get to the menu here? There we go. What have we got?
A large hot dog, a jumbo sausage.
A bit disappointing, isn't
There's
it?
a cheeseburger, there's a burger, there's cold drinks, and there's hot drinks. Look at that for camera work. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Big Brother's watching you.
I was expecting something a little bit more exotic than a jumbo sausage.
Yeah,
really.
as you say, eat with your fingers and... Yeah.
It's Croft over the wicket. Balls. Picked up backward of point and there's no run. What's on?
I was expecting something more exotic than a jumbo sausage roll, than a jumbo hot dog.
What was up here, really? It just feels like it's something a little bit more exciting. On the reverse, and the top edge sends it over Morley down towards the boundary, and that's going to be 4 runs.
There's not been a deal of that today, has there?
No. Reverse sweeping for 4.
Come on then, in your best darts commentator's voice. What's the score?
The great Gwynny would have loved it.
Go on.
I couldn't possibly do it justice.
You could, go on.
But the score is 180 for 3.
You'd be booed off stage.
I would. That's played uppishly to the offside. Balderson Fields, and there's no run.
Scott's just doing a radio update. Here's Croft to bowl to the right-handed Montgomery, comes down the track, pushes this to mid-off, gets a single. For Lancashire supporters is South African-born Matthew Montgomery, been over here for a number of years, but did play a little bit of first-class and List A cricket for KwaZulu-Natal 3 years ago. Full toss, hit away onto the leg side. That's been dispatched by Slater for a one-bounce 4. He does have a List A 100, Matthew Montgomery, playing for KwaZulu-Natal. That was a uncharacteristically poor delivery from Stephen Croft. He'd like to have that one again. Might just have surprised Slater, might have gone straight up in the air, but it didn't. Got a boundary. Now works this gently onto the leg side. He's into the 80s, Slater. That takes him to 82, not out. That's what he was credited with the other day, but as I mentioned earlier,
weren't happy with that, were you?
Well, no. I thought, if you're 81 not out and hit the ball to the boundary, you should be 85 not out in my simple brain. But
I'm with you. That's exactly what I thought.
They rounded the 1 before the ball crossed the ropes, and they said they should only get the single. But anyhow, it's 186 for 3 after 34.
Yeah, Bunninger, James and Hamid, the 3 wickets to 4. 1 each for Balderson, Croft and for Lamb.
10 from that over as well. They've had overs of that size very sporadically since the end of the initial power play.
Yeah, run rate's just dropped a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's the wicket is breaking up, Scott. Be doing all sorts after tea or after the interval.
Jack Morley returns.
Bowls, and Slater drives into the offside for 4. So nice start to the over. Wonder if they've deliberately looked to increase the tempo here, or that's just how it's manifested itself. But 10 from the last over, 4 from the first ball of the 35th, and Slater on to 86 on his birthday. Remember, he's 31 years of age today. Chesterfield born, former Derbyshire man, came to Notts back end of 2018. Morley bowls, Slater clips this down to long on towards the street food man for 87. For a single rather, to take him to 87. 191 for 3. Montgomery has 9. He's on strike. Morley, left arm round the wicket. Montgomery pushes to cover. No run, fielded by Bohannon, who hasn't had a bowl. Had 7 different bowlers. Next delivery on its way, and Montgomery's gone on the sweep, kept low, struck him on the pad. Umpire White says not out, and then says 2 for the over. Oh, and then he made a little gesture there as if it was doing too much one way or another. I like the umpires that communicate with the bowlers, telling them why you didn't get it. Driven away by Montgomery for 4. Always happens, doesn't it, when a bowler has an appeal turned down. He's then slapped away for 4 or 6 shortly afterwards. Montgomery gets that one handsomely away for 4. Lovely lad and a very, very decent player, Matt Montgomery. He's on to 13, 195 for 3. Next ball will be cut away. That's going to be another boundary. Didn't mean it to go there, but Notts will take them any way they can. So consecutive overs of double figures. 10 from the last one and 13 from the 35th. 199 for 3.
Yeah, having built up a kind of sense of a little bit of pressure forming, and the ball nice and tidy, hadn't it? Not giving too much away. That's, last couple of overs have just kind of released that a little bit now. Edging towards the 200 mark. Still with bags of time to go. few little games of cricket being played in the nets just behind us here. A couple of kids having a bat and a ball, which is good to see. I see Danny Lamb start the 36th over. He's pushed out into the offside. Croft does ever so well. It's a really good piece of fielding again. Low to his left, stops the ball, sends it in towards the stumps at the bowler's end.
Got a couple of rockets watching us. Nice to have Stephen Mullaney and Luke Wood. Of course, they've each got they've got a foot in different camps watching this, but glad to have you with us, gents. 199 for 3. Nice when the players are following their county teammates, isn't it?
It's heaved away through the onside. That's going to be 4 runs. A couple of bouncers now towards the concrete steps. Swatted away by Slater for 4. That brings up the 200 as well for the Outlaws. 203 for 3. Slater moves on to 91. It's turning into to be a terrific birthday so far for Ben Slater. 91 not out. Lamb comes around the wicket and bowls. Runs again this time. Flashed away towards square leg. Blatherwick fields. Slater moves to 92. The score to 204 for 3.
The 200 coming up in the 36th over. Just over 2 hours and 10 minutes. What have they got? 14 and a half overs left.
Conway just following this delivery from Danny Lamb.
I think Luke Wood's having Stephen on. He says if they don't get 400, they've got no chance. If you say it's the same wicket, Scott, and no reason to disbelieve you. Already had 100 overs on it then before this game.
Lamb in bowls. That's worked her way down towards deep third for the single to Montgomery. 205 for 3.
Mind you, we see county championship wickets lasting 4 days sometimes without any deterioration at all, don't we?
Ball left to the 36th over.
Craig, keep going. You're more than welcome.
Crazy catch as it's played through the offside by Slater for a single. 93 to him, 36 gone, 206 for 3.
The Rockets are obviously having a little bit of fun watching this. I've got to refer to Luke Wood in future as England international Luke Wood.
Ah, of course, yes.
End of the over, 206 for 3 after 36. So 7 from that one. So the last 3 overs, 10, 13 and 7. Slater on 93, Montgomery on 18. Going to be Luke Wells to come back from the Stanley Park end. Bowling to Slater. Nice hat there, sir, on the live stream.
It's a belter, that, isn't it?
Well, it does the job. Would you wear that?
Not sure. Depends how much I've had to drink, I suppose.
You rack up at Burnley in that tomorrow.
I'm not sure that'll go down very well. Wigan tomorrow.
Championship side Burnley. There's Wells. Round the wicket then. Big, tall fella, and this is slammed away by Slater. Is it going to go all the way? No. Deceptive from our commentary position where that ball landed. We're as far away from that as could possibly be inside the ground. 2 runs. Looked for a moment as if he'd smashed it high up onto the bank or towards the netting area. Way up there on high. On to 95. Don't think he'd mind another one of those, Ben Slater. I would imagine the next one might go a little bit further. If he drops that one short, Wells, he doesn't, pitches it up. Driven elegantly down the ground. They've run the first one quickly. Yes, no, yes, no. They settle on no. Slater on 96. 3 from the first 2 balls in the over. 208 for 3. Notts could go any way they want from here on in with the batting order. There's 2 left-handers who've been very aggressive in this competition. Liam Pattinson-White and Pattinson, the 2 left-arm spinners, both have gone out there and given it a bit of a crunch. Dane Schardendorf, the right-handed wicket-keeper batter as well. Brett Otner's walloped a few big blows as well during the course of this competition. So too Dane Patterson. Not really seen anything yet of Toby Petman. Montgomery should be caught. No, he's got away with it. Over Croft at backward point. A little bit of fortune there for Matthew Montgomery. And they settle for 2. It's a false shot off the outside edge. Bit of turn from Wells, the leg spinner. Montgomery went hard at it. Ball flew off the outside portion of the bat. Looked to be looping to point, but just got a little bit of a thermal and looped over Stephen Croft. Couple of runs. 211 for 3. Montgomery on to 20. Next one is a full toss, and he's mistimed that. Out for another single. 212 for 3 brings Slater back on strike. 96 not out for Ben Slater from 112 deliveries. 500s in List A cricket. There's Wells to bowl to him, driven into the offside, and Blatherwick out there. We'd have loved his former teammate to misfield that, but it wasn't. It was lovely groundwork by Blatherwick. Quickly to it, good return. 213 for 3. 7 from this over. Final ball. Short, Montgomery. Little push to deep mid-wicket. 8 from that over. 214 for 3. Notts here on BBC Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Nottingham, with myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and the esteemed Scott Reed.
Yep, Lancs TV live from Stanley Park. There we go, in Blackpool. No doubt where you are. You see the old tower, which you went up last night.
I did.
Beautiful. Was it a nice clear evening?
It was. It was absolutely
nice
wonderful. Yeah. At Brace Cricket, if you want to see.
Oh, you took some pictures.
I did.
Lovely.
I did.
Nice.
Yeah. Looked down on the football ground and makes you a little bit giddy when you look down on that glass ceiling. You're allowed to walk on a. I think someone's gone through to the keeper on a glass floor, so you are actually looking down, straight down on the cars on the road below. 16 quid. You do get a 15 or 20 minute. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? The ball's been sent round the ring. Players, they don't like to pinch a single like that, do they, when somebody misfields it? I guess the ball was probably dead, but yeah, I didn't bother with the presentation. Just went and got up the tower.
Flicked away to mid-wicket by Montgomery, fielded by Bohannon, no run.
It was about 7 o'clock, and I was a little worried that the longer they sort of kept me waiting to go in the lift to go up, the more the light would have deteriorated. But it's got up there. It's not easy for taking photographs because there's obviously lots of the iron structure all around you, and there's cages so you don't fall out or throw anything out.
Land balls again, jabbed away to mid-wicket by Montgomery, and there's no run.
So your only option really for taking photographs is that one sort of between your feet, looking straight down at the road down below you. You're about 450 feet high at that point, they say.
Are you okay with heights? Yeah.
Not really, but
oh, right. Okay.
I'm okay if I'm 35,000 feet being served a nice complimentary glass or something.
Balls, aren't we all?
Watching a film and looking forward to the next meal as we cross the Atlantic.
214 for 3.
I used to climb trees as a kid and go back to the same village, my home village, and I look at some of those trees, they're still there, and think, crikey, if I was a parent and knew, I would have had heart failure.
Lamb in and balls. Step to the leg side by Montgomery and through to the keeper, no run.
You know, because as you get older in life, and you hear stories about people falling out of trees and sadly not being able to to walk again, or really nasty injuries. Now look at some of the trees I've climbed up that are still there. Obviously, a few years on from when I went up them, but it almost looks as if the next strong wind will blow over and think, how on earth did I climb up there when I was 9, 10, 11 and my parents didn't know.
That's chopped out through the offside by Montgomery for a single.
And why do you climb a tree when you're 9 or 10 or 11 years old with your mates? Because they say so. Let's go up a tree.
38 gone, 2:15 for 3. I think I'm just looking at your Twitter, Dave, and I'm looking at the pictures that you took last night from your trip up to the tower. That is one heck of a shirt you're wearing there. Goodness. That's an absolute Bobby Dazzler.
Yeah, so I was getting a little bit of abuse on the old social media there. Sam Kelsall, the former Notts opening bat, was weighing in with a comment. There's nothing wrong with her.
I'd like to show it on the stream, but I'm not so sure.
No, you don't.
If it can be
well, it's there at Brace Cricket. Yeah, it won't come up, will it?
Probably won't come up, no.
There's Luke Wells. Next ball. This one is just short of Danny Lamb as Montgomery goes on the reverse. 215 for 3 with 12 to go. So they only got a single from that last over, Scott, whilst you were interrogating me.
Got distracted by your shirt.
Well, this comes from a man who's in a line dancing shirt today, the cowboy check. This one's driven down the ground for a single. So it's not the Wild West, Scott, it's Stanley Park, Blackpool.
Well, on a Friday night it's the Wild West.
216 for 3. The man in the check shirt. You like a check shirt, you commented on that before. Don't think I've ever seen you in a... Have I seen you in a tie? You go to the cricket writers in a tie?
I think I rocked up in a tie that once, I think.
Next delivery on its way. Push to mid-off and there's no run. Slater on 97 from 115 deliveries now. Been a terrific knock. Really has. It's his birthday today, folks. Ben Slater as he drives into the offside. Blatherwick's out there. That'll be his 98th run. Only been one century for a Notts batter in this competition, and that was a Seba Mead. They've got 114 against Middlesex. He's also had obviously a 99 not out of Seba Mead. Slater's had a 90 and an 82 not out before this one. Montgomery back on strike, drives into the offside, out to Liam Hurt. Will be a single. Just probably going at, well, in third gear Notts right now, when you think they've got to hit fifth or sixth gear sometime soon. Next one chopped away, will be fielded, and is, and there's no run. Applause for the sliding Lamb, applause for Wells. 3 singles from that over. 218 for 3 Notts, put into bat by Keaton Jennings when we ventured out there for the toss at 10:30. Nice and dry by then, as I mentioned earlier, though, and I woke in the night with the rain spattering against the hotel window, and then at about 5 o'clock the old street cleaners, you could hear them doing their work, and you could hear they were driving through puddles outside the window. Didn't have a look, but you could certainly hear them, and it was wet. 7:15, 10:50 when I got up, but quickly dried. The sun was out. It's lovely now.
He's Lamb in another slow ball, which he's worked away off the pads for a single.
When did the last wicket go, Scott? 167, so they've added 30. They've added more than 50.
52 now, I think.
Yeah. So Ben Slater on 98. I like that. He's taking a fresh guard. Lamb is going to go round the wicket to him, but that's a sign, isn't it? You take a fresh guard on 98. Here's Danny Lamb. Got 1 wicket so far. Bowls into the offside and through the offside, and away it goes for 4. And before he's even completed a run or the ball has crossed the rope, Ben Slater is punching the air with joy. His 6th one-day century. Terrific knock from Ben Slater on his 31st birthday as well. What a terrific start to his birthday weekend. His beloved Chesterfield playing tonight. He'll be hoping for 3 points for them. But right now, he celebrates a century from 117 deliveries. And with 10 overs to go, we'll be looking for plenty more. Knott's 223 for 3.
Yeah, got there with his 12th four as well. It's 117 balls and 12 fours. And that's 102.
Lamb in to bowl to him, works it on the leg side. And takes the single. He'll be able to get down to the sanctuary, the non-striker's end, and just, I'm sure, just take in a breath and have a little feeling of satisfaction before he just quickly refocuses on what needs to be done now over the next 63 deliveries that remain in the innings. 224 for 3. Slater 103. Montgomery on 26. He drives out as far as Blatherwick for a single. One more to the total, 225 for 3. So Lancashire will have a little bit of work to do later on. They'll be hoping to keep Notts under 300. The visitors will be hoping they can really push on now. They've got the platform, but they're going to want a substantial punchy knock from somebody in the last 10. Oh, the bat's gone towards the bowler as well as the ball. And, well, Slater, if he refocused after getting his 100, forgot all about one of the crucial elements of cricket, hanging on to the bat, which brings a smile to everybody. It's a good job he didn't let go of it before he'd actually played the ball. That would have been a fairly inglorious way to get out, wouldn't it? Stood there trying to defend the ball without a bat in your hand. Lamb round the wicket. Pushes into the offside. Could be a run out here. Shy at the stumps. Oh, he had time, I think, Bohannon, to lob it back to the bowler, because Montgomery had come maybe 2/3 of the way down, was sent back by Slater. And the chance has gone. The shy at the stumps. Was it Bohannon?
It was Bohannon, yeah.
225 for 3 at the end of the 40th.
Actually, it may have been Villas. I think it may have been Villas.
I thought I saw a 2. That was why
could be wrong.
I went with Josh Bohannon. But
he certainly had time, didn't he? Just to, yeah, it was Bohannon. Called it right.
So we enter the third and final power play, as they call it, or the time when the fielding side can pop another fielder out into the deep. 225 for 3. Our Bijou executive press marquee, is this a permanent structure then, or has it just popped up for...
It's just popped up for this one.
So was it taken down after Tuesday, do you think, or left here?
Not sure about that. Not sure about that. Swept this time. Picked up by Blatherwick.
Well, I beg your pardon, this is it's a good throw, actually. Good work from Jack Blatherwick. Gets the ball into wicketkeeper Lavelle, whips off a bail. In fact, doesn't just whip off a bail, he absolutely demolishes all 3 sticks. But Montgomery had got home. He's on to 29 from 29. Done a good job since arriving in the middle. Shot there of Jack Blatherwick, just tying up a stray lace, or as he popped on his bowling boots, I'm not entirely sure, but I would imagine we'll see a little more from Jack in the final stages of this innings, as Montgomery again drives into the offside out to Liam Hurt, and Mr. Tickles missed this one, and there will be a second run. He stretched down earlier on and he picked one up almost, it seemed, without bending. It was a superb bit of fielding, but he tried to do it again on that occasion. It didn't stick in the palm of his hand, so they come back for 2. Montgomery on 31. This is cut to backward point, and he's picked out Vilas this time, and there is no run. Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed with you for the eliminator. Wells bowls to Montgomery, helps it onto the onside. There'll only be a single. They have all sorts of names, don't they, in all the different competitions, the Big Bash and the old rugby league. They have all these sorts of various knockouts and extra chances, don't they? In some competitions you can lose a match against the group leaders and then still come back and reach the final.
Yep.
The eliminator. no second chances for the loser today. The winner will be heading south to face Sussex in Hove on Tuesday. The loser, well, will be the end of the season for some of the lads, I'm sure, as Slater gets another single, pushing it into the offside. No more white ball action, just 3 county championship matches left for Notts. So Lancashire got 3 or 4 left. 3. Notts return to action a week on Monday at Trent Bridge against Leicestershire, then a week off, then go to New Road against Worcestershire before finishing their Division 2 programme at home to Durham as Montgomery drives down the ground. I finished the season with 4 days of Martin Emerson. There we are. What a way to go into the winter. 2:32 for 3. They're on the live stream. You can see what I mean about Scott's shirt. A little bit of the odd line dancing look about it.
Nothing wrong with this shirt. What about that shirt there? Look at that. Look at that shirt. Wow.
Well,
I mean, what?
I'd rather have that shirt, given the choice.
Would you?
I'm not a cowboy.
Look at that.
Look at that. You can see what I mean, where I'm standing. You know, that is looking straight down on the traffic below, on the glass.
I don't know, I can't see what's around there. All I can see is that shirt.
Get out of it.
I can't even unsee it now.
Get out of it. 2:32 for 3 after 41.
Liam Hurt is coming back into the attack from this executive media marquee end.
I've actually missed the end of over 40. I've been ticking this box religiously throughout the course of, what was it at the end of 40? We don't know. Oh, we do. 2, 4, 7 from that last over, so it must have been. Oh, I don't know. It makes 225. I had 225 the over before. Anyway, 2:32 for 3 after 41.
After 40, yeah, it was 2:25 for 3.
Well, what was it after 39 then?
2:18 for 3.
Oh.
38 was 2:15. Do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
22 was 1:25.
Couldn't have been 1:25, 2:15. Okay, okay, I know what I've done.
Okay. There's Liam Hurt in and balls. There's an appeal for LBW as Montgomery tries to swap the ball away to the leg side.
2 snicks. Now, whether it was pad or bat pad, I'm only guessing because we're not in any sort of position, but definitely 2 noises, weren't there? And the umpire said not out. I might have appealed, having looked at the replay. That's Steve O'Shaughnessy, who played for Lancashire and Worcestershire. Whacked a century off about 20 balls once, didn't he, in a match? Or 20 minutes. It was a 20-minute century, wasn't it?
Just get a hold of this one. Montgomery out towards that leg side. Come back for 2. 35 not out.
Presumably it was one of those declaration days where he was fed a few, but yeah, I think he got a first-class 100 in about 20 minutes. Some declaration bowling. .35 from 35 balls, Montgomery.
He's hurt. In balls. That's taken off the hip out towards deep backward square leg. 4 runs. Nice shot for 4. Just kind of pivoted a little bit onto that back foot. Little shuffle back, and there it is, swatted away, waist height out towards backward square leg. 4 runs to Montgomery, takes him to 39. 2:38 for 3. 3 balls left to the 42nd over. Liam Hurt returning for the first time since his opening spell, I think. Yeah, I think he bowled at the top with the with Blatherwick. Returning now over the wicket and bowling again. Played up towards Lamb at mid-on for a single. 2:39 for 3. Yeah, Hurt bowled 4 overs at the top.
Nice to know the massed ranks of Her Majesty's media are just looking into Ben Slater. 1 or 2 people have sort of mentioned his List A average, which has just gone up and up over the last 3 years. Before the last game it was 61.69, so that's not too bad. An 82 not out in the last game. Is 104 not out in this.
Hurt balls again. Is that cleared mid-off? Oh no, it's a brilliant catch by Danny Lamb. What a fabulous catch. Outstanding. Both feet off the ground, leaping away to his right-hand side. Takes a wonderful catch. Slater's gone. The end of a terrific innings, 104. And I think he probably felt he had enough on that to clear Lamb at mid-off. But watch this back on the replay. It's an absolute stellar catch from Lamb. Up he goes to his right-hand side. Takes a fabulous catch. And Slater goes for a very impressive 104.
Yeah, obviously disappointment for Ben and for Notts followers that he got out. But what an innings that was. Terrific knock from Ben Slater. You can ask for nothing more, really, from your opener. And to go out there and play the way he's played, helped Budinger put 79 on the board in the opening power play. Terrific knock. Takes his helmet off and gets a very generous round of applause, which he acknowledges. That's lovely to see. Very well battered Ben Slater. There's certainly the opportunity now for one or two to come in and have a bit of a go. Liam Pattinson-White is out there at 6. So left-hander for left-hander. But you're right, Scott, it was a really good catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he'd powered that one beyond the reach of Lamb, who flung himself to his right. He's just saying, this is how I did it. I just went a little dart to my right, took the catch. And there's a leaping Lamb to take to take the catch. 239 for 4.
He leapt like a spring lamb.
I did. Final ball of the over. Here's Hurt. Drilled away through the offside. And it is a run to complete the 42nd over. So 8 overs remaining. 240 for 4. The Notts Outlaws. But we've seen a terrific innings from Ben Slater come to an end thanks to a fantastic catch.
It's always the way when people are talking about somebody's average, they'll invariably get out. Yeah. 8 from that over and the wicket. So Notts need 60 from 8 for the 300.
Kent are 224 for 3 in their match against Leicestershire. 38 overs gone in that game. 224 for 3, Kent, after 38. Joe Denley, 51.
How did Compton get as you've got the...
56.
What a year he's had, by the way. In fact, what a couple of years he's had since moving from... Oh, this is his first year, isn't it? It's his first
year at Kent,
yeah. Played one match in this competition for Notts last year, the very final game against Northants at Grantham, and got a half century. So into the 43rd over. Liam Pattinson-White on strike, start of a new over, and back into the attack comes George Balderson, and a single taken by Pattinson-White. Balderson earlier, 6 overs, 1 for 21. So Montgomery, I think, will just be charged with making sure the board keeps moving. Just doesn't remain static at all whenever he's on strike. And Pattinson-White and Fatty Singh and Schardendorf go for their shots, and Brett Hutton, if it gets that deep. Balderson, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Montgomery slaps it out into the offside. Now there might be a chance of 2 here. No, Liam Hurt's quickly to it. No, they do come back for 2. Again, very deceptive from the angle we're looking at, but that's good running. Mark Hefter. Lamb's certainly not a keeper, Dave. That should have been pushed round the post rather than held. Andy, some eye chaps, the Shea on the way home tomorrow, or I guess you know our previous group games, we bowled the opposition out in 6 of the 8 matches. Next delivery on its way, heaved by Montgomery down towards the long on fence and over the long on fence, and it just lands halfway up the bank for 6. And Montgomery now within 2 of becoming the 3rd in the innings to reach at least 50. 48 not out, 249 for 4. Gave that a wallop.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, he did that.
Fielder was interested. Who's that at long on, Scott? a million miles away from us. Next delivery on its way. Montgomery pushes into the offside, no run.
Josh Bohannon.
Is there only one Josh Bohannon out there? Because he seems to be.
There's several Josh Bohannons.
Seems to be in most places. Montgomery on 48. Faces Balderson. He's chopped this to backward point, fielded by Croft, no run. Steve Rose's great knock by the birthday boy. Hope the aircon is working okay in your tent today. It's all right, isn't it? It's
quite pleasant.
We can feel the warmth from the sun, but it's not yet in a position where it's beating straight down on our foreheads, which I'm not particularly partial of. Next one sees Montgomery chip it into the offside. There'll be two here at least. May go for four, will run away for four, and Matthew Montgomery brings up a half century, his fourth of what's been a very consistent competition. He really is a high quality player, this young man. 52 from 42 for Matt Montgomery. 5 fours and a 6 for Montgomery. 42 balls, I think it was.
Been a really good 50, that, hasn't it? Really busy 50. Come out and got on with it. Little gem of an innings that for his team.
253 for 4. 13 from that over. They just can't afford to have too many dot balls now. Notts, they've really got to go after it, and Lancashire will know that, of course. Wickets will put the brake on, so if Montgomery can be there for most of these 7 overs, he's accelerated nicely. Liam Pattinson-White gives it a bit of a meaty wallop as well. Stocky customer.
He's hurt in balls, and that's defender back towards him. There's no run.
Don't think that was at full tilt, was it?
It was, no.
Maybe took the pace off that one.
We've seen quite a bit of that, haven't we?
Yeah.
In the game so far. Hurt starting his 6th over, 1 for 39, but first over he picked up a wicket of Slater, thanks to Lamb's brilliant catch. And it's a Yorker fired in by Hurt, dug out nicely by Pattinson-White, gets a single, gets Montgomery back on strike. That's the crucial thing, isn't it? Really, they want Montgomery to face as many deliveries as possible. 254 for 4. Montgomery 52 not out. He's hurt. Swatted out through the onside, but Lamb is in position to field. Get through for 1. 255 for 4. .255 for 4. Liam Pattinson-White.
LPW.
Lamb being pushed back to long off. Jennings at long on.
I think they've got a bit of intel on him, haven't they? Mid on and mid off are suddenly both dropped.
Third man comes inside the ring.
I think this is a fairly easy, soft leg side 2. Just drop it and take 2. If you judge it nicely.
255 for 4. Here's Hurt to Pattinson-White. No, he swings for it and gets plenty of it.
That's in with the elephants and the tigers.
I think he probably is. Yeah, that's cleared the ground and then some. Pattinson-White with a big hit for 6. Down on one knee, kind of slog sweeping the ball away.
Got 2 umpires running off to get the ball.
Bang, down on one knee, and away it went.
It's a nice feeling, wasn't it? You'd imagine for Liam Pattinson-White. That's gone towards the zoo. That's good, you see. The reason the second umpire, Robbie White, has run over there is he popped the other ball out of his pocket, because of course they have a ball at each end, just so they can compare and contrast and try and find one that's very similar in appearance and hardness to the other one.
261 for 4 with that. Pattinson White moves to 9.
Yes, the skipper did well in dropping his mid-on and his mid-off back, but didn't matter who he dropped or where he dropped them to, nobody was going to be able to retrieve that one. I just wonder how far it's gone, actually. Landed in the zoo.
Hurt balls, that's punched up to mid-off for a single. So Pattinson White moves into double figures, moves to 10, 262 for 4.
Just not quite gone on the live stream yet. That'll be the scorers just updating something. Just bear with them, folks. There we go. Sort it in a second.
Yeah, we're in the 44th over, 262.
There we are, look.
He's hurt. Galloping his way back in, balls again. Squirted away down towards third man. Run off the face of the bat by Montgomery. Nice work down in the boundary by Jack Morley. And they get through for 1, and that completes the 44th over here at Blackpool Cricket Club.
BCC, those of you watching the live stream will see a carving of obviously a bat and a ball that's just inside the gate as you come in. There's also a plaque on the pavilion wall, Scott, the blue plaque commemorating Harold Larwood's time here as a pro for Blackpool Cricket Club. It's right on the front, we can see it from here. Very nice indeed. The old graphics haven't quite caught up with the score as new over starts, and Montgomery just levers this into the leg side. Didn't get much on that, gets a single. We'll get you the accurate score in a second, folks, I promise.
264 for 4.
Can't actually see the scoreboard away to our left. A couple of trucks in our way.
The 18 vans then.
So Pattinson White on strike. Balderson round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's driven this one crisply into the offside. There'll only be a single. It's down the other end. Pattinson White into double figures. Just joining us, Sol Budinger was first to go for 56. That was in the 15th over. Opening partnership of 98. Lyndon James made 29, 160 for 2. Skipper missed out against his former county. Asiba Mead just made 4. And Ben Slater, the most recent dismissal, he made 104. As Balderson bowls, and now Montgomery's got hold of this one. That one's gone airborne, away into the seats, away to our left. Applause, I suggest it might have been. No, it wasn't. It might have been caught by a spectator, judging by the applause in that general area, but away for another 6. Second hit by Montgomery. There comes Balderson. In again, moves across his crease, and then oh, that's brilliant work. That is terrific work from Danny Lamb. Really good stop. I've taken a single, but Montgomery just opened the face, got the bat down low, almost tried to guide it down to third for a boundary. Would have guided it down to third for a boundary had Lamb not thrown himself full length. He's had a very decent time of it in the field. Took a caught and bowled, took a spectacular catch as well. Made several really good stops. Pattinson White belts this down the ground, and it's gone for 4. 1 bounce. Nice looking blow from LPW. Gave that a wallop, didn't he?
He did. Well, it's time, isn't it? Time to swing your arms.
Yep.
Boundaries straight are quite short.
Yeah. 13 from this over, 1 ball left in it, 276 for 4. Next delivery short, and it's gone up in the air. May well be taken out into the deep as Liam Hurt runs in and catches a simple one. Pattinson White's out for 15. 13 from the over, but the wicket. That's 276 for 5 at the end of 45th.
Yeah, safe pair of hands. He is Liam Hurt. Enterprising little knock though from Pattinson White. A big hit and muscle the ball away through the leg side. Comes Hurt to take the catch.
Pattinson White, called by Liam Hurt, for 15. 276 for 5.
276 for 5. I think that was the final ball of the over as well. So there's 5 overs remaining, 45 gone, 5 to go. And the partnership was worth 37 from 19 deliveries between Montgomery and Pattinson White. 5 overs left. George Balderson has 2 overs remaining. Liam Hurt's got 4.
Well, that's an interesting one, Scott, because I was just weighing up whether it should be Dane Shardendorf or Fateh Singh, and they've sprung a bit of a surprise, sent Brett Hutton out. He can hit it many a mile.
He can clobber it, can't he?
Yeah, but he has been coming in behind the other two in this competition. He's had a 29, a 28, a 16 and 8 not out. Not too many opportunities for Brett Hutton, but this might be the day with 5 overs to go.
Change of bowling, Liam Hurt replaced by Danny Lamb. Slow ball but down the leg side.
Not what you want really. You've got to make sure it's 6 balls and over and only 6. Keaton Jennings has certainly rotated his bowlers. Not seen anything of Jack Blatherwick, have we, since the first 3?
Nope. Lamb in, bowls, loops up into the offside by Montgomery for a single, so he moves to 63, 278 for 5, and Big Bad Brett's on strike now.
Yes, I don't think it's going to be shouldering arms or
no,
lunging forward with a defensive block. It's in the arc, it might go.
Lamb comes over the wicket and balls to Hutton, who swats the ball away through the leg side. A couple of fielders on the boundary, one of them being Josh Barnum. Just a single then to Hutton.
I'm not suggesting by any means he's an agricultural player, because he's not. He's much better than that. But sometimes a little bit of the unorthodox might just do the trick. And Brett swinging and swinging hard. There's no knowing where it might go.
Balls again, taken on the full by Montgomery, out towards the leg side for 1 run. Stephen Croft this time fielding.
Don't know if it's deliberate or not, but that's quite clever bowling, isn't it? A low leg side full toss with your leg side fielders all out protecting the fence. There's not too much that can go wrong, really.
In. Oh, and Hutton goes big this time, out towards the leg side, out towards the pavilion, and it's gone all the way for 6. Well, that's what he's been sent out to do.
Yeah. Face 2 balls, is it 7 runs?
Stands there and hammers the ball out towards wide long on for 6.
He had his day of days at Grace Road last Saturday, 7 for 26, the best figures ever recorded by a Nottinghamshire bowler in one-day cricket.
286 for 5. That's muscled away out towards the leg side. I think 4 more. Yep. A 6 and a 4, and Hutton doing exactly the job that he's been sent out to do.
Yep, 11 off 3.
290 for 5. Little twirl of the bat from Hutton. 6 and a 4 in successive balls. What's Lamb's recovery or what's Lamb's response?
Umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy just asked to have a little look at the ball. It's been clattered once or twice into the seats and the walls and the fencing, just checking that it's okay.
Handballs again. Another slow ball. That's deflected away past the keeper down towards the fine leg boundary. And they come back for a couple of runs. A little inside edge. Yeah.
Ooh.
Giving it his runs.
Yep. It's a bonus.
Into the 46. They've run 2. So it's 292 for 5.
That might just be the best over of the innings for Notts. 16 from it. There or thereabouts, I think. Timely. 4 overs to go. 292 for 5. So unless the wheels dramatically come off, they should get top side of 300. Feel a little bit for Jack Blatherwick, obviously, you know, somebody that we've watched and got to know and nurtured before his move from Trent Bridge to Old Trafford. He bowled the first 3 overs from the far end, with Slater initially tucking in the first over, and then a bit of Budinger. Is it 3 overs, not over 27 or something in that order, and not seen him since. Going to be Liam Hurt. Lancashire have done really well with their over rates, only 5-2 now. They've got up until 2:30 to bowl these overs, so they're going to be about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. More time to spend on the M6 on a Friday night, heading back south. Liam Hurt in, bowls a full toss, and Montgomery's chopped it down into the ground. Oh, they got a pinch one there. Lavelle had the ball. He's standing deep, the wicket keeper, and they threw it up. It hit the stumps and could have pinched a run, but didn't. Goes down as a dot. Here's Hurt again. Bowls to Montgomery, and nicely played. Moved across his crease and to the full pitch delivery. Got the bat down in time just to deflect it fine. And it runs away for a boundary. 296 for 5. Just deflected it nicely past Jack Morley. Montgomery on to 68. Top score for Notts in one-day cricket is 87, so probably that's going to be a little out of reach unless he has a really good spell in his last 3 overs. Next one is run that one down to third where Lamb is fielding. Just a single. 297 for 5. Brings Brett Hutton back on strike. The prize is a place in the semi-final of the Royal London One Day Cup on Tuesday against Sussex down at Hove. Hampshire, who won the same group as Lancashire, they will also host a semi-final on Tuesday against the winners of the match currently being played at Grace Road between Leicestershire and Kent. And there were 6 by tea time. There'll only be 4 left as Hutton plays over the top of this full-length ball. 9 inches outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Notts winners of the one-day competition in 2013-2017. Lost in the knockouts both 2018 and 2019 to Kent and to Somerset. Both at Trent Bridge. No one-day cricket in 2020. Next ball hit away by Hutton. There's a man out there. It comes to ground, short of Dane Vilas, and they come back for 2. 299 for 5. Hutton on to 13. In fact, on to 15 with that couple. 299 for 5. 19 balls left in the innings. Hurt 1 for 56 is the final ball of his 7th over. Bowls to Houghton, who'll get a single, and that's the 300 up at the end of the 47th. 8 from that over. Brett Hutton on to 16. The 100 coming up in exactly 3 hours from exactly 47 overs. So 300 balls in each innings. You've got 300 with 18 left.
I think that would have been the kind of minimum base, wouldn't it, when Notts came out to bat, having what I know, I appreciate the pitches. We think it is the same one, so it's obviously been used for 100 overs the other day. But I think 300 is kind of minimum base, isn't it, for Notts?
Yeah.
370 is what Northants got here, batting first, and Lancs did get that. It's still an awful lot of runs to get, isn't it? It was a record run chase, that, for Lancs, actually. They're going to have to do something similar again.
I do think you approach 370 to how you approach 320, daft as it sounds. You'd say, oh, if you knock off 370 you should easily get 320. Yeah, you probably should, but you do go about it a little differently, don't you?
Still plenty of runs to get, isn't it? Batting last.
Yeah.
3 overs then to go. Here's Lamb. In now balls. That's sent down towards deep back with square leg by Houghton.
Yeah,
Actually slipped as he came to come back for 2. Turning and slipping a little bit there.
They'd both call for 2 and were going for it, but Brett Hutton, I just hope he's okay, because that's that's an ankle turn. He's trying to walk it off. Just turned his ankle, didn't he?
301 for 5.
It's going to be sore later, that.
Lamb will come over the wicket to Montgomery. Punch back beyond the bowler. Picked up by Jennings at mid-off. Montgomery gets through for a single, so 70 to him now. 302 for 5.
Going to need 2 or 3 rope clearers, I think.
Well, Hutton's cleared a couple already. 17 not out from just 8. Back on strike, and Lamb's around the wicket to Hutton.
Picked out the fielder.
Yeah, down at fine leg, Dane Villas. Hutton to 18, and the Outlaws 303 for 5.
I think he's feeling that ankle a little bit.
Montgomery waiting as Lamb bowls. That's muscled up towards Jennings, and just enough to clear Jennings. At mid-off, it's gone underneath the 18 vans. It's gone for 4. 74 to Montgomery, 307 for 5.
The young man in England shirt fetched it and threw it back.
.74 not out from 54 balls face. Lamb in and balls.
Yours.
Yeah, that's up and over Jennings, and that's banging into the van.
If you'd been light on your toes then you could have caught that.
Yeah, I could have done. I just leaped out, and actually these lads are doing a good job here.
They're getting away from the vehicle quickly. Okay.
It's not me, mate. 311 for 5.
Keaton Jennings says, I'm not standing there anymore.
Yeah, very enough for that. Jennings goes to long on. Balderson comes to mid-off. Lamb comes into ball, and Montgomery in position to try and reverse it. And Lamb doesn't send the ball down. Signalled as a dead ball by the umpire.
But Montgomery had switched. I don't know if Lamb was expecting him to do that. That's why he stopped.
Yep. Final ball of the over. Lamb around the wicket balls, and that's scooped out towards the offside and taken by Wells, actually. I think trying to reverse, kind of sweep it. Just run off the face of the bat. We'll take a look on the replay as Lamb gets the wicket. In the end, just chipped it out towards Luke Wells, who takes a pretty comfortable catch. And the Outlaws lose their 6th wicket at 311 now for 6 at the end of the 48th over.
Another very good knock indeed from Matthew Montgomery. 78 from 56 balls. Just kicked on, didn't he, once Ben Slater had gone. He played really well. Now then, if this fella kicks on, it might just be a punchy little end to the innings. Slight figure, 18 years of age. But if he gives it a full treatment, it goes an awfully long way. 45 from just 22 balls against Middlesex. A couple of quick fire 25s against Durham and Warwickshire in this competition. Left-hander. So 12 balls left, 311 for 6. Can Notts get 19 to get to 330? Just plucking figures out of the air here. Don't know if 330 will be enough. No idea, but 311 for 6. Brett Hutton on strike. Here's Danny Liam Hurt bowls to Brett Hutton. He's not got hold of that, but does get a single onto the leg side. 312 for 6, 11 balls left. So the left-hander, Pattinson, member of the England World Cup squad that played in the Caribbean earlier this year, February, March. Bit of a chat between captain and bowler. What have we got on the leg side right now? There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and a long leg. So the 4 on the leg side are all on the fence. In fact, long on is now coming up inside the ring to come to mid on. Round the wicket. Always bowled in middle stump out of the ground. So Singh's gone first ball. Did that keep a whisker low? I know he backed away to give it an almighty mow. Feeling was it might just have kept a whisker low. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe not. He just missed it. Missed a straight one. And finer sight for a bowler than the middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground. That could be a useful delivery. Stumps demolished for the first time in the day. Fatty Singh will have a primary role to do with the ball later on, but with the bat he's missed out today. 312 for 7. There's Dane Shardendorf, the Notts wicket-keeper.
Kent at 281 for 5 after 43 overs. And Darren Stevens is 34 not out from 19 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s.
I've been sent a photo of I can't see it clearly, but the ball disappearing for 6 from Darren Stevens over the meat. So he's middled one. Charlie says that was a gem of an innings from Monty. The field marshal really is quality. So the new man is Shardendorf. He's hit on the pad, I think. Maybe the boot. It's going to be a leg by. Keeper Lavelle has scrambled after it, keeping them to 1 leg by. Gets Hutton back on strike. Burly figure.
I've never seen Dane Shardendorf play before, so it's a new name for me.
Been around the scene for a couple of years. Played came into a match, I think, when Tom Moores was set down the ground for a single. He's played in all the Royal Londons last year and this year. In fact, no, if I remember rightly, Tom Moores went down with COVID last year, missed a county championship game. Ben Duckett was selected as the wicket keeper, and I think after the first day he was then called away to join up with the England one-day squad. That one that the whole squad suddenly had to go into quarantine. So Shardendorf came in for his first-class debut. This one is run down for 4 by Schardendorf, down to third man. All I saw of that was a big pie that came across in front of my nose. Understandably, I was distracted. I think the media food in the executive bijou press marquee might have arrived behind us, Scott, but I missed that delivery, although it was run down nicely for 4. 3:18 for 7 with 7 to go.
Yeah, that game was against Derbyshire, his first-class game, which is only first-class match, isn't it? Yeah, and you're right, Ben Duckett was at 69 not out.
Next ball on its way, and he's missed out on this one. And they get a single. He actually came into a first-class game at Grace Road this year against Leicestershire when Tom Moores had to leave the game. He got one when he was batting Tom Moores off the bat handle and struck him on the windpipe, which was a nasty one. But because it wasn't a concussion injury, although he came into the game and could obviously keep wicket, he couldn't bat or anything. It was not an official concussion substitute or anything. So although he took over from Tom Moores, he didn't get the first-class appearance. But his time will come. 20 years of age, just a week or 2 back. Born in Zimbabwe, played for Zimbabwe under-19s. Good glove man, very tidy, no fuss. Decent bat as well, an absolute ton of runs for the seconds this year.
Here's the final over of the innings. It's Lamb in, worked away just down toward Battle Point by Schardendorf, and he moves on to 6. 3:20 for 7. Brings Hutton back on strike. So 5 balls left for the Outlaws.
Yep, they've got to that 3:20. Let's be greedy, Notts fans. Can they get 10 more from 10 from 5 to get to 3:30?
Lamb comes around the wicket, ball swung away through the onside by Hutton. Oh, and it's gone for 4 actually.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Stephen Croft doesn't often let those slip.
Oh, he's got plenty of credit in the bank.
Absolutely has.
Doesn't do it very often.
Hutton moves to 24. 3:24 for 7 now.
Yeah, 24 from 12 for Brett Hutton. That's just what they needed.
4 balls to go. Lamb bowls. He clobbers the ball away through the onside. I think Hurt's under it. He is. Hurt takes the catch. So Hutton goes for 24. Outlaws lose an 8th wicket. 324 for 8. Going for a big hit, Hutton, and picking out Hurt on the kind of wide long on boundary.
I'm sure I heard that gentleman last night, when I went down on my £2.40 bus ride from Lytham into the town. 4 and 8, 48. 2 little ducks, 22. Do you not think?
It's possible.
It's possible.
Possible.
New man is Dane Pattinson. He was playing his 101st List A game today.
3:24 for 8.
Leading championship wicket taker for Notts this season, Dane Pattinson. He was just behind Luke Fletcher last year. 50 odd wickets last year. He's already got 40 odd this year.
He's on strike with 3 to go.
Oh,
that's hit.
Mine, yours.
Our media marquee.
Oh, crikey. Oh, mind my car.
Yeah.
Mind my car, Pato. Is that an 8? Did you get 8 for hitting it that far?
Didn't look like it was flat at all.
Well, now he's played himself in, he might really hit the next one. Crikey.
Goodness.
Don't you wish you could hit a ball like that?
And a mile, didn't it?
Yeah.
Over the tent.
It's half what I was expecting Pattinson to do, but he missed his.
Lamb balls again.
Oh, hello.
Oh, he's got again.
Oh, that's further.
Yeah, it's
oh,
another
my
6.
word. That's gone to Fleetwood.
That's bouncing in amongst the cards again.
It's the way to finish an innings, isn't it?
Just a bit. 3-3-6 now. Went a mile in the air, didn't it? Oh, goodness.
12 from 2. 17 from the over. Is this the most expensive over? May well be. I mean, what a time to do it. Where's Danny Lamb going to pitch this?
Last ball in and balls, and flicked away down to.
They'll get 2.
Fine leg. Yeah, they run 2. Excellent from Pattinson. Finishes 14 from 3. 14 from 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that is the 50 overs. 338 for 8 from 50. So 339 is what Lancashire need to win the match, and it was some brutal batting in the end. 3 balls faced for Pattinson, scores 14 runs.
19 from the final over of the innings, the best innings, best over of the entire innings for Notts there. And there was a wicket in that over. It'll be a half-an-hour interval, of course. 338 for 8. Century for Ben Slater then on his 31st birthday. He made 104. Matthew Montgomery, 78. What a fine player he is. Sol Budinger, 2. He got amongst them early on. He made 56. Don't necessarily get the headlines, but what a really crucial couple of knocks right at the bottom there. Brett Hutton, 24 from 13. Dane Patterson, 14 from just 3. 338 for 8. Lancashire, by virtue of what they did the other day here, will know that's very much within their compass to chase this down and make it through to the semi-final. But there'll also be that that extra little thing. It's not a group game; it's a knockout game. There is a huge prize at stake. A wicket or 2 goes down, a little bit of pressure is applied, and it may well be one of those that lurches this way and that, but very much we've got a game on.
We have. Should be good fun if Lancashire gets somewhere near. Be a cracking run chase. 338 for 8 Notts from 50 overs. It's 339 to win. Innings break. We'll catch you again in around about half an hour's time.
It was up here this morning, but I took it off. But I should actually put it The man in the TV. He's over here. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to disturb you. Okay.
How did you get the
Oh yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. It was lovely. Really
My pleasure.
It was a real.
Well, it was a good day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a real father and son.
Yeah.
He sent it.
Yeah, good. Right, pleased to hear that.
Okay.
I'm just.
Cool, cheers man. How long do you get now? Half an hour. And the whisper viewer that should be frozen now in the bucket. Thank you. Bins round there. Well, the one there, but it's chock-a-block. Seriously, put it on top.
360. Yeah, so you reckon 360 is probably about half. So, yeah, that's I think that's half. Well, apparently we've got on touches like that. No. When do you start or have you started football? For and are you as big a personality in football as you are in football? You are. You are. You're no. No. No, you are.
Got a loudspeaker in the car.
Yeah.
You're a vegan?
Yes, I am.
Yes, what time will you be eating?
I don't know. I'll be on camera like throughout, so.
Savvy. So the rest of the hot pots are due to go around 4ish. Does that make sense to you? So I've got a little vegan's heart, see? A little vegan ready tart for you today. So roughly, it'll take about 45 minutes to cook for you.
Literally, I'm happy with
Go ahead. Whenever. Whereabouts are you located?
I'm on like that camera over there, but usually...
The one next to the nursery?
Yeah.
Right, okay. I've already put it out on my phone. Slater, that's easy. Okay.
Oh, lovely. That's amazing.
No problem.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and find him.
Are you okay, sir? More than welcome.
Oh, go back. No, that's next week. About all the icons that have been done, like the box, the kitchen, and nothing ever happened. There's just loads of money going up. Whatever.
The record will be on the Secret Foundation has been drawn. And the prizes are as follows. Third prize. The Champion Cup. For Lancashire Championship of Blackpool 2011. There's an orange ticket, number 119. So orange ticket number 119. The second prize is James Anderson Montage with orange ticket number 12. And the third prize, a pass signed by Open's 18s, was a yellow ticket number 431. So that's an orange ticket 119 for the third prize, the Champion Cup. Orange ticket number 12 for the James Anderson Montage, the second prize. And the third prize winner is signed pass. Number 431. If you want the looking prize winners, please come to the pavilion and see Mike or Craig to collect your prizes.
We can get them so can they. Just have to get wickets a bit quicker than they do. Won't we? See you later, Dave.
వాళ్ళ బావాళ్ళ అంటే వాళ్ళ బావాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్ బామ్మర్ది అంటే వాళ్ళకి వీళ్ళకి ఇస్తాను అనుకుంటా మా రాజేష్ వాళ్ళ బావాళ్ళ ఆలం కదా అని నేనున్నా నాకు నా ఫోన్ నెంబర్ ఇచ్చాను ఆడు ఉండే నాకు పార్ట్ టైం కావాలి అని అన్నాడు. అరే నువ్వు రారా ఫస్ట్ డిఆర్పి తీసుకురా అని లేదన్నా ముందే నెంబర్ ఇచ్చినా కూడా వాడు చేసిన తెలియదు కానీ నెంబర్ అయితే
Pattinson with their roots in the Liverpool final of Leicestershire.
Over to you, brother.
25-8 of their viewers. Quick updates from down the road. And then of course Trafford second test. England are moving on to 262 for 5. So leading by 111. Then we've got the Umpires team. Shorty on one to our 50. Nottinghamshire or Lancashire.
So here we go, 338, the Notts Outlaws Can Lancashire get 339 in 50 overs to win the match and head down to Sussex next week? Or will it be the Outlaws taking on... I have no idea if the Sussex Sharks or not.
No, I don't think they are anymore.
Sussex, okay.
Well, not in... They are in the Blast, aren't
they? Okay.
Hey. What do you think?
I'll tell you after 50 overs. That's a lot of runs, isn't it? Batting last.
Yes. I said earlier, there's got to be a slightly different mindset to doing it in a group game, to doing it in a knockout. But I mean, this pair in particular, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, so vastly experienced. They've done it before. They'll just know what's required, aren't they? Going to get underway with Brett Hutton from the far end. A little bit of dark cloud overhead, and the first ball goes through to wicketkeeper Schardendorf without kissing the outside edge. It's Luke Wells on strike. Both tall left-handers, of course. Wells formerly with Sussex, has a decent history against Notts from his time down there. Same, I think, can be said for Keaton Jennings, both since he moved to Old Trafford and with his first county, Durham. Scored a lot of runs against Notts. Let's see how they go here as Brett Hutton bowls clipped to Hamid at mid-on, and there's no run. Just had a little natter to Nasib Hamid's dad, who's down here with a couple of his cousins. I think everybody almost asking the same question. Whoever's meeting who, as you have a little bit of a wander here, people talking. What do you think? Is it enough? Will they get there? Don't think anybody really knows.
No.
Suspect Notts have got a handful of runs more than some of the Lancashire supporters were expecting them to get, as Wells drives it down to third man. Fatty Singh doing the fielding, is off the mark. First run. It's an innings built around Ben Slater's century, and then when he got out, Matthew Montgomery picked up the tempo. He made 78. Sol Budinger had given it a slap at the top of the order, as is his wont, and then he couldn't really have asked for a better finish than back given by Brett Hutton, 26 off 13, and Dane Pattinson. Last three balls of the innings went for 6-6-2, so it's just putting a little bit of gloss on the earlier performance by the others there. Dane right at the end. Here's Hutton into the crouching Jennings, who gets behind this, pushes it back to the bowler. One on the board. Brett Hutton opening the bowling. You'd imagine Toby Petman will take the second over. Plenty of options for Hasib Hamid. Here comes Hutton. In bowls, that's a good delivery. It's died on Schardendorf as well. That's interesting. I don't think... I mean, Brett generally doesn't mess about with the slower ball, especially early on when he's got a new shiny ball in his hands. He'll just try and get it to move about, to wobble about, hit the seam. And that one absolutely died. It bounced before Schardendorf, so might be interesting to keep an eye on that. Notts won't mind that. There's Hutton. In again. Bowls worked away. There's going to be runs here. Mead is after it. In fact, they're going to keep them to one. It's pretty quick over the ground. And that's the end of the first over, so two from it. Here comes Toby Petman. He's bareheaded, so he's left his cap down on the boundary. Away to our right, and Toby Petman will bowl the second over. First from our end of the ground. There's a new name to some of you, won't be to the Notts supporters, but for Lancashire followers, Toby Petman, former skipper of Oxford University, clever lad, a double first in the classics. Really lovely lad to talk to, and a good old natter with him the other day at Welbeck after the win over Surrey, where he picked up 4 wickets. He's had a couple of loan spells this year, and if you've come across him, he's played for Kent and for Derbyshire on loan spells, but this is his 3rd List A game now for Notts.
He's a tall lad, isn't he?
He is. Stands a little bit like George Scrimshaw with his legs apart. Have you seen Scrimshaw of Derbyshire?
I watched a bit of them, yeah. He comes in and balls to Jennings, that's left, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's got 2 slips in place. 2 batters punch gloves halfway down the pitch. After 1 ball.
After 1 ball, yeah.
2 without loss in the second over. Kent, by the way, finished on 325 for 8. 325 for 8 from 50 overs for Kent. And they're taking on Leicestershire in the other playoff game. It's driven. And it's partially stopped at mid-off. Ball down towards the boundary, picked up by Hamid. And Jennings jogs back for 2. Good effort, though, by Hutton to get across the ground, try and stop the ball. Took enough pace off it so it didn't reach the rope.
Seems to be okay, Brett Hutton. He went over on his ankle.
He did, didn't he?
His brief innings towards the latter stages of Lancashire's knot. Seems to be okay.
Yeah, he's coming back for a second, wasn't he? He just kind of twisted the ankle. But is it mid-off at the minute? Petman in and balls. Dropped away into the offside. And there's no run.
It's funny, see, you said 320. Was it 325 that Kent got?
325.
I would say that's more than enough to beat Leicestershire, whereas Notts have got 338 here, and I'm very much on the fence as to whether it's going to be enough or not. It's going to be enough if they get 10 wickets before Lancashire get to 339, obviously, but that looks far too many for Leicestershire. Here, I'm not so sure.
Had a habit of bowling teams out this year, haven't they? Notts. In competitions, he's worked down to 3rd man for a single to Jennings. Moves on to 4. Squad moves on to 5 without loss.
Yes, there'll be variety. This pair, obviously, that have shared the first couple of overs. Dane Pattinson, obviously, he'll have his allocation. And pace off with Liam Patterson-White, Fatty Singh. Matthew Montgomery's right arm off spinner. And there's 1 or 2 others if anything befalls the other 6.
Petman balls, and that's chipped a little uppishly, but safe enough and timed nicely for 4 actually. Out through mid-wicket by Luke Wells. It was just up in the air for a minute, but it's safe enough. With a little step down the pitch and then eases the ball away for 4. Takes the score on to 9 without loss, with 1 ball left for the second over. First boundary of the innings for Lancashire, so some boundaries being scored at the back end of the Notts innings. Patterson in particular, he faced 3 balls and hit 14.
Yeah, 662. They weren't just nudged over the rope either, were they?
No, absolutely blasted over the rope. It's defended by Wells. Picked up by Petman off his own bowling, and there's no runs. That's his first over complete. Live from Stanley Park in Blackpool, Lancs TV, and on the BBC Sport website and the app. It's the Royal London One-Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and the Notts Outlaws.
Yes, 7 from that opening over from Toby Petman. Be Hutton to continue in an ideal world here. Seba Mead would like to keep this pair going for 5 overs apiece. That would mean they've not taken too much tap, and maybe they've even picked up a wicket or 2 in the 10 over power play. Then he can send the fielders out for some of the others. Start of a new over, the 3rd. Hutton bowls and just worked up to mid-on by Keaton Jennings. No run. Mead must have fielded 4 already. We've only had 13 balls in the innings, but must have fielded about 4.
Is he enjoying the role as captain?
He is, he's very much so, yeah. Yeah, first time he's skippered aside. Should have done it last year, but just before this tournament started he was called up by England. Next delivery, fullish length by Hutton, pushed back to him by Jennings, and Hutton does that little thing where as a kid when you're watching on telly or where I used to, I think, oh, that's ever so clever, isn't it? The bowler puts his foot there and the ball runs up it, or runs into his foot and then runs up his leg and into his hand. As you get older, you realise it's not that difficult to do.
Well, you say that.
Here's Hutton. In again to Jennings. Again pushes it back to the bowler. Not giving him any width at all here, Brett Hutton, at the moment. 3 dots, 9 without loss, Lancashire. Knots 338 for 8. Century from Ben Slater. 78 for Matthew Montgomery, 56 Sol Budinger. There's Hutton. And again from the far end. A little push into the offside. And there's no run. There is the Centurion, Ben Slater. 31 today. Been a little bit of homework done on his list A average in the press tent during the course of the day.
It's pretty good, isn't it? It might be an understatement.
There's Hutton. In, ooh, a little play and a miss at that one by Keaton Jennings. And that's 5 dots. We did have a maiden fairly early on, didn't we, in the... in fact, no, it was the 9th over, wasn't it, when George Balderson came on. The 9th over was a maiden, the first of the innings. That's probably jinxed this particular delivery. In fact, Brett Hutton's just asking the skipper if he can tinker with the field. Lyndon James, who was at mid-wickets, come on to reinforce the offside. One slip, Matthew Montgomery. There's Hutton, leading, or joint leading wicket taker in the competition. And a single is taken from the final ball of the over. Lancashire 10 without loss after 3. Both Brett Hutton and Sussex's Ari Carvallis with 19 wickets apiece. Carvallis not playing today, of course, but Sussex still in the competition. Chance for him to add to it on Tuesday against the winner of this match. Lovely lunch provided by Lancashire County Cricket Club, or provided by Blackpool County Cricket Club. I'm not sure which, but it was lovely. Many thanks for the hospitality today.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they, Blackpool? It's a quick turnaround. This short notice for them to stage the match. Pattinson balls to Jennings. Deflected away to mid-wicket. There's no run. When we left here a week ago, the likelihood of coming back here, well, it was a possibility, of course, but I think there's even suggestions that maybe Lancashire might just have to play away from home, regardless of whether they finish second or not. But quick turnaround. What happened on Tuesday in Canterbury, and Blackpool came calling. That's pulled out through the onside for 4. Sat up nicely for Jennings and pulls the ball through square leg. Seem to have loads of time to play that. Good looking shot for 4.
Yep. Gave it a meaty wallop. Ball crashed into the... I'm not sure if the wooden seated area, or if it's concrete steps, aren't they? Concrete steps over there, so ball will have been checked.
And again, that's hit away into the offside for no run. You almost feel like you're in a bowl. The ground's kind of sunk a little bit. It's elevated at the far side of the ground. There's a little kind of grass bank.
I've sunk a little bit after that pie.
It was a fair wedge.
Tell me, in this neck of the wood, or in our neck of the woods, you'd say a meat and potato pie, but in your part of the world, you'd say potato and meat, don't you? You know, you go to your Burnleys and your Blackburns and your Boltons, and you buy a potato and meat pie.
It's off the back foot by...
am I right or am I wrong?
Jennings into the offside. There's no runs because there's more potato than meat in it.
But you do, don't you?
Potato and meat. Yeah, I think I use them both. But I've definitely heard potato and meat pie, which is what we had, wasn't it? Lunch. It was.
Well, I would say that was a meat and potato pie.
Okay, but it was certainly a big wedge.
It was substantial. Very nice.
Pattinson to Jennings. There might be 4 more. It is.
Yeah.
Turned off the off the hip out towards deep backward square leg. Again, a little step down the pitch towards the bowler. Jennings finds the rope, and second boundary in the over.
Yes, it wasn't that it was a a leg side long hop. It was outside the off stump, but not sufficiently quick enough or pitched up enough to prevent him just really stepping across and just pulling it away.
That's a beautiful lofted drive back over the bowler's head. I think it's one bounce and 4. It may have cleared the rope. We'll have to wait for confirmation. It has indeed gone all the way for 6. It's a terrific looking shot from Jennings. Back over the bowler's head. And that's a very profitable over for Lancashire there.
Yeah, 6 and 2 fours, 14 from it. So just what I was saying, Seba Mead would very much like Brett Hutton and Toby Petman to keep a lid on things for the first 10 overs. Well, in his second over there, Toby Petman has gone for 14, went for 7 in his first. Does he give him another right now, or does he perhaps bring Dane Pattinson on earlier than he would have wanted to? Going to be Hutton. Lancashire 24 without loss after 4. Notts were 36 at this stage. Next one is driven by Wells, and that should be a boundary as well. Ameed's after it. I think there's enough on it, as Ameed, quick as he is, has to give up on that. So a fruitful end to the last over and a fruitful beginning at the start of this, the 5th over. Lancashire in pursuit of 339 for a place in the semi-finals of the Royal London One Day Cup. Used to be the One Day Kings back in the day. Jack Bond, who finished his career at Trent Bridge, skippered them to some of those famous one-day victories early on, the Sunday League as well. We'll remember a match against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford back in the day. Scott doesn't. This one's pushed on the leg side, filtered by Lyndon James, and single is taken by Luke Wells, who's on to 10 now, and it's 29 without loss. Has Lancashire been in a Lord's final recently in your time?
Certainly not for the last decade.
No.
I think you'd have to go back to kind of maybe mid-2000s, something like that.
Yeah, that's all we need, isn't it? They've not been in one for the last decade, so perhaps overdue, or certainly overdue. There's Hutton. Now to Jennings, who's on 19 from 19. He's going to get more runs here, and he'll probably get 4 more. Liam Patterson-White is on the boundary, front of the kindergarten. Can't cut that off. At the moment, it doesn't matter where either Hutton or Petman bowl to these two left-handers. It's coming onto the bat very nicely, and they've both got, of course, the complete range of strokes. Both 360-degree players, and both got such long reaches as well. Mead and Hutton in earnest conversation about how they're going to try and plug a gap or two here. It's a great start. Here comes Hutton to bowl to Keaton Jennings, who's on 23. He bowls, pushes to Budinger at mid-off, and there's no run. Budinger, the only one of the... In fact, it's Dane Patterson, I beg your pardon. Dane Patterson, the only one of the Notts 11 wearing the white floppy sun hat. That's what did me, because Budinger usually wears that, but he's got his cap on. Backward point. Jennings batting a few inches outside his creases. Hutton bowls, and that one has nicked it through to Schardendorf, and Jennings has to go. What an important blow struck by Brett Hutton. 33 for 1 in the 5th. Just pushed at that one a little tentatively, and has just kissed it through to Schardendorf, and he has to go. Notts have the breakthrough.
Yeah, he's been in good form, Keaton Jennings, as Dave mentioned. That's a really important early breakthrough for the Notts Outlaws. He's batted beautifully at the top for Lancashire over the course of the last few months, perhaps even the form of his career at times. Triple century in the Championship the other month. So yeah, important breakthrough for Notts. Jennings goes pretty early on for 23, and Lancashire lose their first.
So Brett Hutton becomes the leading wicket taker in the Royal London One Day Cup as well. With that wicket, he moves to 20, one ahead of Carvelos of Sussex, obviously not playing today. Josh Bohannon coming in. I see that Lancashire in recent times have switched it around. Dane Vila, Stephen Croft, Josh Bohannon, they've all been shuttled up or down that 3, 4, 5 position. Huge disparity in their respective heights, isn't it? As Luke Wells comes across to greet Josh Bohannon and looks down at the new arrival, right-hander. But really important breakthrough for Notts.
Absolutely. Jennings got a century here in the game against Northants when they, Lancashire chased that 370 to win. He led the way at the top. Bohannon has been in decent form himself. Perfect start for the Outlaws. Lovely delivery, wasn't it? Just did enough, didn't it, to bring kind of Jennings forward the edge of the bat. Keeper did the rest.
So last ball of the 5th over, 33 for 1. Hutton to Bohannon. Second slip back in there, bowls and driven back to Hutton, who didn't take it cleanly and has, I think, got one on the shins for his troubles, but he won't mind that. He's got his wicket, 33 for 1 after 5. An over that began with a boundary, 9 runs from it, but the all-important wicket of Keaton Jennings.
Hello.
Yeah, he has that habit of over the last month or two, Keaton Jennings, of batting for long periods. Lancashire captain now having just to watch his teammates to see how far they can take this run chase. 3-3-9 is the target to win. Petman to start the 6th over of the innings. Wells on strike. Just pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, we'll never know. Well, I might if I ask, but it may well be that Brett Hutton has got Toby Petman another over here. May have been keeping him on anyway, but his last over he went for 14 runs, a couple of 4s and a 6, as Keaton Jennings got stuck into him. May have been a thought in Asiba Mead's mind if Jennings had been on strike. Perhaps bring Dane Pattinson on just to see if he could dislodge Jennings, but as he's gone now, Toby Petman has a different batter on his mind.
Into Wells, down the leg side, but just shuffled across the stumps there, Wells, as Steve O'Shaughnessy allows that one to pass by.
Well, couldn't see from here, but I saw O'Shaughnessy's right hand go to his hip. Now whether he's just moving the coin from coin or whether he tapped his hip, but
brushed it. Yeah, seen a few times, haven't we? Certainly watching the One Day Cup this year, a little bit in the blast, the umpires very much taking into account just how much the batter might move across the stumps when it comes to leg side wides. And that did brush the hip. It's crunched away through the offside by Luke Wells.
Montgomery's after it.
Gets to it too. A run 3 actually. And they've come back for a 3rd. Fingertips of Montgomery just scooping the ball away from the boundary rope. It's a 3 to Wells.
Suzanne says getting Jennings, that's a massive breakthrough. Come on, Outlaws.
Wells 13 from 10.
Thanks to everybody that has taken the trouble to get in touch. We're right in the glare here, and we've tried all sorts of things to be able to try and see our screens a little easier, but it's not easy.
We've not really come prepared because some of our colleagues have got little shields over their laptops, haven't they?
The professionals, we call them.
My favourite is Ken Grimes, as Petman comes in and bowls to Bohannon. That's nudged away to mid-wicket, there's no run. So
a homemade job.
It's a homemade job. It's a Blue Peter job.
Box of crisps.
Yeah.
Eat the crisps.
Bit of sticky tape.
Yeah.
It's a great effort.
It's important if you've got to write all day, isn't it, to be able to see your screen. Me, I'm not entirely sure you actually write anything from start of the match to the end, but I do try and tweak the fall of the wickets. It's a little difficult at times, so apologies for the spelling mistakes. Sun's on the screen.
Petman in, just back of a length to Bohannon up onto his toes and steering the ball down towards 3rd man.
I can see that Sorry, Scott. I can see that Charlie's been in touch again. Thanks, Charlie. Lancashire have many batting match winners, he says. But the one us Notts fans fear the most is Jennings, so I think only Sam Hain is a greater nemesis for us. Always scores runs against him. We need him out. So Charlie obviously sent that just before Keaton Jennings went, so you can have an assist there, Charlie.
37 for 1. 1 ball left of the 6th over. Wells wasn't quite ready, I don't think.
It's the football I saw on the match of the day the other night when I watched it. A goal goes in now and they pop it up, don't they? Goal by so and so with an assist from. It's for all the fantasy people, isn't it?
Forward goes Wells to defend this final ball of the 6th over. Well, they're important, aren't these assists? Yeah.
Well,
if you've got a fantasy football.
Yes,
yeah.
It's important if you do fantasy, but it's a little bit excessive, isn't it?
37 for 1 after 6.
Are we starting to look weary, folks? Are we starting to look weary in the Bijou Executive Press Emporium?
I'm grateful for your sun cream earlier today.
You want some more? Here you go.
Okay, I'm all right.
There you go.
You came prepared.
Others are available. No, it just lives in my bag all year round. There's
sensible.
There's all sorts of things in the bottom of that bag, Scott, you wouldn't wish to know about. There's probably even some emergency sweets for whenever Kevin Howells pops up. There's Hutton bowling to Bohannon, just opens the face, guides it down on the 45 to Petman, single taken. 38 for 1. Just 4 from that last Toby Petman over. Lancashire about 20 runs behind where Notts were at the moment, and of course they're a wicket down as well, so the early blows, if you like, have been landed by Notts. There's Hutton. Wells wandering about all over the shop, and he's hit it back. And now, was that on the full? Hutton threw himself to the ground. Wells backed away. Hutton bowled to him and hit it back. Oh, very difficult. I mean, you're going to say that was a drop chance. I'm going to say he saved 4, but yeah.
He almost onto the stumps as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he had anything doing, but yeah, he got a hand to it, folks. Was hit back to him. Just stuck his right hand out. Sometimes they stick. That one didn't. He's in again. Bowls. Appeal from behind the wicket this time, but nothing doing. We're having some tampering. Tampering is being done in front of us here. Not exactly sure what they're tampering with. We've maybe gone out of focus, Scott. That's the trouble.
Probably for the best.
They think it's the lens. It's not. It's just you and I that's gone out of focus.
Exactly.
Here comes Hutton. Luke Wells tapping his bat again. Brett Hutton bowls. Wells works it on the onside. The whip it like a mead will get there.
He's quick, isn't he?
Yeah. Single taken. It's hard to you know, for somebody who's seen him the last 3 years and how he goes about his work and how consistently he churns. Yeah, he only got 4 today, but how consistently he's been churning out big runs in all formats. Just find it hard to fathom out how he sort of lost his way and had a year or 2 in the wilderness when he just couldn't buy a run. Seba Mead, but he made the move and everybody's got on with life, and he's back amongst the runs, and a lovely fella. Hutton bowls, and Hamid will field this one as Bohannon drives it up to him at mid-off.
It was a magical few years, wasn't it? The start of his career. It was
2016. Yeah,
pleasure to commentate on Hastings in that year in particular. But yeah, great to see him back in the runs. I think the move was just a good move, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fresh challenge, fresh start. It worked out well.
Yeah, I think he's very much enjoyed working with Peter Moores. There's Hutton to bowl. Bohannon drives down the ground this time. Neither Hutton nor the stumps can get in the way, and it's gone for 4. Fiercely struck shot from Josh Bohannon brings him a boundary. Nice looking shot. When did Peter Moores leave Old Trafford?
That would have been 2013-ish, maybe, something like that.
So Haas would have been very young, wouldn't he? Probably worked a little bit with him, but didn't make his debut till, was it back end of 2015, and then he had his breakthrough year 2016. But he's well, they've both enjoyed, I think, working with each other over the last 2 or 3 years. 43 for 1 after 7.
Don't really hear many people saying they don't enjoy working with Peter.
No, that's true.
Here's Petman in, that's swatted out for 6. Limey by Luke Wells. Goodness, he picked that up in the blink of an eye and sends the ball away towards that mid-wicket.
Well, I think they're going to get another one, so it must have gone in with the Giraffes and the Tigers.
6 to Wells, an emphatic one. We've seen plenty today. And Wells joined the party as well, so we need a new ball. Gone through a few balls today, haven't we?
Yeah. Led to believe they're not cheap.
49 for 1 with that big blow for 6.
It's been a feature of the county championship games, hasn't it? The red ball going out of shape and the number of times that they've had to be replaced. We've got a replacement. Brett Hutton's come over and had a little bit of a chat with Toby Petman. We're ready to go again. Be bowling to the left-handed Wells. Are you back with us?
Yep. He's in and bowls to Wells. He's defended away into the offside, no run.
Just looking, there were 9 sixes in the Nottinghamshire innings. 3 by Budinger, 2 by Montgomery, 1 Pattinson White, 1 Brett Hutton, and then those 2 at the end from Dane Patterson. So 9 sixes, and already what have we had? We've already had 2, 1 by Jennings and that one by Wells.
Petman in balls again. That's worked off the pads and ready through the leg side. He'll get 4 more.
Yes, I see Mead wishes he'd got an extra 5 fielders right now, I think. Captain's gone over to offer a little bit of comfort to Toby Petman. Just a thought on any field changes the bowler might have. Bit of a challenge right now for Toby Petman.
In and balls. Oh, he's going again, Wells. Has that cleared the ground again? It's 6.46.
No, they've got the ball back. Can you have a game called off for lack of match balls? This is getting Lancashire back up to closing in on parity.
Petman balls again. That's dabbed away into the offside, and there is no run.
59 for 1 at the end of this over. Notts was 69 without loss, but then the next over in the Notts innings was the maiden, so Lancashire have 7 deliveries to make up 10 runs to get the contest back on a completely even keel, apart from the 1 wicket.
Again, that's hammered away. Get through for a single.
Yeah, 17 run over there, 60 for 1 after 8. Petman on for, I think, 43 from his 4 overs. Good from Dane Shardendorf. He's gone over to just have a little chat with Toby Petman. Be a little easier after a couple of overs, a couple more overs, when Notts can send 2 boundary riders out. Hutton, the 1 wicket to fall to bowl to Luke Wells right now. He's 31 not out from 20. There's Hutton to bowl to him. Strides towards Brett Hutton and leans on it and guides it to Budinger at backward point, and there's no run. Stephen Croft, Dane Vilas, George Balderson. But is Jack Morley bat? Is he middle or lower order? Again, a little bit of a hold-up whilst skipper and captain have a chat. Here's Hutton. Ian again bowls. Wells drives through the offside for 4 more. Very industrious. Are we not going out?
Well, we obviously are on Lancs TV, but just a little problem on the BBC website at the minute.
Right. Nice looking shot by Wells. Looks in very fine fettle at the moment, Luke Wells. Here comes Hutton to bowl to him. He's on 35. Just drops this to Brett Hutton, who shies at the stumps and narrowly misses. That was good because there were a couple of backer-uppers. Montgomery missed it, but Pattinson was there, and had Brett Hutton been able to hit, then it would have been all eyes on the umpire just to see if Luke Wells had made his ground or not. It was a sharply scampered single. It was good fielding.
It was, yeah.
65 for 1. I didn't realise you'd wandered off. I did ask you where does Jack Morley come in the batting order?
Quite low down.
Okay.
Probably last.
Well, we've got him. We've got Rob Jones scribbled out on our scorecards, haven't we? And Jack Morley in. So there's obviously a bit of a reshuffle there as Bohannon pushes this back to Brett Hutton.
Yeah, they are a batter light from their last match. They've lost Rob Jones, who's been in good form this competition for Lancashire. So it's a lot of runs to get in any match. Is 340. They are weakened by the loss of Rob Jones. Let's hope the injury is not too severe.
Yes. Oh, false start. Hutton was coming in. Something distracting Josh Bohannon. Stood there and pointed into the distance as if somebody was encroaching almost behind his eye line. Hutton in again. 65 for 1. Lancashire bowls to Bohannon, chops it down to third man. There'll only be one. Toby Petman doing the fielding. 66 for 1. The end of this over. Notts was 69 without loss, so very little between the two sides. Sure, there'll be fluctuations one way or another. There'll be times when Lancashire sneak 15 or 20 in front. There might be times when Notts are 15 or 20 in front, but I would imagine this will be one that goes quite late on in the proceedings, as Wells can't get this away. End of that Hutton over. 6 from it. 66 for 1. He's 1 for 24 after 5 overs. 66 for 1 is the Red Rose score.
Indeed. On Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We welcome back our BBC Sport website listeners to Stanley Park. 66 for 1. The wicket to fall, Keaton Jennings for 23.
You must have had some fun when Liam Livingston's played here. Stanley and Livingston, surely.
You know, I'm not so sure how many times he had played here, Livingston.
There's Dane Pattinson, so a bowling change for Notts.
Yeah, that happened, didn't it? It was quite expensive the last couple. It's defended into the offside by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. Yeah, Petman 4 overs for 42.
Yeah, so you're taking out of the attack somebody playing his third List A game and replacing him with somebody playing his 101st.
Yeah, Patterson and Houghton, kind of senior guys for Notts with
Yeah,
the ball.
yeah. Yeah, very much so.
A muscly fella, isn't he, Patterson?
Yeah.
And bowling, that's driven straight. Ah, it's 4.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot by Bohannon. Lovely straight drive to the onside of the stumps.
You know it's good when the non-striker just stands there clapping.
Yeah, I think he enjoyed that, didn't he,
Yeah.
with Wells?
Yeah, tapped the face of his bat with the other hand several times.
70 for 1 with that. Bohannon moves to 11. Patterson bowls again. Forward goes Josh Bohannon in defence this time, and there is no run.
No, it shouldn't be, but you'd imagine the batter's mindset got to be a little different as well when somebody comes in to bowl to you, who you know who's played international cricket several times for South Africa, to somebody fairly raw.
Three balls left of the first power play. It's driven into the offside by Bohannon, but fielded at extra cover, no run. And stopped by James.
I thought he played nicely as well, just got on with it, got out there after Budinger was dismissed. Just nice little partnership with Ben Slater.
Yeah, it's 29 for James. He was caught and bowled by Croft. It was a fantastic catch,
Yeah.
wasn't it, by Croft? Off his own bowling. He was probably a wee bit unlucky there, James. If he hit it firmly,
yeah,
one of those where it sticks, and it did then. Run down to third man by Bohannon. Jogs through for 1, moves to 12, 71 for 1.
Yep, end of the. No, it's not the end.
We've got one
more ball.
And that would be the first 10 overs gone,
Yeah.
the power play.
So I'm looking round. I've not noticed anybody. Yes, I have. Liam Patterson-White now. Thank you, Liam. It's Doss going through his bowling regime, turning his arm over there. Going to say, I would have thought Houghton would come out of the attack.
Patterson in, and Wells goes back, drops the ball away into the offside. No runs. That's 10 overs gone. 71 for 1. I think it was 79.
79 without loss were Notts. So end of the first power play. A couple of fielders can now drop out of the ring. 4 allowed out between the start of the 11th over and the end of the 40th. It is going to be Liam Patterson-White. Pace off the ball then for the first time for Notts. This could be a crucial phase as well. He just settles into a steady little rhythm here, Liam Patterson-White. Can be hard just to knock out of his stride. So you're going to begin with no close catches, obviously. Got Josh Bohannon on strike, the right-hander. 2 inside the ring, saving 1 on the leg side and 3 on the offside. So here is LPW bowling to Bohannon, gives himself room, cuts it out as far as a mead.
It's better than saying his full name, isn't it, I suppose?
4 out, 2 straight, and then 1 either side. Bowls again, Bohannon just nudges it to backward point, fielded by Patterson.
Big fan of the sun hat.
Went for 5, Dane Patterson in his first over. It was a lovely drive straight down the ground for the boundary. Here's Bohannon getting his first run with a drive down the ground out to Brett Houghton. Single taken. 72 for 1, Lancashire. Set to score 339. the prize a place in the semi-finals of the Royal London One Day Cup. Down at Hove against Sussex, who not speak quite handsomely in the group stage, first match of the group stage at Trent Bridge. Got Pajar out cheaply, and some of the other danger men at the top of the order there. Ali Orp, Tom Clark went on to win that one quite nicely. It's Pattinson White bowling to Luke Wells, who strikes forward and drops it on the leg side. He ran the first one with plenty of intent, just in case there was a chance of a second, but there wasn't. Matt Montgomery doing the fielding. Ball's in the air, look out for Montgomery. He's taken more catches in the group stage than anybody else, 11. 2 clear of Ollie Price of Gloucestershire, who took 9. It's a poor ball from Pattinson White, but he's going to get away with it. It's only a single. He won't be too happy with that. That was almost a long hot, wasn't it? And it's pulled away by Bohannon, but he's picked out Ben Slater in the deep.
Played it slightly awkwardly, didn't he, Bohannon?
Yeah.
Or at least it looked like that way. He took his kind of bottom hand off the bat.
Pattinson White, umpires White at that end. Oh, lovely looking shot. He's threaded that through the gap on the offside. And away for 4. High quality cricket shot from Luke Wells. Looks in good touch today. He's been in and out of form in this competition, hasn't he? And it is the end of the over, 78 for 1 after 11. Same stage knots were 81 without loss, so only 3 runs between them.
In the main, I think Lancashire's top 3, Jennings, Wells, Bohannon, and this one-day team is largely their championship side. You know, with 1 or 2 not involved. It's a pretty championship-looking team that they've got, and the 3 of them have been in good form over the last kind of 2 or 3 months. You know, if one has dropped off, for example, the other 2 have been there to score the runs. Well, it does look in good touch, doesn't he, for his 41?
It does.
Patterson in, that's driven by Bohannon, away through extra cover for a single. So 79 for 1. As we start the 12th over. These short sleeves, Wells. Couple of not supporters just watching on from the side of the behind Luke Wells there, I think so. Couple of not shirts there in the background. It's defender by Wells towards backward point, and there's no run. Not a bad little trip to get, I suppose, is it? Good bank holiday weekend as well. There we go. Have a little trip up. Yeah. 2 not supporters watching on.
Certainly the green one's not. I'm not entirely sure what the blue and yellow one is. So where are they? Where are they?
Oh, there's someone, isn't they? Square leg out to our left. Patterson 2. Wells. He's telling Bohannon to push. He wants to come back for 2. Just come back for 2, Luke Wells. 43 to him now. And the score moves on to 81 for 1. .43 from 29. In comes Patterson and balls. That's flicked out towards deep back with square leg. I think for a 1 bounce 4 it is.
So.
Terrific looking shot again by Wells. Chipped out towards deep back with square leg. 1 bounce in the crowd, not picked up cleanly though. .85 for 1. 2 balls left to the 12th over. Wells now 47 from 30. Patterson bowls. Goes back trying to force the ball away into the offside, but there's plenty of green Nottinghamshire shirts there. Can't find a way past that one on that occasion. Picked up just at backward point.
verdant green, lush green. The outfield's pretty lush as well, isn't it? I don't know if it was more scorched and dry and brown earlier in the summer, but very green now.
Balls again, looks to Paul, it's up in the air, he might be caught, and is. Wells goes for 47. Lancashire lose their second wicket, 12 overs gone. Singh with a catch on the fine leg boundary, went up in the air, got himself into position, took the catch. Lancashire lose their second wicket. Wells is gone, the top two are out.
Nicely judged by Pattinson. Really important for Notts, not so good for Lancashire. 85 for 2, Wells out for 47 from 32 balls. Going along very nicely indeed. That's the end of the 12th over. New man.
600 career appearance today, number 15, Stephen Croft.
I think you gave us that one earlier, didn't you? 600 career appearances for Stephen Croft. Good round of applause for the lad from Blackpool. Enjoyed his time here against Notts in the blast back in June. Saw Lancashire over the line. So Dane Pattinson with the wicket. Notts have struck after a partnership, an opening partnership of 33, and then second wicket partnership was worth 52. Twelve overs gone. Going to be Liam Pattinson-White to continue.
Yeah, 52 from 43. That partnership between Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Stephen Croft, new batter at the non-striker's end.
So we began with two lefties, we've got two righties. Bohannon's got a little bit of a start. He's on strike on 15. Well, it's a bit cat and mousey here.
He's a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Is Bohannon waiting for Pattinson-White, or is Pattinson-White waiting for Bohannon? I'm not sure. He's standing with his bat held so high, I'm not entirely sure. The bowler wondered if he was ready or not, but first ball is just eased away for a single.
You say he's been in good form here, Stephen Croft, this season. He's enjoyed some good form on his home ground, in the blast in particular. A couple of half centuries. Got a welcome response, didn't he, when he came out to bat? And nice to have acknowledged the 600 appearances for Croft.
So he's on strike to Liam Pattinson-White to face his first delivery. Here is the recently capped England Lion bowling to him. Croft pushes it back to the bowler. Been around for almost forever. Make it without sounding too disparaging. Came through that Lancashire age group with Stephen Mullaney and Carl Brown, players of that era. This was steered to backward point, Patterson Fields, no run. Next delivery chopped away, fielded by Petman, and there's no run. That's got two fielders very close to each other inside the ring. In Dane Patterson at backward point and Toby Petman, you'd say at short third, but they are fairly close to each other. Aware of Croft's strengths. Again, he'll push it into the offside, and he does manage to get it past Hamid out to Montgomery. Good pick up and throw, but they do come back comfortably for two. 88 for 2. Into this over, Notts were 90 without loss. Lost their first wicket on 98, Sol Budinger. Pattinson-White to bowl. Croft just pushes it back, so just 3 runs from that over. It's okay. Stephen Croft just having a little look, fresh at the wicket. Scott's got the sunnies on. And we've had 13 overs. The target 339. Lancashire require a further 251 at 6.78 an over. Just done that in my head there, Scott.
You've done very well there, Dave. Very well. Impressive, that.
The old Rachel Riley's.
Did you see the Dame Villas countdown?
No. Has he been on countdown?
Well, no. He hasn't been on countdown, but his name appeared on countdown. So when they,
as what, an anagram?
No, it was spelt out correctly. So when they dig out the letters and.
Well, I'll have a vowel, please. I'll have a consonant, please.
All that malarkey.
And it's spelt Dane Vilas.
Spelt Dane Vilas. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He did.
Give over.
He did. Patterson in balls. That's run down towards the keeper by Bohannon. There's no run. At first, I thought it was a bit of a wind-up.
You'd tell me any old pony.
But that's absolutely true. It's spelt Dane Vilas.
And what word did they get out of it?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure what they got out of it.
I need to have a look. Saliva. I've got saliva for 6. I've not said that before on the radio.
It's driven into the offside by Bohannon for no run.
The live stream.
You got saliva for 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Good effort. Oh, Colin, who's directing us today.
Oh,
he's come in with one.
I've got one for 7.
Go on then.
Denials.
Okay. Oh, blimey, this is a good one from our director. It's Patterson in and ball. That's muscled out through the onside by Josh Bohannon, and he comes back and runs 2. The score moves on to 90 for 2. Vandalise is what Colin's come up with.
And Graham Hardcastle to my right, esteemed cricket broadcaster, writer,
Vandalise as well,
author, and downright good egg was there as well.
We Vandalise. Well done. That's good effort, that. I thought it was a wind-up, but apparently it's true.
Wait till he comes out to bat. Vandalise!
Patterson balls driven away by Bohannon through the covers for a single. Takes him to 91 for 2 in the 14th over.
What a great word.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you could see there's it's on Twitter, isn't it? You just put it into Twitter, you'll soon.
Oh, you found it, have you?
You'll soon see it.
Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a look later.
I think Lancashire.
Just before I go to bed tonight, if I can't sleep.
I think Lancashire put a tweet out with it as well.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Let's have the back foot and worked away, just back with a point by Crofton. There's no run. 91 for 2. You go down this route now. You start thinking about.
Yeah, you do.
You start thinking about either Dame Villas's name or other cricketers, and what you can get from it.
Well, Scott Reed's 9 letters. I've already worked that out.
Final ball of the 14th over. Patterson in, forward goes. Croft gets a little sneaky single here. He just pushes it up towards mid-off where Hamid comes up to field, and Croft is through for 1. And I think he's pinched the strike he has. It's the end of the over. Croft's on 3, Bohannon on 19, 14 gone, 92 for 2.
Yeah, good stuff. Out there from Stephen Croft, just scampering a single. 92 for 2. Same stage knots were 94 without loss, but they were going to lose Sol Budinger in the next over. Simon Trafford, photographer at Trembridge, I don't know if he's on the ground or not, but says he's noticed that Dane Patterson's losing his letters on his name. Got enough trouble here, Simon, with letters, and we always have enough trouble with numbers, but no, I've not really noticed him. Here's LPW bowling to Croft, works it on the leg side. There's no run. It's James Pattinson who tends to have trouble with his letters. He's on his shirt. I don't know who's been stitching his letters on, but he ended up. Oh, there we go. Yeah, good stuff by the production team. They don't miss a. They don't miss a shot, do they? They don't miss a shot. Brilliant work, folks. Single taken down the ground. Dane Patterson losing his letters. There we are. Oh dear, oh dear.
They're flaking off them,
They are.
It's in better
days.
days.
Yeah. Shirts are available. Trentbury's shop. Have your own name put on. We've got a few letters left. This one's out to the deep to Montgomery. Great throw by Monty. The field marshal, they call him. Keeps them down to 2. It's got a bit of work, wasn't it? Batted very well earlier, I thought, Montgomery.
He did, yeah.
Just going along at round about a runner ball, and really kicked on when Slater got out as Bohannon clips this down the ground. Oh, hang on, Linden. Hang on, Linden. Oh, my word. It's prevented it going over the line for 4, but came galloping in, didn't he?
He did.
Single was always going to be taken down at long on. Comfortable single, but he came in and overshot it. Saw 1 or 2 of those in the Lancashire innings, or in the Nottinghamshire innings rather, by the Lancashire fielders. LPW bowls Bohannon. Oh, he's going to get a streaky 4. Again, we saw 1 or 2 of those in the Notts innings, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander and all that sort of stuff. 4 more to Bohannon. Was a little bit of talk about him perhaps attracting the attention of the selectors at the start of the season, wasn't it? But that died a death, didn't get well, the applause is for the 100 coming up. Thought it was a slow end cap. The 100 is up, 101 for 2. It didn't lead to anywhere, did it? Pattinson White bowls, he'll work this away.
Yeah, he got that call up, didn't he, in the winter to the Lions. Went out to Australia with the England Lions in the winter. Had a great year last year. And it felt like he was in the conversation, wasn't it? But didn't have a great start to the season, and I say that he got a double century, but then he just had a run.
He got a double century. It's rubbish.
He got a run of pretty low scores after that, and he's only just started, I think, to try and get, in the last maybe month or so, to kind of regain a bit of form. But he's had a really good start to his career with Lancashire. He's averaging way over 40.
Malcolm says that must be a lucky shirt for Dane as he had it on at Welbeck in the Surrey match. Indeed. It may well be, Malcolm, that I know there are only 2 players left in the ground. I'm not telling tales here.
Here comes the Pattinson in and bowling. That's run down to 3rd man for a single.
There are only 2 players left in the ground when Notts qualified, because they finished the match about 2.5, 3 hours before the Warwickshire Somerset game finished, and there were only Toby Petman and Matthew Montgomery and I left there. And I think 1 or 2 players were actually asked by the spectators for their shirts, you know, and I think perhaps 1 or 2 wondered if it was the end of the campaign and maybe gave them away.
Pattinson balls, that's worked off the back by Croft, just nudging the ball away to square leg for a single.
From my angle, he'd chipped that straight into the hands of Liam Pattinson White, but he hadn't.
Croft to 4, 102 for 2.
Steve Battlemuch, for the 45th time this season, asked what's happened to Lyndon James bowling. He's got a side twinge, Steve. I seem to answer that one every single day.
With the same answer?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't mean to Steve. Apologies, Steve. I think it's probably must be the first time he's asked it.
It's short pulled for 4 through mid-wicket by Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, they whatever it is, they want to get sorted out through the winter so he can be back to being a fully fledged all-rounder again next season. Yeah, boundary there by Bohannon, who's picked up the pace nicely. 28 from 28. 106 for 2. Target 339. Won't look so many, will it, once they're below 200?
Pattinson balls and Bohannon defends. Ball bounces away into the offside. There's no run.
Have we had an LBW shout today where you thought that's out?
Not yet. No, I can't think of anything.
I'm entirely sure there's been any where might have been one. I can't remember who it was when I said it. I think there was 2 snicks, and I think it was given as a run, wasn't it? But
106 for 2.
Not a deal beating the bat.
Oh, it's a slower ball, but it's been given as a wide by the umpire. Wide outside the off stump. He went for the slower ball there, I think.
Yeah, he was trying something there.
He was. quite work to plan. And 28 not out. Settling into his crease. Pattinson balls, has worked towards wide mid-on where Hutton fields. Bannon gets a single, 30 to him now.
Tea at the Test match. Ben Stokes is 98 not out.
Ooh, that's been fun to watch.
England 157 in front, 308 for 5.
Could be enough.
Leicestershire 43 for 1 in the other eliminator. Set to score 326 to beat Kent.
I know the guys at Emirates Old Trafford were hoping it would go into at least a fourth day. That's fallen just on off stump and driven away through the covers for a single. Croft moves to 6, 111 for 2. And that is the end of the over as well. 16 overs gone. 1, 1, 1, 2. Croft 6, Bannon on 30.
Yeah, Lancashire now 8 runs ahead of where Notts were. It's a warm day now. The sun at its hottest, the glare at its worst.
Could do with the old hat. The drinks have been brought out, I think, there for the Lancashire players. Maybe change your gloves. Sun beating down.
Just the 4 bowlers used so far. Petman and Hutton opened the bowling. Dane Pattinson replaced Petman at this end. Patterson White replaced Hutton at the far end. There's Liam Patterson White to begin over 17. Tosses it up there and Croft makes it into a low full toss. Just nudges it down the ground for an easy single. 112 for 2. Croft's on 7, Bohannon's on 30. Josh Bannon taking his gloves off there and took him an ace to get him back on. We're ready again. Can't work this anywhere other than clipping it to Budinger at mid-wicket. No run. Patterson right into his 4th over, none for 17 bowls, and Bohannon cuts it out as far as Montgomery. He's got a good throw, but they easily get back for 2. 114 for 2, Lancashire. Victory target 339. They've lost Keaton Jennings for 23, Luke Wells for 47. Little push into the offside, Mead doing the fielding. A wicket for Brett Hutton and a wicket for Dane Patterson, the 2 senior hands, if you like, in this Outlaws 11. Patterson White balls again. Bohannon clips it onto the leg side. That's really good from Budinger. Every dot ball vital. Budinger was in tight. He's just been pushed back a pace or two for the final ball of the over. Bohannon pushes it to him and he can't pick it up cleanly this time, so they scamper through for a single after all. It's 115 for 2 after 17 at the same stage. Notts were 104 for 1, so Lancashire 11 runs ahead.
There's not much in it, is there? Should be in for a really good finish, hopefully, to this game. There's been some really belting finishes in the One Day Cup again this season. And if Lancashire take this deep, then it could be set for another terrific match.
Notts are going to have to pick up wickets. I think now Lancashire have got ahead, 11 runs ahead. Notts had some leanish overs during this phase of their innings.
Yeah, Lanc's got the spinners on, didn't they? Wells and Morley.
So they can just tick along the next 3, 4, 5, 6 overs at 5 or so and over. Lancashire, they'll be well in front.
Patterson balls, that's carved away for 4.
That's a good start to the over.
It is. Real thrash of the bat from Josh Bohannon, caught it sweetly. Ball rattles away, but we watch back on the replay of this. It'll step back and then bang, away it went. On the ground by Bohannon for 4. 37 not out now. On 19 for 2. Pattinson bowls again. I thought for a second that Bohannon may just have feathered that one behind.
He had a little fiddle at it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. There's a little fiddle. Through to the Outlaws keeper. Bringing noise from behind our tent. I think the kids are having a game of cricket. It sounds pretty competitive too as well. Over the wicket balls, that's worked away off the pads. Stopped at mid-wicket and there is no run. 119 for 2, halfway through the 18th over.
It's almost like he doesn't know what to do with the ball, Liam Pattinson-White, in white ball cricket, because he is the red ball polisher, so every single delivery is a challenge to him to buff up the red ball, get one side nice and shiny. But doesn't seem to have that luxury or that role in white ball.
Comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's driven again, but driven straight to extra cover, and Bohannon's gone for 37. With Lyndon James taking the catch. And an important breakthrough for the Outlaws. A catch from Lyndon James at extra cover. And Bohannon departs and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket, 119 for 3.
Good low catch, wasn't it, from a big tall man, 6'5" or thereabouts, Lyndon James. Josh Bohannon, like Jennings and Wells before him, was really timing it nicely, looking in very good order. It's just driven a delivery to cover. Just couldn't quite keep it down, and Lyndon James did well to get his hands underneath it. Here comes Dane Vilas to replace Josh Bohannon, 119 for 3 in the 18th.
34 on partnerships, and a couple of partnerships starting. Nothing going on just yet to be anything too significant. Lancashire will be needing at least one sizable partnership to try and get over the line. I'm watching this little game of cricket which is taking place behind our media tent. Kids are playing cricket. Nice to watch. Looks like one of the big kids is batting at the minute. So 119 for 3.
And Bota, one of the members of the coaching staff, just very keen to pass on a word or two from the dressing room out into the middle there.
Got to keep taking wickets, haven't they not? Keep chipping away. Run rate's fine. Lancashire are up with the run rate that they need.
I think Ant Bota knows Dane Vilas pretty well. I think Dane Pattinson probably does as well. All with a South African connection.
Balls too. Vilas played it with a straight bat. Defending it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
T says, boy, did we need that. Won't surprise you to hear that T's a not supporter.
It was a timely breakthrough, that, wasn't it? Bohannon looked just like Wells before, and Jennings prior to that looked a pretty good touch. All 3 are gone. Wells for 47, Jennings for 23, and Bohannon for 37. Patterson balls, that's dropped away into the offside by Vilas, and again there's no run.
It's a really good catch by Lyndon James, a really important one as well. Got down low. 2nd wicket for Dane Patterson, who's bowled well throughout the competition. Didn't get any wickets in either of the last 2 matches. It's funny how these things turn around. Ice cream's being sold. Look, is that our producer there just fetching us ice creams?
Oh, Ken. That's
oh, they look good. It's Ken.
It's Ken.
It's Ken.
He's gone for double flake as well.
Yes. Look at that.
Oh, Ken. You need to eat that quickly. It's going to melt otherwise.
Can they show replays of that when Ken comes back?
Yeah.
So you've been caught out, Ken, and we'll show it to him.
Is he going to walk back into the media tent with that ice cream?
It'll have melted. There's Pattinson White, starts a new over. It's swept away. In fact, it's swept away for 4. I'm just looking and waiting for the fielder to throw it back to our left. There is a little area of the ground where we can't see. There's nobody there, so it's not going to be thrown back. 119 for 3.
If Ken walks back in with this ice cream, he's going to get belters from the guys behind us, isn't he? You can't just go across there and get yourself an ice cream. He's going to have to eat it over there on his own.
If he hasn't eaten it, it'll be melted.
Well, that's a fair point. Yeah,
that's why I wondered if we could get a replay of it or something. That'll be
the melting ice cream.
Pattinson White in to Croft, pushes it back to the bowler. 123 for 3. Croft 11 off 14. Loves this sort of challenge, doesn't he, Stephen Croft? There's Pattinson White, tosses it up, worked through mid-on for a single by the Blackpool native. 124 for 3.
Yep, this is his manner, this, isn't it? Hometown boy, Stephen Croft.
There's a couple on that there goggle box from Blackpool, isn't there? You seen that?
No, I've not seen that, no. I mean, I have watched it previously, but I've not seen it for a long time.
Seen it on from time to time. Next ball is run away for Dane Vilas's first run. Vandalise! 125 for 3.
That's top points, that, isn't it, Vandalise?
Well, yeah. I mean, in the test they've been talking about Aidan Markram being the anagram cricketer. Markram. But that's much better, isn't it? Dane Vilas, Vandalise. Croft back on strike. Lots of had a bit of a rejig. Got a deep mid wicket out there for Stephen Croft. There's the next delivery. Tossed up nice and high by Liam Pattinson White. Croft has just clipped it out to deep mid wicket, fielded by Budinger. Wonder if we'll just have a quiet little 10 overs here whilst Lancashire regroup again. 35 for none or something like that as Vilas pushes it again into the offside. That's the end of the 19th. 126 for 3 at the same stage. Knots for 111 for 1.
Yeah, it's probably a sensible approach, that, isn't it, actually? You don't need to go at it too hard. They just keep ticking over. You need wickets in hand, don't you, when you're chasing down scores of 320, 330, 340. And they're going into the final 5 or 6 or 7 overs with wickets in hand, with batting to come.
It is one of the benefits of batting first. If, like Notts did earlier, you can go into those last 5 with a few wickets in hand, as they certainly threw the bat with intent, didn't they?
They did, yep.
Trevor says Dane Vilas should have come to the middle with the countdown music ticking away. That would have been nice.
Like that, yeah. We're going to see Singh coming into the attack.
Figures, your figures. Yeah, 5. I'll have a look. Diddle-dee-dee. If I can see.
I think he's bowled 5.
We've got the country's leading wicket taker in.
Yeah, 5.
Oh, have you got his figures there?
Yeah, 5 overs, 1 for 24 for Brett Hutton.
5 overs, 1 for 24. Who says players don't care about their figures? Brett Hutton on the rope just in front of us. It's Fateh Singh starting his work for the day with the ball. Running between umpire and stumps. First delivery is defended. Croft on strike. Singh bowls. This one's swept away. That'll be a boundary. Nice looking shot from Stephen Croft. Boundary. Not exactly the start you want to your spell. So Croft under 17. Next one. Hit him on the pad, asking the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, who says no. The ball is fizzed in by Budinger back to Bowler Singh. So we did have an LBW shout there. Here comes Singh to Croft. Oh, that's good. Oh, I was going to say good glove work. He didn't take it cleanly. Shardendorf. Don't think. Well, he hadn't. Croft hadn't moved anywhere. We could see with the naked eye, which is a strange old expression in itself, isn't it? It's just pushed into the offside. You've got your sunnies on. Am I looking with the naked eye and you're not?
Maybe, yeah. I'm through the filtered eye.
Fall from this over so far. Last ball is hit back to Fatty Singh. End of the over, 130 for 3 after 20. Knots were 114 at the same stage. So Lancashire 16 runs ahead. A couple of wickets worse off though. It's a wham one.
It is. It is. You're in danger of being kind of panda eyes, aren't you, when you put your sunglasses on like this and the sun's beating down on you?
Pattinson wants to continue. He's had 5, half of his allocation. Just wonder if he'll keep him going, or wonder if we'll see a little bit of Matthew Montgomery sometime soon. Though he's the right arm off break bowler. Might look to keep the two lefties going whilst these two are in. So here's Pattinson White to bowl to Dane Vilas, who's cut this, partially stopped by Patterson. Going to come back for 2. Good running. Stopped by Patterson, thrown in by Montgomery, and Vilas was back for a couple. Lancashire need 207 more. Patterson White bowls hit into the offside. It was hit in the air, but Notts have got nobody to take that catch in the cover region. Went all the way out on a couple of bounces to Montgomery. Lancashire require 206. Notts 7 wickets away from the semi-finals. It's Patterson White to bowl again, cut away this time more forcefully, but once more Montgomery should be able to get there and keep them to 1. Good stuff from him. Just watch then, he's quite a way away, and that bounce to I'll come back to in a second. Next one is through to Shardendorf, who whips off a bail, not out. Montgomery running around the boundary edge there a couple of times. The last couple of times he's got to it there and thrown it in. It's bounced a couple of times before reaching Shardendorf. Sometimes the umpires do get a little touchy about that, don't they? The ball bouncing twice, but you know, running at full pelt, looking to get the ball in quickly from that furthest boundary. Vilas cuts this next one down the ground. 135 for 3. Vilas on 5, Croft on 18. The 3 wickets that have gone down so far are to seam is Patterson White bowls. Again, Croft can't get it away. Nice enough over, 5 from it. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, and on the live stream through Lancs TV. Oh my word. Look at this, look at this. It's the return of the ice cream man, but didn't bring any with him.
Did you know he's been spotted on the live stream?
So he got 2.
Well,
he's obviously eaten 1. He's brought another one back with him.
Good old Ken. He's a good man. 135 for 3. Over number 22. This is Singh in and bowling. And Velas plays the ball out towards deep point. Jocks through for 1.
Run rate's just about 7. It's nothing Lancashire will fear. Just got to be careful about their work in these middle overs. As Scott said, just leave enough wickets in hand just to make sure you get over the line at the back end of the contest.
Singh comes around the wicket and balls. That's a single taken up towards long on. Stephen Croft moves to 19, not out. Lyndon James coming up from the long on boundary. 1-3-7 for 3. Singh balls again. Step down the pitch and hit up towards Brett Hodson for a single.
I have to say it's a lovely outfield, isn't it? It must be an absolute pleasure to field on. Real credit to the ground staff here at the local club.
It's just nudged into the offside by Croft, and there's no run. Yeah, I don't know how much assistance they would have got from Old Trafford with the Test match being on. I mean, it's just probably not much. They've done a fine job, the club, and a quick turnaround for them for Blackpool. Croft turns his delivery out towards the leg side, but for no run. 138 for 3. 1 ball left of the over.
Rattled through their overs, Singh and Pattinson White, obviously.
Yeah. Chopped out through the offside for another single. Keeps the strike as well. That's the end of the over. 139 for 3. 22 overs gone.
Yeah, Lancashire 14 runs better off than where Notts were. It's all the pressure of the run chase, of course. The second innings, the chasing innings. Know what's at stake. Right now they won't be thinking about that. It'll be just every ball on its merit.
I thought you were going to say every ball counts.
No. So Pattinson White's going to get another one. That'll be his 7th. Bowling to Croft, who
7
just shimmied as if he was going to come a-charging, but didn't. Stayed at home and punches it into the offside. And there's no run. Hamid doing the fielding. The Notts captain. Pattinson White again bowls. Croft this time does manage to thread a gap through that offside out to Montgomery. One more to Stephen Croft. 140 for 3. Croft on to 21. So it's now under 200. 199 more required as Pattinson White bowls. LBW shout as Vilas goes down on one knee trying to lap it away. Nice and fine. All eyes towards the umpire, and straight away Robbie White says nod out. There's a nod, there's a word, there's a smile from the umpire to Liam Pattinson White. There's a little bit of a look of resignation from the bowler that he didn't get it. Comes in again, no bowls, and Vilas pulls this onto the leg side for runs. There's nobody out there. That'll be a boundary through mid-wicket for 4. Always the way, isn't it? After a drop catch or a turn down LBW shout, the next ball's always hit away for 4.
Ben Stokes has reached a century for England. 101 not out from 159 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes.
Pattinson White to Vilas again. He tries to pull it through mid-wicket, but came off the bottom of the bat, so it's gone down the ground. Shy at the stumps from Lyndon James from running in from the long on fence. Plenty of backer-uppers. 145 for 3.
England lead by 167 runs at 318 for 5.
Pattinson White now to Croft. Bowls. He's gone on the sweep. He's hit it straight on the bounce to Fatih Singh. And there's no run. End of the over. 23 gone. 145 for 3. Lancashire 9 ahead of where Notts were.
Yeah, they're as Dave said there, you can just see on the worm on the screen, they're just in front of Notts were at this stage. Accelerated at the back end of their innings, the Outlaws.
Yeah, just how much worth do you put on the fact that Slater battered so deep into the innings, and then when he got out, Montgomery took it on, and he got out right at the death, and then Hutton and Dane Pattinson in the last over.
Singh bowls, and that's cut by Villas. Come back for a couple.
Nottinghamshire Centurion, Ben Slater doing the fielding.
Batted well, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's having some year, isn't he?
He is.
147 for 3 now. Singh spins the ball from one hand to the other. And that's chipped down the ground. Bounce in front of Hutton on the long off boundary.
Of course, I didn't think of it earlier, but Slater has a little bit of previous with Lancashire, doesn't he? Because he had that brief loan spell in 2020 with Leicestershire in the match he played at New Road, Worcester.
That's it.
And got a career best 170 odd.
Singh in, and that's driven back to him. There's no run.
Then Notts recalled him
yes.
for the game at Trent Bridge, and he got another 100 against Lancashire, didn't he?
He did. Oh, he quite likes batting against Lancashire, doesn't he? Singh in to Croft. That's played away off the back foot out to backward point, and there's no run. 148 for 3.
Piccadilly Circus again in front of our desk. They do like to come by and see you, don't they, everybody?
Singh in and bowls. Croft goes back, and that's lifted out through the onside. One bounce, and then over the rope, and then 4 runs to Stephen Croft. Shovelled away through mid-wicket to bring up the 150 for Lancashire.
He's managed to find the gaps nicely, Croft, from each end, really. Anything that's been dropped short, he's helped away to the mid-wicket fence.
Singh balls, that's dropped away into the offside, and there is no run.
7 from that over, 152 for 3. Notts we're 140 at this stage. Croft has 25, Thiel has 15. Still to come, not entirely sure on the stream now. That's scorecard order. I wouldn't have thought Liam Hurt would be in next, would he? George Balderson.
No, big Balderson.
Lavelle, Lamb, Blatherwick and Morley. It's going to be a change. Toby Petman's coming back, so pace back on the ball. Petman bowled 4 overs at the start of the innings. Keaton Jennings took a little bit of a liking to him. See what he can do now with his second spell, this time from the Stanley Park end.
Jed Scott, who's part of the BBC online team, sent me a message about some stats, some one-day cup stats from this season. So he says now there have been 42 300-plus inning scores in this season's one-day cup, but the 300-plus scores have only been chased down 6 times. And each time someone has got a ton in that successful run chase. So 42 300-plus scores in this year's one-day cup.
There's Petman to start a new over and a new spell. Bowls to Vilas, cut away his first ball out into the deep. They'll come back for 2. I mean, we love the work of Jed Scott. We love a stat. You can play around with stats to your heart's content, though, can't you? You can say on this ground there's been, every single time 300 has been scored, it's been chased down. Yes?
Yeah, well, this season, yeah.
Petman bowls again. Little push and run by Croft into the offside, but yeah, it does probably point to the fact that Notts are favourites, having got so many on the board, but I don't know. Each day is a different day, isn't it?
Quite surprised there's been so few chased down. Actually, you kind of
Say it again then, how many?
I think it was
6 out of 24.
I think it was 6, yeah. 6 out of 20, no, 27. 6 out of 27.
Petman bowls nice and full, and Croft drives through the offside for 4 more. Might be 7 out of 28 if Notts can't get rid of Stephen Croft sometime soon. Magnificent extra cover drive there, full follow through, proper swish of the bat all the way along the ground. And Toby Petman has now gone for 49 halfway through his 5th. 7 from this over. Can all change in the blink of an eye. A swish and a nick behind, and suddenly he's back in the game. Here he comes, bowling to Croft, who just drops it on the leg side and walks down to the other end. 160 for 3, target 339. Notts have used 5 bowlers, 2 spinners, Pattinson, White and Singh, and the 3 quicks, Petman, Hutton and Pattinson. Here comes Toby Petman, bowls Vilas into the offside. Oh, if that had bounced kindly for Asiba Mead, he'd have had a lot of work to do. He'd have been side on with 1 stump to aim at, but would have been a little bit risky from Vilas, but as it was, Mead couldn't pick it up cleanly. 161 for 3. They're looking to target Petman, aren't they? Croft on strike again. Petman bowls again, worked away, square on the offside out to Montgomery. So come back over. Yielded 10 runs for Lancashire. 162, starting to go away again from Notts. They're 19 ahead of where Notts were, and after 25 overs, 162 for 3 is the Lancashire score. They're going to take a proper old drinks break here. There'll be 2 or 3 minute pause, I would imagine. Let's they all have a drink, let's they all have a bit of a regroup.
It's a strategic timeout.
Is that what it is?
Ben Stokes is out, by the way. He got to his century. 103 he made. Ben Folkes is 69, not out. Ben Stokes made 103. So England are 321 for 6 and lead by 170 runs. And in the other game, in the Royal London One Day Cup, Leicestershire-Kent, Leicestershire set 326 to win. Are 86 for 3 after 16 overs. Game being played at the county ground in Leicester. That's the other kind of eliminator playoff match, with Hampshire awaiting the winners of that particular fixture.
Peter Moore's actually having a bit of a natter to his captain, which is a little unusual, I guess. Keen to just help out his skipper as much as he can. The rest of the players all taking drinks on board, but the Notts head coach having a little bit of a one-to-one with Asiba Mead.
Wise words from Colin, our director. Stay hydrated. It's a hot day. Looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Outfield bathed in sunshine and plenty of blue sky. This performance review thing from Andrew Strauss, the suggestion on that is to move the 50 over competition to April, to play at the start of the season, to play championship matches alongside the 100.
Sunday League. Start with your blank piece of paper and drop in the Sunday League every Sunday. Every other Sunday your county's going to fill your ground. Why wouldn't the administrators like that? Are we dispensing water again?
Yeah.
Our castle. Thank you very much. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, we'll have a good old read of that.
It's the write-up now. The report is on the BBC Sport website and the app. Stefan Schemmelt, the chief cricket writer for the BBC, has written it up. ECB High Performance Review proposes less domestic cricket. That's their headline.
one or two people. Chris Morley suggesting that LBW shout was very, very close indeed.
And his Singh in and balls back underway after a drinks break and cut by Croft away towards deep point for a single. Croft moves to 32, 163 for 3. Oh, not seen an LBW in the match, have we?
No. No, keep saying it, Scott.
Singh balls, that's off the back foot by Velas. Played away through the offside for 1. And Velas moves up to 20. Score moving on to 164 for 3. Singh in his 4th over. Balls again cut away for 1. Croft to 33, not out. 165 for 3 now. Nice and steady from Lancashire. 2 experienced players, Croft and Velas. Just ticking the score over. Singh in to Velas. Goes right back into his crease and forces the ball away through the offside again for a run. 21 to Velas now, 166 for 3. 2 balls remaining of the 26th over. Sun comes around the wicket and bowls, and it's a wide ball actually, which is chopped away into the offside by Croft. Hutton comes up from the boundary. Croft jogs through for 1. Score moves on to 167 for 3.
Yeah, 5 balls, 5 singles in this over. Notts need a wicket, this partnership. Gathering legs again.
Yeah, edging towards a half-century partnership.
48, I think.
Singh over the wicket this time. Dragged out through the onside. Really time it, Velas. Bouncing and bobbling its way out towards deep backward square leg. Velas adds another to his total, and 6 singles going off the over. 26 gone, 168 for 3. Yeah, partnership 49 now between these two, and just a 1/2 century partnership in the innings so far. Wells and Bahan, a couple of 30s in there. And these two looking to try and bring up the 2nd half-century partnership of the Lancashire innings.
So we're going to, I think, have a 6th bowler used yet. He's going to turn to Matthew Montgomery. Here's a Seabermead. Toby Petman coming back for the previous over, which went for 10. Gone for over 50 from his 5 overs now. Toby Petman. Seabermead just looking to try and make the change that will break this partnership. Velas and Croft, 2 of the elder statesmen, 2 of the senior guys in this Lancashire starting 11. Matthew Montgomery has actually got fielders running everywhere. It's almost as if keep on moving till the music stops. There we go. Mead has come over to mid-wicket. So Montgomery, right arm off spinner, bowling round the wicket to Dane Velas. First ball is cut off the stumps to backward point. Dane Pattinson does the fielding. Johannesburg born 22-year-old Matthew Montgomery played very, very nicely earlier for his 78. His best figures in this competition, 2 for 48 against Gloucestershire. And now bowls, this is pushed into the offside. There'll be another single. I think Notts would take that right now, wouldn't they? 10 overs, 2 for 48.
Yes, I think so.
170 for 3. Velas back on strike. Montgomery bowls to him, just shimmied as if he was going to charge towards the young bowler, and changed his mind, stayed at home, punched it down the ground to Lyndon James. 50 partnership brought up.
52 balls.
Montgomery bowls, worked off his stumps again onto the leg side by Croft. Slater comes in from the fence away on the Zoo side to our left. Keeps them to 1. Montgomery again bowls. Vilas wristily onto the leg side. That's partially stopped by the skipper. Hope he's all right. Just stayed down on his haunches. Yeah, he's got up. 1 more. Montgomery in again. Nobody taking excessive risks against him. It's another over where we've just had 6 singles. 174. Stephen Croft 37, Dane Vilas 25. Going to be Singh to continue. His 4 overs so far have yielded none for 21.
Yeah, 5 overs from Hudson, 5 from Petman, 5 from Pattinson, 7 from Liam Patterson-White. This is number 5 for Singh. Single taken away through the leg side. A flick of the wrist from Stephen Croft and jogs through for 1. 38 now to Stephen Croft, 175 for 3. Vilas now waiting. So Singh's in, he's gone for a sweep, he's top-edged it. Will it land safe? It will. It's in the air for a while. Actually, it spins away from a man coming up from the backward square leg boundary. Montgomery, I think.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It was in the air for some time. He was trying to catch up with the ball, and then when it landed, it spun away to his right. Come back for a couple, 177 for 3. It's it down the ground. Singh bursting away to his left, trying to get a fingertip on that, and there is 1 run. $178 for 3. Lancashire in the 28th over. 339 is the target for Lancashire to win the match. They've got Stephen Croft on 38 and Dane Vilas on 28. These will just brought up the half-century partnership. The 3 wickets to fall. Wells for 47, Jennings for 23, Bohannon for 37. So intriguingly balanced this. 339 to win for Lancashire, and they're 179 for 3 in the 28th over. That's chopped out towards backward point. There's no run.
160 required from 22 overs and a ball. Rate has always just been round about 7, hasn't it?
Singh around the wicket. Balls.
Dropped.
Oh, it's burst through the fingertips of Hamid. And a lifeline for Dane Vilas. Dropped on 28 by Hasib Hamid. And that proved to be a significant moment in the match. 180 for 3 after 28.
Certainly not scores as would have been hugely helped had Hasib Hamid hung on to it. It was hit crisply to him, well inside the circle at extra cover. Thrust his hands up in the air, both hands to it, and Scott's head burst through the hands. Came out the other side, they took the single. Here's Montgomery to bowl to Vilas, had a life, now pulls it on the leg side! What a catch, has he caught it? He has indeed. Hamid with an absolute stunner to atone for the one before. What a catch from the skipper, and Vilas has to go. That's as good as it gets. Hasib Hamid with the catch, and Lancashire 180 for 4. What a catch.
I did see it. I have to look back on the replay of the catch, but it was a full-blooded shot, wasn't it, by Dane Vilas. There we go. Bang, caught by Hasib Hamid. Whew. Blimey. What's a good catch, that wasn't it? Goodness me, look.
Crikey, he's off the ground. moving to his left, and the nonchalant way then, he just lobs it back to the bowler and smiles. What a stunning catch. It's another one that's got a start. The men out, Scott, 23, 47, 37, 29. They've got starts and not gone on. But that was absolutely stunning from Asiba Mead. And Matthew Montgomery gets a wicket.
It's an outrageous catch, isn't it, really? I love the celebration too, isn't it? And no worries. Never in doubt, boys. Don't worry about it.
Just his 4th catch of the competition for Asiba Mead. I beg your pardon. It's his 4th wicket of the competition for Matthew Montgomery. 180 for 4 in the 29th.
George Balderson, the new batter, coming out to join Stephen Croft.
Oh, he's been in form, hasn't he?
Century last week, yeah. A century at Kent on Tuesday. I said last week, yeah, it was this week, wasn't it? A couple of days
3 days ago.
Yeah. Century in the game at Canterbury, his 1st century for Lancashire. In any format, that as well. So he joined Stephen Croft. Needed that wicket, Notts. Needed to break that partnership. 61 runs they scored. Croft and Villa, 61 from 63 balls. Needed the wicket, and their captain, Hamid, has snatched one out the air. And it was absolutely pummeled by Villas off the back foot through mid-wicket.
So Montgomery to bowl to Balderson, left-hander. First ball is defended.
You know, just slow things down a little bit. There's no one at the batter trying to get himself in and
guides this one to point where Pattinson fields. It really was a stunning catch, but talk about the highs and lows of cricket within, what, 30 seconds? As this one just hurries on to Balderson, goes right back onto his stumps and then plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, the drop catch, wasn't it, just a few moments ago?
Well, it was the previous delivery to end the previous over, and then the first ball of this one. Single taken for Balderson. He's off the mark. I guess the only one not so happy about it is Pattinson, because he missed out on a wicket. He was the one that had it dropped, but great work from Hamid, it really was. Montgomery bowls to Croft, drops this on the leg side, and they take a single, and that's the end of the over. That's the big over that Notts needed, in the sense that they got a wicket, but they also only went for 2 runs because Lancashire were just getting further and further away from where Notts were in comparison. Great catch.
Great, yeah, it was. Fabulous work from Hamid. So it's 157 runs to win from 21 overs. And 6 wickets to get them. 6 wickets in hand. Croft well set on 40. He needs to kind of go on really and emulate the work done by Slater. Someone sort of needs to score a big knock for Lancashire here, but it's beautifully balanced the game. Croft gets forward to this delivery from Singh and just eases the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. 182 for 4. Singh balls again. Croft looks to sweep. And he gets through for a single. Little bottom edge of the bat of Croft from that sweep. 41 now to Stephen Croft. 183 for 4.
So Mr. Vandalizer's gone.
Yes.
That's one of the things I remember from this trip.
Dave Velas's name spelt out on Countdown, if you missed it earlier on. And vandalise is, I think, is the top points from from it. I don't know what they actually got on the TV programme. I don't know whether anyone actually got vandalised or not. So Balderson on strike. Singh comes around the wicket and bowls. Takes a single through the offside.
Mark says, what a catch. Richard says, Dave, you've made me spill my cup of tea, yelling at the wicket. Sorry, Richard.
I think you woke up off the press tent as well. You're having a bit of a snooze in the back.
Well, got to keep them on their toes.
You have. Chopped down into the offside by Croft for a single. 185 for 4.
You've got to enjoy brilliance.
You have, mate, yeah. Yeah. Singh runs it across the umpire and bowls. Ooh, turned to the leg side by Balderson.
Yeah, it was
in the air for a little while.
Well, it was a little bit drag it from a long way outside off, drag it to leg, wasn't it? Things can go badly wrong playing that.
85 for 4. Balderson waiting. Singh is in.
It's a different game, isn't it? Different game. New man at the crease. Straight away under a little bit of pressure. Finding it a little tricky just to rotate the strike. You know, you've got to earn the right, haven't you? Get out there, play yourself in, and then just keep the board ticking over. And George Balderson finding that he couldn't just pick up where Dane Vilas left off. He's got to get himself going. 2 from 7, 185 for 4 after 30. Lancashire still well ahead in terms of runs. Still think if they don't get bowled out, Lancashire win. But Notts need 6 more wickets. Montgomery bowls to Croft. Just punches this to the covers. There's no run.
Leicestershire still 3 down, 110 for 3 after 22 overs. They've been set 326 to win.
Croft works this one onto the leg side. Hamid will field. Fian Mulder's the form horse for them. .186 for 4. Finals at Trent Bridge in mid-September. Montgomery bowls. This one's cut away into the offside.
It was a pretty decent effort, wasn't it, last year, and a quick turnaround. I think there was about 7,500 to 8,000 in the ground.
Something like that, yeah. It was a good old atmosphere. Thoroughly enjoyed the Glamorgan supporters enjoying their victory, the Durham supporters seeing their side in a final as Montgomery fields off his own bowling. This is good from Matt Montgomery so far. Halfway through his 3rd over, 1 for 10. Bowls now. Croft again can't get it away. It's it back to Montgomery. 43 Croft. Gone down and done a little bit of gardening. That's good from him. He's just taken a moment there, Scott. Just to regather his thoughts, I think. Next one is just worked away for a single. That's very, very good from Stephen Croft. Petman fields. The end of the over, 188 for 4 after 31.
Yeah, showing plenty of experience there, wasn't he? Croft just taking a little bit of time out of the game because getting through his overs so quickly, he's bowling so quickly, wasn't he? And it's good stuff this from Notts. They've got 2 spinners on at both ends. They're getting through their overs quickly. Runs have slowed up, keeping everybody on the edge of their seats watching inside Stanley Park today. Be bubbling up for a good finish.
Nice sized crowd. Everybody's not on top of each other. You've all got a little bit of room just to spread and relax and stretch if you need to, if you want to. But enough in to make it feel like it is a decent cricket crowd.
Singh bowls to Croft, who takes a single down the ground. James comes up from the boundary. Croft moves on to 45, not out. 189 for 4. Brings George Balderson on strike.
Singh's 7th over this. On for 31 runs. Should have had a wicket.
Balls off the back foot and dragged away through the leg side. Not timed. Jogs through for 1 though. Ben Slater coming up from the boundary. Centurion earlier today on his birthday. 190 for 4. Croft on 45. Flicked off the pads by Croft. That'll shuffle back into his crease and turns it to square leg for 1. 46 not out. 191 for 4. Pattinson on strike. Sing in. And just work down to short fine leg. Pattinson fields no run.
Do we know what the tiebreakers are for a tie? Is it?
Oh my goodness, that's a good question.
Is it? If it's the power play, knots are taking it. It's wickets down.
Down the pitch comes Balderson and hits it back towards the bowler, who turns and shies at the stumps. No run. One on to the old ECB rules and regs here, aren't we? It might well come to it. What is it in T20? I think it's wickets, isn't it, first? It's a full ball. She's worked away in towards the offside by Balderson for a single.
I know in 2020, Notts got through to finals day, a tie with Leicester, but they got through after being ahead in number of runs at the end of the 6-over power play.
Right.
But that's in the blast. I mean, I don't know.
That was different this year, Dave, because it was the same thing happened at finals day, and that the first one was, I'm pretty sure, was wickets. But I don't know what it is for this competition.
No.
Let's have a look. Shall I try and have a look?
You'd think we'd know such things, wouldn't you? In case it happens. They don't seem to like super overs, do they?
No, I'm a big fan of a super over.
In domestic cricket. There's Montgomery. Start the new over. Oh, come on. Might just have kept her whisker low, but Balderson watched it onto the face, guides it out. Again, Slater side for a single. 193 for 4. Croft on 46. Now on 47. Again, is just happy just to keep the board ticking over. Been in this scenario many times before, I would imagine. Stephen Croft can't win the game in the next 5 or 10 overs, but could certainly lose it. So just looking to keep his side in the game, get it as deep as possible, and then try and push on. Next one's just clipped to mid-wicket. There's no run. Montgomery, like Singh, absolutely hairs through his overs. In again, bowls and pushed away into the offside, out to Slater. It'll just be another single. Suzanne says that last one could be a huge wicket. Need to capitalise on the breakthrough, all gearing up for a thrilling finish. Next ball, slog sweep. Didn't properly get hold of it. Toby Petman is the fielder inside the circle. And Montgomery's got through another tidy enough over, 5 singles from it. 197 for 4 after 33. Lancashire. In fact, no, there's another ball to come, I beg your pardon. Now it is 197 for 4 after 33 as Balderson drives down the ground. So Lancashire 11 ahead of where Notts were at the corresponding stage. Croft 48, Balderson 8. There are 17 to go. Around about an hour, Scott, we're going to know which one of us is heading south on Monday afternoon.
Yeah. I just have the feeling it's going to be a game that's going to go pretty deep. A game that is quite difficult to try and judge a winner from this position, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about, well, it's not all about, but a lot of it's about between the ears with regards to Lancashire's players in the middle. As long as they can keep their composure and discipline and just eliminate any silly mistakes. You know, it's easy to say, isn't it? Just don't hit it in the air. Just keep taking 4s and 5s and 6 singles and over. Keep those 6 wickets in hand until the push is needed. Here's Brett Hutton back.
Yeah, changing bowling back to seam. Hutton returns, running into George Balderson. Comes around the wicket and bowls. It's dragged up towards mid-on off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, wasn't meant to go there, was it?
No. Smart move, I think, bringing Hutton back at this stage. New batter. Paulson's not really got going yet.
No, he's got 5 left. He can't just leave him for the last 5. There might not be that many overs left to win the game.
Shuffled out through the leg side. Cries of catch. It's going for 4. Towards deep mid-wicket. 4 runs for Balderson, who's not really got himself going just yet. The back of a fine century, mind you. Last week against, the other day against Kent.
That's the 200 up.
201 for 4. Balderson moves on to 12, not out.
We've got a bit of a mothers' meeting here between captain bowler and senior pro. Hamid, Hutton and Pattinson.
There's plenty of experience there between those players.
And obviously agreed on something at the start of the over, but they've seen how Balderson's played him, so just going to change things around a little bit.
Hutton around the wicket. A bit of width this time, chopped away. Out towards the offside for a single. Oh no, they're going to come back for 2 actually. Picked up cleanly out there. Balderson wanted 2 and does come back for 2.
LPW out there on kindergarten watch.
Right, I've found the rules and regulations.
Okie dokie.
So in playoff, semi-final or final, the team losing the lesser number of wickets shall be the winner.
Okay.
It's Hutton. In bowls. It's driven away along the ground through extra cover by Balderson for 1 run.
However, if both sides lose 8 wickets...
Oh no.
Oh, does it not say?
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm coming. That's 16.3 on the rules and regs.
Again, a triumvirate. Although Dane Patterson's turned his back on the other 2.
Yeah, so it's higher score after 10 overs, and then after 9, and then 8, etc. So lesser number of wickets first, and then if that's the same.
Well, Notts had most runs after 10 overs. So it's the wicket's the first thing if it's a tie. Notts lost 8, remember.
I'd have a super over, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'd have a super over. Same in the blast. Croft on 48. Hutton's going to come over the wicket to Stephen Croft. He drives out through the offside for 1. 49 now to Croft. 205 for 4. Brings Balderson back on strike. We did the same thing on finals day, actually, Dave. Actually, what happens if it's a tie? we better double check and then.
It'd be quite extraordinary if we have 7 hours of cricket and both sides finish on 338 for 8, wouldn't it? Really.
It would. Final ball of the over. Hutton in and bowling. Cries of catch. He's caught it. Backward point. Balderson's gone. It was a wide ball. He's chipped it to backward point. He's gone for 15. Lancashire have lost their 5th wicket.
I think it's Montgomery, who was already the leading catcher in the tournament. He's taken his 12th. So Brett Hutton coming back, getting the wicket. Very good catch.
Yeah, Montgomery just to confirm it with that catch. The return of Hutton was a good move by Hasib Hamid. He picks up the wicket of George Balderson, centurion on Tuesday against Kent, but gone for 15 today, and one George replaced by another. It's Lavelle on his way out.
And they're getting closer as well to each other in terms of scores. Lancashire now 5 wickets down. They're only 6 runs ahead of where Notts were. So Brett Hutton strikes again. George Lavelle on his way out to the middle. Still a little bit of work to do, but while Stephen Croft's there, Lancashire very much at least 50-50, if not still favourites. They're ahead of the game. 339 is the target, so 134 required from 16. 134 from 96, as it says on the stream.
Yeah, he's the key man now, isn't it? Stephen Croft there chatting to George Lavelle. And again, Lancashire are looking at their old senior pro, Stephen Croft, to try and get them over the line. Still need 134 more runs.
Yeah. If he was to guide them to victory here, it would be
exceptional, wouldn't it?
Be one of his career highs. There's been plenty of them. I think we've got Robbie White, the umpire, going to bowl. He's the only one standing anywhere near at that end. He's got the ball in his hand. Go on, Robbie, turn your arm over. It is going to be Montgomery, just taking his catch, still telling everybody about it, and remembered belatedly that it's the end of the over and he's bowling. 205 for 5 after 34. And he's bowled nicely as well. Montgomery just come on and done a job, not bowling particularly quickly, making Croft put all the energy into the ball. They're clapping. What are they clapping? No idea what they're clapping. 206 for 5. 50. Oh, this is 50, I beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. Very well battered, Stephen Croft.
61 balls, 4 fours.
It's a terrific innings. Really played well.
Can he find someone to bat with him?
Yeah. George Lavelle, the Lancashire keeper, to face his first ball. Oh, he went right across his stumps there. Don't miss those, George. He didn't. Just helped it out as far as Hamid. You don't want to be playing French cricket, do you? Deep in the crease. He's cut this away for probably 1. Pattinson White picks it up. Strong left arm throw. So Lavelle away. 207 for 5. Montgomery to Croft. Gets it away to our left. Well fielded by Slater. Stephen Croft will feel a little unlucky there. He couldn't have hit that any sweeter, but picked out. Ben Slater in the deep, all the way along the ground. 208 for 5. There's Montgomery. To Lavelle. Drives down the ground. Get another single. One ball left in this over. 4 runs have come from it. Can Croft take a single? He's looking for more, actually. Swept this fine. Slater's got work to do. Really good from Ben Slater. They do come back for 2. Really good diving effort away to our left, the other side of the van. End of the over. 211 for 5 after 35. 6 from that one.
Hudson, having been reintroduced, was obviously going to continue picking up that wicket of Balderson in his first over back. He's got a new batter on strike as well, Lavelle.
Matthew Montgomery's had taken some absolute stunners in this competition. As I say, he's the leading catcher throughout the whole tournament. Steve Crawley says if he'd managed to fall off the tower yesterday, Dave, don't worry, Monty would have caught you. Don't worry. He was underneath that one and was always going to catch that one, but he's taken some really good catches. Some sharp ones in the slip cordon at the start of innings, some good ones in the deep later on.
Here's Hutton to Lavelle. It's pulled out through the onside. Got 4 runs for it. Of course, it's sweet, the George Lavelle.
Yeah. No respect in the game anymore, is there?
There isn't. These young whippersnappers come out and slap old Hutton away for 4 through mid-wicket.
It's good though. I love to see a player just literally taking up the fight. You think we're beaten, we're not. Great attitude. Very definition of sport there in that shot. We might be down, but we're not beaten yet.
Hutton to Lavelle.
Or yet.
Yeah, he might get 4 more.
Yeah.
Here. He does. Hopping across the crease and pulling the ball away to deep back with square leg.
2 shots completely changed the atmosphere inside the ground. I know, look, we're going to get singing now as well. Cross comes Hamid. He'll slow things up with a chat to Brett Hutton. But he's playing him with a stick of rhubarb.
.219 for 5.
Done your work in this over, haven't you? A couple of boundaries. Got your 8. Single now, get Stephen Croft back on strike.
Here's Hutton in and balls. He's wanting more, isn't he? Cutting the ball out towards the point boundary just for 1.
Yes, hit it straight to Slater. Get down the other end. Give the bowler a smile. Look at the board. It says 11 off 6 balls, and you know you've made a decent start.
220 for 5. Stephen Croft, who's just reached his 36th list day 50 for Lancashire.
Has he played for anybody else?
He played for Auckland.
Right.
For a few games. Quite a number of years ago now. Hutton to Croft. Nudges the ball up towards mid-on. They might come back for 2, yeah. Long on. Pattinson having to come up from the boundary. Well run 2. Croft to 55. 222 for 5. Yeah, Croft now 36 list day 50s for Lancashire. He's now 6 on Lancashire's all-time list of most 50s in list day cricket, behind Neil Fairbrother, who's made 94, Clive Lloyd 66, Graham Fowler 55, Mike Atherton 53, and David Lloyd 50. Hutton to Croft. He's at the bottom edge of that, really, trying to force the ball out through the offside. It bounces up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, well, that list is going to stay where it is forever, isn't it? Because nobody, they just don't play enough list day cricket now compared to what they used to.
55 to Croft. It's his 600 career appearance today as well. Final ball of the over coming up. Been a productive one for Lancashire. Croft looking to add some more runs for them, in fact. Pulled away just in front of square on the leg side for 4. Turned into a very good over. 2 boundaries to start it and then a 4 to end it.
Yeah, 15 from the over. Back to Asib Hamid and his discussions with some senior players. In fact, Ben Slater has come across and just had a word.
.113 to win from 84 balls.
Just over 8 and over. It's going to bowl now. Liam Pattinson-White replacing Montgomery from the far end. So slow left arm. Just checking that he's got enough fielders in the ring. He has 5 of them. Bowls heaved away. Is this 6 first ball? Let's just have a little look there. It was very close to the ropes. Yes, it's cleared. So George Lavelle, is he going to be the one to just emerge from the pavilion away to our right and go out there and play the match-defining knock?
So we've got an unbeaten 61 here in that run chase against Northamptonshire.
17 off 7. Welcome back, Liam. His first ball back, heaved away for 6. Over deepish mid-wicket, there's nobody there. Perhaps tempting him to go in that area again. Pushes it instead into the offside, and Seabermead slides across and makes the stop. 2:32 for 5. Pattinson White in. Bowles clipped away for a single. Lancashire now 5 overs in front of where Notts were. 2:33 for 5. This is Pattinson White's 9th over. Bowles now. Croft cuts it to backward point. There's going to be runs here. There's going to be 4 runs here. Pretty short. Yep. Second time this year that Stephen Croft has saved his best form for a ground he knows so well and opponents that he's had a lot of success against. Moves on to 63. Pattinson White bowls once more, this time a precious dot ball for Notts, but 11 already from the over.
It's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, there's no 6 and a 4 already in the over. You kind of job done, isn't it, really? You know, risks need to be taken. Final ball coming up.
And Croft just happy to defend. 2:37 for 5 after 37. So 102 more required from 78 balls.
Leicestershire are going okay. They're still only 3 down. 150 for 3.
Who's in the runs for them then?
30 overs gone. Steele on 55 and Mulder on 50.
Vian Mulder, the run machine.
So they need 176 to win from 20 overs to beat Kent. Game taking place at the county ground in Leicestershire. Change here as well. Hutton having gone for a few in the previous couple of overs. In fact, he did pick up the wicket but went for 23 runs from his 2 overs.
Yep.
Take him out of the attack, and Montgomery returns. 1 for 16 from 4. His partnership's worth 32 already from just 18 balls. Lavelle goes for a big hit down the ground. Will he be caught? He will. Long on takes the catch. It's Lyndon James coming up from the boundary, and Lavelle departs for 18.
Did that seem a little tame to you, really? I mean, the previous over began with Lavelle just lifting Pattinson White away for 6. First ball, let's target the bowler. First ball of the over. Can understand him wanting to try and put a bit of pressure on Montgomery, but he almost chipped it down his throat, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be frustrated with that. Lavelle, enterprising 18.
Yeah.
From just the 9 deliveries, but
well, another 20 minutes of that and he'd have taken the game completely away from Notts, but as it is, more than 100 still required.
Yeah, 102 needed. 77 balls and now 6 down. Daniel Lamb, the new batter, coming out. You all right, mate?
I will be when I find me a pen.
Oh,
there we are.
Lamb joins Croft out in the middle. Bowling change worked again, hasn't it?
Well,
I
guess the more you make,
well,
occasionally you're gonna drop lucky. Do you think? He was running, well, almost running out of options. He's not. He's got plenty of options, but with Stephen Croft there, nobody's been allowed to settle, have they? Not been able to build up any pressure on the batsman. Well, a series of dot balls or overs with only 2 or 3 runs. Croft has made sure the board's kept ticking round and he's had good support, but the wicket's just starting to dwindle away. 102 from 77.
Yeah, this really is the kind of last recognised kind of batter, really. Hurts can come out and give it a bit of a biff, but Blatherwick and Morley, this is the partnership if Lancashire are to get these runs. It's going to have to be these two doing the bulk of it. Lamb playing it back to Montgomery. He fields off his own bowling and there's no run. This needs to be a 7th wicket partnership, upwards of 70 runs or so, you think, to get Lancashire somewhere near. There's runs here. for Lamb. 4 of them, in fact. Just weaved away through the offside along the ground for 4. Lamb gets himself up and running.
Takes the required number below 100 as well. It's always psychologically nice to see it in double digits.
Yeah, 98 from 75.
You like to get to 10 overs and then have a look and see, don't you?
Montgomery balls to Lamb. It's turned out towards the leg side. Hamid fields and there's no run.
Got 10 overs left. 80 required, say. 4 wickets in hand. Still fancy Lancashire.
Just be a single here. Yep. Worked up towards James, who comes up from long on. Lamb moves to 5. 242 for 6. 97 from 73 with the ball left for the over.
Tell you what, Montgomery's had a good game. 2 for... yeah, what is it? 2 for 21 at the moment. 78 with the bat and a good catch.
Decent work, isn't it?
Yep.
Single for Croft. Oh, no, 2 actually.
Yeah.
He's just worked it just a fraction behind square, and by the time the man's come up from that backward square leg boundary, he's shuffled back for a couple more, so that completes the 38th over. Croft is unbeaten on 65. Lancashire 244 for 6. Need 95 to win from 72 balls.
Yeah, there's a lot of open space out there on that side of the ground. Well, in fact, all around it's quite a big playing area, isn't it? Lovely little amphitheatre with the natural banks around it. Pattinson White in the bowl is, I think this is his final over. That comparison that is on the live stream now. Notts 215 for 3, Lancashire 244 for 6, so 29 runs ahead, but 3 wickets worse off. There's Pattinson White in to bowl to Danny Lamb. Steers it to backward point where Brett Hutton fields. Still say Notts have got to bowl Lancashire out. If Lancashire are there at the end, they win. Pattinson White. Ball's cut away into the offside, or be just 1 this time. Taking Pattinson out on that side of the ground. Wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before we see him back with ball in hand. This is Pattinson White's final over. Wicketless at the moment. Bowls now. Croft again drives it out onto that side. Pattinson doing the fielding. Pattinson White bowling. Pattinson fielding. You can imagine what I'm like when I've got Pattinson playing as well, can't you?
Oof. Tricky.
There's LPW bowls clipped for another single.
Ben Folkes is 98 not out in the Test match for England. They were 389 for 7, and they lead South Africa by 238 runs.
I think the score's just catching up on the stream as Croft takes another single. So Pattinson White right at the end of his spell. Balls to Lamb. Had there been somebody there at short mid-on, it had been chipped to him. That's the end of Liam Pattinson White. He's finished. Can't tell you the score for a moment or two, just waiting for the stream to update. Can't see that, Scott, can you?
249.
249, we think.
Quite awkward in the sunlight, isn't
Yeah.
it? 249 for 6.
The end of the 39th over. Thank you. Thank you. Pattinson White's finished. Montgomery ploughs on.
Yeah, over number 6 for Montgomery, 2 for 23. Balls to Lamb, who's just pushing off the front foot into the offside, but for no run.
There's no pace on that ball at all, is there?
No. In again. hit back beyond the bowler. James comes up from long on. Lamb gets a single. So he moves on to 9. Score moves on to 250 for 6. Croft unbeaten on 67. James is in. Croft looking to sweep. Oh, and he sends Lamb back. He turns and has to get back into his ground. Slightly frenetic. All for a dot ball. All for no run. Montgomery in again. Croft does take a single this time. That's a square leg. Pattinson coming up from the boundary to field. Croft to 68 now. 251 for 6. 88 to win from 62 balls. Montgomery 2 for 25 in his 6th over. Around the wicket and ball into Lamb, who's chopping a ball away into the offside. Jogging through for a single. Into double figures now. Daniel Lamb moves to 10. 2-5-2 for 6.
There's going to be some interesting calls to be made by Asiba Mead with regards to who's going to bowl out.
Croft sweeps. Well, it's got past the fielder at short fine leg. It's down towards the boundary. It's picked up by Pattinson. They'll come back for 2. Croft moves on to 70 now. That's the end of the over as well. So there is exactly 10 overs left. So 60 balls left in the match. 85 needed for a Lancashire win and 4 wickets in hand. But this partnership is the one that's going to have to take Lancashire almost there, you would think. With not. I mean, Hurt, Blatherwick and Morley are supposed to come out and give it a bit of a bash, but you wouldn't want them to have too much work to do.
So Liam Patterson-White has handed his cap to the umpire, so I need to just have a little check.
I thought he bowled 10. Has he not bowled 10? He has, he's bowled 10. 10. Ah, he's not. He's only bowled 9.
Well, it's saying 10 on the live stream, but
thank you to G. Harcastle for that information. So yeah, the umpire's just double checking his notes as well, isn't it? Everyone's a bit confused. 2 umpires are in conversation now. I mean, yeah. I need to work out whether or not he's bowled 10 overs. Or has he bowled 9? The umpires are going to have to try and clarify whether or not he's bowled 10 or whether he's bowled 9.
So it's saying Hutton 7, I think that's right. It's saying Petman 5, I think that's right. Patterson 5. Yeah, Patterson-White 9 overs, none for 54. 7, 14, 23, 33, 40.
Well, you can see on the graphics.
So I think they're Hutton 7, Petman 5, Patterson 5. Singer's had 7, and Montgomery has now had 7. Montgomery's had one of those that's been credited to Liam Patterson-White, I think.
This could take a bit of sorting out. This could. This could take a bit of sorting out.
They're happy. They're all happy.
Are we happy now?
Everybody's happy.
Happy days.
So 85 required from 10. Even I can just about work that out. Not been as high as 8.5, I don't think, in the innings, but I always sort of knew it was going to come down to a little bit of a late order crash bang wallop to get Lancashire home. Single taken, first ball of the over by Lamb. That's good from him. Brings Stephen Croft back on strike. He's obviously now just been very publicly made aware that it's Liam Patterson-White's last over, so won't want to do anything silly against him, but at the same time I'll want to keep that board ticking over. This is pushed to Hamid, no run. Single And a dot to begin the over. Pattinson White have a couple of steps. Bowls. Croft looking imperious form. Drives it out on the offside to Dane Patterson. Brings Lamb back onto strike. Croft on to 70. Magnificent innings. Faced 75 balls. Really has played well. Pattinson White bowls. And Lamb has clipped this away into the air to Dane Patterson, who spilled it. He's managed to just gather his thoughts and stop himself kicking it over the line. But there was an opportunity there for Dane Patterson, who's normally so reliable in the deep.
Both hands on that, didn't he?
Yeah, former rugby union player.
A lot of ground to make up, but it's a good effort.
And Pattinson White still without a wicket. Croft sweeps this one away, and from the applause of the crowd, that's going to go for 4. So who was it who was dropped there?
Lamb was dropped.
So did they only get a single?
They must
or
have
did they get 3? I don't know.
I think they ran 1.
Okay.
Yeah, they ran 1.
Pattinson White bowls. Croft blocks. That's the end of the over.
It's the end of Pattinson White eventually.
Yep.
That's a bit of confusion, but got through 10 now.
Again, have we lost the score? We have.
I think it is 2-5-4 for 6.
It can't be after 40.
No, 2-6-1. 2-6-1 for 6 after 41.
Yeah.
I reckon. Yeah, and we can see on the screen now, the scoreboard, 261 for 6 after 41. So it's 76 to win from 54 balls. Needs Montgomery bowling. And Lamb gets a single.
Crikey, it's hard to prevent runs being taken, isn't it? To build up any pressure out there. It really is. Extra fielder allowed out. Outside the circle.
Montgomery bowls again. It's going to be a single to the wide.
Yeah.
He's going to fizzed it in down the leg side. Croft just trying to flick it away off the hip. Wide signal by the umpire. Looks to sweep again. Croft. Man backing up. Ball's wrapped him on the arm somewhere. Maybe the elbow, or forearm, a glove or something. Well, I think he's rubbing his elbow. Yeah. Stephen Croft. 262 for 6. Play back on the bounce towards the bowler, but there's no run. Montgomery around the wicket. Again, Croft looks to sweep, and again it balloons away beyond the reach of the keeper. And there is no run. I think it's 263 for 6. But don't hold me to it.
No.
I think it's 263 for 6. Montgomery starts and stops and starts and stops again. What are we looking for now?
I don't know. I
I
really don't know.
He's having a little look over his shoulder and seeing where everybody's located. Here comes Montgomery. Balls again. Croft just take a single this time. It'll flicker around the corner for 1. Jogs through for a single. 264 for 6. I think we've got 1 ball left of the 42nd over. So it would be 75 to win from 49 balls. I'm on strike. This over seems to be taking a while.
It does, doesn't it?
There's Montgomery. To Lamb, swatted away through the leg side. just be the one. And that completes the over. 265 for 6, I think. I think it's 74 needed then from 48 deliveries. So there we go. Let's look at what does it say on the screen there. Have I got that right? 265 for 6?
Yes.
From 42.
Magnificent work.
So it's, yeah, 74 to win from 48.
Pattinson White has eventually finished. It's going to be Fatty Singh to come back and complete his spell.
Ben Foulkes, by the way, has reached his century.
Yeah.
For England at Emirates Old Trafford.
So Singh has had 7 overs. With 8 overs to go, you'd, under normal circumstances, be looking to bring back a couple of your quicks, but I like this from a Seba Mead. Make the Lancashire batsmen put their own pace on the ball. There's Singh bowling, cut away by Lamb for a single.
266.
That throw came in, took a nasty old bounce. Shardendorf unable to keep it or collect it cleanly, but Petman was backing up. Again, a little bit of a hold up. Singh running between the umpire and the stumps. Bowls and Croft down on one knee. A big heave towards the leg, misses it. Shardendorf whips off a bail and asks. Not out, says O'Shaughnessy. I think everybody initially was looking towards where the square leg umpire would be standing, but of course he's gone over to point because the sun is behind him over there. Much easier to see the lines. I don't think Croft had gone anywhere, just went down in one knee. Next ball makes it into a low full toss, drives it down the ground for a single.
267.
Throw those louts out. No, it's good to hear. It's good to hear some youngsters just no doubt encouraged by some of their elders to have a little bit of a sing-song. Nice to hear. This one's clipped into the deep. There's only another single. Doing all right, Lancashire. I think they, I guess, flipping it round. If it was Notts, I'd be wondering where the next boundary was going to come from. But you know, you can get down into the last 4, Scott. You can get an awful lot of runs, can't you? As Croft muscles this down the ground for a single.
269.
Target 339, so 70 required. Seven overs after this one. Singh wearing the sunglasses. Bowls again to Lamb. Gets another single on the leg side. That's the end of the over.
270 for 6.
5 from that one. When you need 8.5 and over, Notts will happily take that, but it's going to come down to, I think, the last few. 69 required from 7 overs, just about 10 and over now, isn't it? At some point we'll need to just step on the gas a little bit. Not necessarily, not yet. Montgomery going to bowl another over. But which way do they do it? Do you say to Danny Lamb, well, you know, you really need to be the all or nothing guy here and let Stephen Croft, whoever he's left with at the end, at least be here. Let's see if you can muscle a quick 20 in the next 2 overs on your own. And he's gone.
He's trying to do that, wasn't he, then?
In attacking mode.
He just swatted away towards the leg side for a single, so it's 271. So 68 of 41 balls.
Of course, that might not be the conversation at all. It might be. Right. I'm now going for it.
Both looking over towards the scoreboard, weren't they? previous over. Good for the sweep again. It's past the keeper. And what's that going to be given as a run? Has he got something on it? No,
well, he's got his chest on it. I don't know if he's got anything else on it, but he's given a run.
He's given us a run. 272 for 6.
Mead's like a wasp. He's buzzing here, there, and everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah.
Great character.
Montgomery ball a little bit quicker this time. Cut away by Lamb for a single. 273.
Yeah, it's the quick
6.
one that's likely to disappear. Just keep turning your arm over. Gentle, 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 as he has been doing.
Montgomery in again. Looks to try and reverse this one to Stephen Croft. Didn't get any bat on ball. Picked up by Montgomery off his own bowling. This is his 9th over, 2 for 41.
I think he's bowled really well.
A good day, yeah. Took a good catch and scored some runs. 273 for 6. And we've got 2 balls left of this 44th over.
And when I came on, he said his best is 2 for 48. He'd happily take that today, if you remember.
In and balls, and Croft has forced the ball away for one more run. 274 for 6. Final ball of the 44th over coming up.
Could do with a boundary, couldn't they?
They could. He's looking for it over the
Yeah.
keeper this time. He's Lamb. Little ramp over the keeper, down towards the rope. Does get that boundary. It was kind of enterprising cricket, wasn't it? He kind of created, manufactured the shot and gets 4 for it.
You could see it coming one way or another. Had to find the ropes. Needed 8.5 and over at the start of the over.
278 for 6 at the end of the 44th over.
61 required from 8. 61 from 48. The score graphic, those of you watching the live stream, has just stuck on 40 overs. It is.
Singh to continue. 278 for 6. And here comes Singh in and balls to Croft. Swatted out through the leg side. Might get 4 here, Stephen Croft. He does. Croft gets another 4. It's Stephen Croft keeping Lancashire in the game. Unbeaten on 84 now at Lancashire. And they're 282 for 6. It was set 339 to win. Croft playing another blinding innings for his team. Danny Lamb alongside him, unbeaten on 23. Could be set for a terrific finish. Set 339 to win. Lancashire 282 for 60. 57 from 35 ball.
Could be another boundary here as he's cut this one. Now it's going to be stopped in the deep. They'll come back for 2. Cries have taken, but Lamb at the non-striker's end. Safely home as Montgomery's throw just lost a little bit of velocity as it bounced in front of Pattinson.
284.
Good start to this over then. Next ball sees him go big for 6. Over the leg side from Stephen Croft, and again that's out of the ground. Can we send for that suitcase, please, full of replacement balls? In fact, no, it's not. It looked for all the world as if it had gone out of the ground, but I think it's been thrown back. Maybe just hit the very top of the wall and bounced back.
290 for 6. 49 needed from 33.
Croft taking Lancashire home at the moment. Singh to bowl to him. He's gone again, but this time along the ground. It'll only be a single.
Croft is 93 not out.
That was his first 6, wasn't it?
It was.
For Stephen Croft. He's just got up to a run of ball, 93 from 93. There's Singh bowling to Lamb. He'll cut this into the offside for a single.
I think it's 292 for 6 now. Yeah, 292 for 6.
Lancashire had a very good over here and not desperate for a wicket. Desperate for one at either end, but particularly Stephen Croft, who's on the strike now on 93. This has been fabulous stuff from Croft, and he's gone big again for another 6. Takes him to 99. Singh takes his cap from the umpire. Croft takes the applause, many of whom have known him for a good few years here. 99 not out. Terrific stuff. 20 from that over.
Is it 99?
99, yeah.
99 not out from 94 balls. So it's 298 for 6. And 41 runs needed off 30 balls.
Yeah.
Who's going to bowl it? Montgomery, I presume. He's got one left, hasn't he? Time for an ice cream. Oh, see what they've done there? 99.
Very
99,
good. Very good. Very clever.
Good. Very good. 99 and a flake.
So 41 from 5. Down to 8 and over now. Notts need a wicket.
Yep. Lamb on strike. It's 298 for 6, 41 off 30. Montgomery in, and Lamb shuffles right back into the crease and works the ball away through the leg side for a single. So 299 for 6 brings Stephen Croft on strike. 99 not out. Croft, and here's Montgomery to Croft. He gets a single, bit of hesitation, will work through for 1. Throw comes in, it's a century for Croft. Blimey, it's a magnificent innings this by Stephen Croft on his home ground. If he gets his team over the line, it will be a sensational innings. On his 600th career appearance, the legendary Stephen Croft, he's 100 not out, acknowledges the applause from his teammates. Even Rob Jones with his crutches up in celebration and admiration.
Brings the 300 up as well.
Croft has done. So 100 from 95 balls, 8 4s and 2 6s. 300, as Dave said, up on the board. So 39 of 28. Just here and there, it's his 4th List A century as well for Stephen Croft. Montgomery to Lamb. Oh, well, he's not picked up cleanly, and they're going to get through for 1. Lamb has to put the diving, but they are through for a slightly frantic single. 301 for 6. I think Lamb's now 26 not out. 38 off 27. I'm trying to score the game at the same time. Montgomery to Croft. Gets another run. 302 for 6. Croft to 101 not out. Swatted out through the leg side. Oh, he sends Croft back. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. It's a pretty loud shout, wasn't it, to get back. 303. So 36 needed from 25 balls. Montgomery in again. Croft again, looks to sweep. Picks out Pattinson on the deep backward square leg boundary. Goes through for 1. And moves to 102 not out. That is the end of the over. We've had 46 overs. Lancashire are 304 for 6. So they need 35 of 24 balls.
Do indeed. 35 of 4 overs. So bowled out now, Matthew Montgomery. 2 for 52. Liam Pattinson-White. He's also bowled out, none for 61. Fateh 9 overs, none for 59. So Dane Pattinson to come back, and I'm sure it'll be Brett Hutton as well. Can have 2 overs apiece if required. Have we gone?
No, we're fine. We're all good.
It's going to be Dane Pattinson from the far end, Stanley Park end, bowling to Stephen Croft, and nice and full. It's gone through to the keeper. It's an appeal here. Don't know if it hit the pad or...
I don't know what it hit neither.
I've lost you and lost all sound.
To fiddle around with your wires. Oh well.
So Dane Pattinson with ball in hand. Here he comes round the wicket. Dot ball to begin with. Bowls now, and that's gone through Croft and into the gloves of Shadendorf as well. 304 for 6. Got the graphics back on the screen there. You can see Stephen Croft 102 from 99 balls now. Danny Lamb 27 from 25. 35 required from 22. Fine start to the over from Pattinson, but Croft has that big hit in him. All wide of the off stump and called a wide, and the good work of the first 2 balls just undone a little bit. 305 for 6. 34 more required to win from 22 deliveries. Lamb on 27. Here comes the South African quick. Bowls helped into the leg side. It's bounced nicely up into the hands of Lyndon James. Gets the ball in quickly to the gloves of Schardendorf. 33 off 21. Croft has gone down and had a word with Danny Lamb. Played a delightful innings here, 27 off 25. Mead, the skipper, having a chat to Pattinson. It's a wonder the crowd isn't telling him to get on with it. They normally do at this stage of a game, don't they?
Yeah, true.
The side that's trying to close in on the victory. It's almost as if they can't wait for the eventual outcome. Pattinson to Lamb, cross the crease. He's helped this away. Will it go for 6? By heck, it'll go for 6. Mighty blow from Danny Lamb, just what was required for Lancashire. Now they're singing, now they believe. Lovely connection. Helps this.
Gorgeous shot, isn't it?
Beautifully away and holds the pose. 6 runs for Danny Lamb, takes him to 33. And suddenly the over has become a plentiful one. 8 from it and still 2 balls left. Lancashire require 27 from 20. Very much the warm favourites right now. Another ball has been fetched.
It's a lovely shot, wasn't it, by Lamb?
Yeah. Over started dot and he fired one just a little too wide, and it was called as a wide.
Oh, the box of balls has burst. There's balls everywhere.
Yeah, James Hayes is the Notts 12th man, charged with carrying out a box made of tissue paper. Everybody's laughing. Pattinson bowl to Lamb then on 33. Moves across his crease again. He's missed it. Oh, it's hit the helmet. A 5. What happens there? It's definitely a 5. They were going through for runs anyway. Is it just the 5 penalty runs? I think it is.
It's just the 5, not the one that they run then.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
I mean, had it missed that, it would have just been 4, wouldn't it? It would have gone for 4 byes. The umpires, though, are going to have a bit of a chat, and they'll get together on the walkie-talkie, and they'll all thoroughly discuss it.
They will. Have a little chat. We'll see. We'll see what's added to the score. I think it's 5. Isn't
Yeah, it's got to be 5.
Just 5 as well, isn't it? I don't think.
It's a 22 required from 19. This over has lurched dramatically away from Notts. Yeah, 5 penalty runs have gone on. 317 for 6. Lancashire require 22. Very much within their grasp now. A place in the semi-finals on Tuesday. Here's Pattinson in to bowl to Lamb, and he's hit this over mid-off and away for 4. Seeing it very well indeed, Danny Lamb. Might have eyes on his own half-century here, and that's suddenly turned into a very expensive over. Now then. 321 for 6 at the end of the over. So 18 required from 18.
Well, Lamb's played a little blinder here, hasn't he, as well? I mean, the headlines will belong to Stephen Croft if Lancashire should go on and win the match, but contributions here, the way that Lamb came into bat, because when Lavelle departed, felt as though the momentum certainly was with Notts, and perhaps that was more likely, but Lamb's role here in this partnership of 84 from 59 deliveries has been absolutely crucial for Lancashire. And as Dave said, the home fans now, supporters inside Stanley Park, are fancying this. There's a home win now, and a place in the semi-final. Still going to get 18 off 18 deliveries. Looking at the face of the Lancashire players there, who's due in next? Probably Liam Hurt will be due in next. He'll be watching anxiously on, I'm sure, hoping that these two see it through for Lancashire. There's Richard Gleeson, another Blackpool lad. Watching Hutton come into bowl to Stephen Croft, who's 103 not out. Hutton bowls and Croft flicks the ball out towards deep backward square leg. They jog through for 1 run. 322 for 6. 17 off 17.
Yeah, when you only need to run a ball, that's absolutely fine, isn't it? Now, not got to go looking for the big hits, the big blows. Of course, if the opportunity comes, then fine. Throw the bat, get it done and dusted. But if it doesn't, just take the single.
Don't forget, just the guy just running through that in the back of the tent. If it ends in a tie, the first one is wicket down.
Well, Notts need 2 more wickets to bring that into play.
So actually, it's worth saying Lancashire actually only at this stage needs 16.
Yeah.
We'll keep recapping that, but it's worth mentioning that it's 16 to win the game outright. A tie, as it stands, would be enough for Lancs, being 6 down, not 8 down. Flicked out through the onside by Lamb for a single just behind square. Moves to 38, so 323 for 6. 16 runs to win the game outright. 16 balls remaining.
Danny Lamb was dropped on 9. Chance hit out into the deep to Dane Pattinson, running round to his left.
Croft waits. Here's Hutton for the Outlaws, in and bowls. It's swatted out through the leg side by Stephen Croft. Just for 1. 105 not out. 324 for 6 now. 15 to win from 15.
Been difficult for all the bowlers, hasn't it, today?
Yeah.
Tough old assignment, trying to keep anybody quiet out there today. Even tougher for the likes of Brett Hutton and Dane Pattinson right now. Not only got to keep them quiet, they've got to get them out.
Lamb on strike, Hutton in, searching for a wicket. Lamb kind of ramps the ball down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4. It's, again, a shot that Lamb plays ever so well. 4 runs for him. He moves to 42. And Lamb and Croft, with all the flicks and the tricks, edging Lancashire nearer to victory. 11 to win from 14.
Cute, wasn't it? Couldn't have played it any better. Sometimes on another day they go straight up in the air. Just for a moment he wondered if he'd got it right, but it was only a split second away it ran. Away for 4.
91 run partnership now between these two from 63 balls. 42 not out, Daniel Lamb. Hutton, having had a conversation with his captain, comes in and bowls again. Swatted out through the onside. There is a man there out in the deep for Nottinghamshire. Run taken. Lamb moves to 43, 329 for 6. 10 to win from 13 balls. 9 would be enough as it stands.
You know, you just can't see.
38 in October.
Just can't see not stopping them getting 10.
This one helped. It's down the leg side, and they've got through for 1. Pick up and throw towards the keeper. It'll be signalled as a wide, and they've run 1. It's into single figures now for Lancashire. Down to 8 from 13.
If you bite the bullet and perhaps bring 1 or 2 more in to save a single, but then again you're leaving those gaps in the deep. It's almost a no-win situation here, whatever you do.
Final ball of the 48th over, 331 for 6.
4 in a line on the offside, saving 1. Got to try and make him hit it in that direction.
In and balls, and Lamb muscles the ball out through the onside. He might be caught here. He is caught out in the deep by Liam Patterson-White. Lamb departs for 43, and Lancashire lose their 7th wicket, and it ends a 94-run partnership between Stephen Croft and Daniel Lamb. It might yet still be the partnership that gets Lancashire over the line, but it's a wicket that gives the Notts Outlaws a sniff here. They need 8 to win from 12 balls.
3-3-1 for 7. Wicket for Brett Hutton. Generous hand for Danny Lamb. Played very, very well indeed. Liam Hurt is replacing him out in the middle. I'm sure you all heard the equation there. 8 required, 12 balls left. Dane Patterson has ball in hand.
The partnership was 94 off 65 balls.
So that's 7 wickets down. Notts need another one to swing the tie into their favour, but really with 8 to win, you'd be surprised perhaps if it goes into the last over. You can imagine Stephen Croft would want to get it done and dusted here and now and walk off a hero.
Lancashire have been here a few times this season, close games, none more so than the final on T20 finals day, and they made a mess of their run chase in the game they should have won.
Have you got the fireworks lined up here? Was a strange old end to that, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah.
I was out and had taped it all, so I really genuinely didn't know what had happened, and sort of just popped it on the sort of the last hour late on the Saturday night. Just couldn't believe it.
Carnage, wasn't it?
Done well to avoid the results. Here we go then, 8 required from 12. Dane Patterson to bowl to the Centurion, Stephen Croft. Nice and full, that's going to be 4 of them at least. Tickled away down the leg side. I say at least, yes, he must have got some bat involved. Just wondered for a second if it was going to be the old 5 leg side wide. So that's, well, The back of it was already broken. It's now one hit away. Scott, take him home. Take yourself off to Hove and get within one game of a Trent final.
Yeah, 4 runs away from a semi-final, a one-day cup semi-final, Lancashire. It's been a while since they've reached a final of the one-day cup. Been a while since they won a one-day final. Obviously excluding the T20 final in this, but you know, going back to the late 1990s, last time they were lifting one-day silverware. In with a chance of at least progressing to the semi-final stage now. And it's Stephen Croft. If anyone deserves to hit the winning runs, really, it's Mr. Blackpool himself. 109 not out on his home ground, 4 to win. It's carved away through the offside. It's not picked up cleanly, so they might flirt with 2. They will actually forget flirting. They're going to take flirting out to dinner. It's a comfortable 2. Pushes Stephen Croft onto 111 not out, and Lancashire within 2 of victory.
Take flirting out to dinner.
3-3-7 for 7. What a magnificent innings from Stephen Croft.
Very much so, yeah.
Turns 38 in October.
Some handy contributions all the way down. Everybody's got in double figures. Apart from Croft, of course, who's in 3 figures.
Just pulls away as Pattinson started bouncing his way in. So he'll have to go back to his mark. Comes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. Rests his bat on his shoulder. It's Pattinson into Croft with 2 to win. Croft clobbers the ball out through the onside to win the match. Oh, Stephen Croft, take a bow. It's a magnificent innings. It is a sensational knock from Stephen Croft to win the match. He finishes unbeaten on 115 to take his side home and send them to the semi-finals. It is brilliant from Croft, who has masterminded this run chase for Lancashire, who clinch a victory with 3 wickets to spare and 8 balls remaining. They're off to Hove on Tuesday for the one-day cup semi-final, thanks in no small part to a breathtaking 115 not out from Lancashire's Stephen Croft.
Yep, first and foremost, many congratulations to Lancashire, who've chased down a very decent total indeed set by Notts. Chased down 340. You deserve everything that you get, and particular congratulations of course to Stephen Croft, who's played absolutely brilliantly. Notts have chipped away throughout the afternoon, getting important wickets. They denied anybody else getting to 50, needed one outstanding knock to get Lancashire home, and Stephen Croft on his home ground, who's now getting a very, very generous round of applause. Served it up. Just hear this for a second.
There's his captain to come out and greet him, and his club captain, Dame Velas.
Got a word too for Nottinghamshire from me. They've been an absolute joy to cover over the last 3 weeks of the Royal London One-Day Cup. There's been some terrific performances. They'll be hurting a little bit right now because having got out the groups, yeah, I'm sure they'll have all dreamed of getting through these knockout matches and perhaps getting back to Trent Bridge for the final, but not to be. They've played wonderfully well today. Ben Slater's century, Matthew Montgomery with bat and ball, I thought was terrific, and no disgrace losing to a very strong Lancashire side in a high-scoring game. They've been beaten by a terrific century from Stephen Croft, but not. Again, many congratulations on the campaign they've had. To get out of the group with so many players missing is a terrific achievement. They've really done well. They can be very proud of themselves, and there's a whole heap of players there that you're going to hear a lot more of in the future. Also thanks and congratulations to Asiba Mead for the way he's led the side. He's another one who'll be hurting, particularly as he's against Lancashire, but he's shown himself to be a very capable and popular skipper. I know he's enjoyed the role, and he's you know, it's no fault of him or any of the others that they've come up short today. As I say, Lancashire on the day have done terrifically well, and wish them and you, Scott, every success next week down at Hove. Well done.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, congratulations to Lancashire. Look forward to chatting to
Stephen Croft a little later on. Nottinghamshire, as Dave has outlined superbly there, with a really impressive one-day cup campaign themselves. But it's the home team and it's the hometown boy that are celebrating. Stephen Croft with an innings and a half for his side. Outstanding work by the Lancashire legendary figure on his 600th career appearance, of which almost all of them, aside from a short spell with Auckland, a long time ago now, have been for the Red Rose. So it's been an outstanding performance. Take a bow, Stephen Croft. That is a brilliant effort. So Lancashire reach the semi-finals of the Royal London One-Day Cup. And it's a trip, as Dave said, to Hove on Tuesday to take on Sussex. And we'll be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of that via the BBC Sport website and the app as well on Tuesday from 11 o'clock. And the winners will face either Hampshire or... Actually, the Leicestershire-Kent game is still going on. Leicestershire need 82 from 7 overs. And they're 9 down, so it looks like almost certainly it will be a Kent-Hampshire semi-final. And obviously we know it's a Lancashire-Sussex semi-final as well. Thank you to Blackpool Cricket Club, by the way, for hosting this fixture. Such short notice, such a quick turnaround from the victory, from the defeat rather, at Canterbury on Tuesday, and then trying to find a venue to play the match because of the test match. So thanks to everybody at Blackpool Cricket Club for all their hospitality and all their work to provide their ground for this game. Thanks for your company, Dave. Enjoyed it.
And you, Scott. As I said before, enjoy your weekend and then enjoy your drive down to Sussex. I know you'll have a good time down there with Adrian Harms and all the team down at Hove, and I shall be following your progress. Should be an absolute cracker, and should you make it through to the final, look forward to catching up with you at Trembridge. Congratulations to Lancashire, and just echo the thoughts of Scott there on everything that's been done to get this game on, and the way we've been looked after by Blackpool Cricket Club. Been an absolute joy. And also, Scott, a word for the camera crew and the production team that have been an absolute joy to work with today. Well done, everybody.
Cheers, Dave. Yeah, congratulations to everybody. Well done to all the guys behind the scene, to Colin and his terrific team, bringing you pictures here for Lancs TV and coverage across the BBC Sport website and app. Enjoy your bank holiday weekend. I'll catch you on Tuesday at Hove. Lancashire are through to the semi-finals. out and greet him. And his club captain, Dave Villas.
Could have worked it.